Only 4 of those deaths occurred overseas.
No.
Between 2020 and 2021, 109 soldiers died at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, America's largest military institution. Only 4 of those deaths occurred overseas. 105 died at home. The military called them non-combat deaths. In other words, murders, overdoses, and suicides. One of those deaths was Special Operations Force Master Sergeant William Levine II of Delta Force. He was a part of the most elite Tier 1 military operators in the U.S. military history. On December 2, 2020, William Levine's body was found wrapped in a tarp on a training range at Fort Bragg, shot execution style alongside Army veteran Timothy Dumas in what is confirmed to be a double homicide. Born in 1980s North Carolina, inspired to protect his family and his country, Levine joined the Army after 9/11. He was quote-unquote driven, dedicated, and excelled at every level. Levine quickly made it through Delta Force selection, one of the most grueling military training processes in the entire world. Levine and his Delta Force comrades went on multiple combat deployments. Extremely decorated, they were trusted with America's most sensitive missions. In the early 21st century, the majority of Levine's deployments were in Afghanistan, where Delta Force was fighting the Taliban, who were actively seizing the country. A part of the Taliban's offensive strategy was eradicating the poppy fields. Afghan tribes and warlords funded the economy through their heroin production. Therefore, to wage war against the Taliban, American soldiers like Levine had to protect the poppy fields and guard the supply lines.
We provide them security, we're providing them resources, and we're providing them alternatives. And the alternatives are different crops to grow. They're getting the seed and the fertilizer to do it. They can rotate any of their crops that they want. If they want to get rid of their wheat and grow cotton for the winter, they can do that, and we're going to help them do it. So the same thing goes for the poppy.
After Levine's tours, he returned back to the U.S. the same way many soldiers did, filled with injuries, PTSD, and opioid prescriptions. In 2018, Levine returned to Fayetteville, North Carolina. Here he tried to maintain a sense of normalcy in between deployments, enjoying life with his wife and daughter. However, that proved harder than it seemed. Surrounded by soldiers with the same afflictions and little guidance on how to treat them, Levine and his friends' opioid prescriptions eventually spiraled into crippling addictions. In 2018, while high on cocaine, William Levine shot and killed his best friend Mark Leshiker in front of Leshiker's 5-year-old daughter. There was little investigation and the official verdict was self-defense, yet an abundance of evidence proves otherwise. In 2019, Levine failed 3 separate drug tests and was caught with traces of cocaine, methamphetamine, and heroin in his system. The military still deemed him too valuable to lose. In 2020, he was executed in the back of his head in Fort Bragg, the largest military base in the entire world. Beside him was Timothy Dumas, who met the same fate. What unraveled is an investigation that reveals a complex web of drug trafficking, murder, and corruption that rots America at its core. Soldiers like William Levine and Timothy Dumas are not the story, they're the symptom. They are just 2 of the 109 dead soldiers from Fort Bragg in the last 2 years, and part of the 14,000 overdoses across the military since 2017. And they are some of the countless soldiers who learned to traffic drugs while fighting the war on terror. Investigative journalist Seth Harp spent 5 years documenting this story. What he found was bigger than Billy Levine. What he found was the Fort Bragg Cartel.
The Fort Bragg Cartels.
The Fort Bragg Cartel.
The Fort Bragg Cartel.
Today we'll be looking at what Harp spent the last 5 years investigating and expanding what it means not just for the soldiers of the present and future, but for the empire that created them. If you like this video, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and the like button for more content. After Levine and Dumas were found dead, investigators immediately zeroed in on one suspect, Freddy Huff II, a former cop, a former DEA agent, and by December 2020, one of the largest cocaine traffickers on the East Coast. Freddy Huff began his career in the 2000s at the Lexington Police Department in North Carolina. After excelling as a cop, he was promoted to a K-9 handler for Lexington, where he specialized in seizing drugs and illegal money across state highways. Over his 13 years in law enforcement, Huff reportedly seized over $9 million in drug money, making him one of the most famous and successful cops across the entire East Coast. In 2009, he was promoted to a DEA agent where he served as a task force operator out of El Paso, Texas. Here he collected intelligence against the Mexican drug cartels trying to traffic their drugs across the border. At El Paso, Huff learned everything. The routes, the players, the smuggling methods, the vulnerabilities in the system. He understood the drug war better than almost anyone. While working for the DEA, his boss, friend, and mentor, Carl Cuberson, caught a severe case of pancreatic cancer. Cuberson had spent decades fighting the drug war. He had dedicated his entire life to it. But on his deathbed, he revealed his true thoughts about the war on drugs to Freddy. He told Freddy, "What you're doing is noble, but they want it here. You are a pawn. Everything you're doing is in vain." From Carl's perspective, the American government could stop the drug flow, but they chose not to. Between DEA budgets, prison contracts, and law enforcement jobs, everyone was profiting from the war on drugs, except for the people dying from it. A few years after his death, Huff's career imploded. On March 16, 2014, Huff made a routine stop where he pulled over a drunk driver for speeding and swerving. However, the driver happened to be an insurance executive and one of the biggest donors to North Carolina Governor Pat McCrory. Huff refused to look the other way. This culminated in the governor swaying the district attorney to retaliate against Huff for his politically inconvenient arrest. The DA figured if they could pin something on Huff, the charges would be dropped and the donor money would no longer be in jeopardy. The DA launched an investigation into Huff where they found he had once sold an old pair of state-issued shoes on eBay for 99 cents. Normally this would result in some disciplinary action, but the DA stepped in and fired him immediately without due process. Yes. The most successful cop in the history of the East Coast was fired for selling an old pair of shoes on eBay. If you search up US police boots on eBay right now, you'll find hundreds of pairs being sold by current and former police across the country. The government took his job, his pension, his identity, and his livelihood for doing exactly what he was told to: arresting a drunk driver. Unemployed and disillusioned, Huff's worldview was shattered. Left with zero recourse to find a new job in law enforcement, Huff did what any skilled operator would do. He applied his training to the other side. If the game was rigged, he thought, why not play it for himself? Living in El Paso after his firing, Huff opened an appliance business where he'd buy damaged goods from wholesalers like Lowe's, then deliver them to Mexico for cheap repair. This was just a front for his true intentions. Huff created this legitimate business as a cover for his regular border crossings. In 2016, Huff made an appliance delivery to a shop in Mexico owned by Oscar Omar Trevino Morales. Oscar Omar Trevino Morales is the brother of Miguel Angel Trevino Morales, the leader of the Los Zetas Cartel, Mexico's most vicious gang.
Los Zetas is a powerful and violent criminal syndicate in Mexico, and is considered by the U.S. government to be the most technologically advanced, sophisticated, and dangerous cartel in Mexico. They are most notoriously known as a drug cartel with an affinity for indiscriminate, brutal violence, torture, kidnapping, and slaughter.
Oscar himself is a high-ranking member of Los Zetas Cartel, and he owned numerous appliance shops out of Mexico as a means to launder his drug money. Huff knew this through his DEA intel and only delivered his appliance to shops owned by Oscar in hopes to secure an introduction with the cartel leader's brother. Eventually, Huff came face-to-face with Oscar, who connected him with another Morales brother located in Texas. Huff met Ruben Trevino Morales at a local Tex-Mex restaurant in McAllen, Texas. Pulling into the restaurant on a sunny Texas afternoon, Huff was dressed to the nines like a stereotypical off-duty police officer. Meanwhile, Ruben screamed cartel with the way he wore super expensive designer clothes and had a long pinky nail meant for sniffing cocaine. Huff described him as a Mexican Kenny Rogers.
You got to know when to hold up, know when to fold up.
Former DEA agent, Huff knew how the whole interdiction cycle worked, where the holes were, and how to traffic the Los Zetas supply into the U.S. And as the most successful law enforcement cop in the East Coast, he knew where to sell the drugs. He knew Fayetteville, North Carolina, home of Fort Bragg, was also home to the largest rates of drug addiction in the entire country. He knew soldiers needed these drugs to survive. Ruben Trevino Morales saw the potential in Huff's offer and called him the most badass white boy he'd ever met.
I don't think we're alike at all, Mr. White.
Next thing Huff knew, he was trafficking 50 to 100 kilos of cocaine across the border every 7 days. In other words, over $1 million a week. With Los Zetas as a supplier, Huff built an empire. Between 2016 and 2021, his network trafficked thousands of kilograms of cocaine and hundreds of kilos of heroin into the US from Mexico. Not only was Huff trafficking the drugs himself, he was also teaching the rest of the Los Zetas drug mules how to evade border inspections through tactics like dipping narcotics in ammonia to throw off the canine dogs, or lining their cars in lead to avoid X-ray scanners. He was essentially running a drug smuggling college for the most dangerous cartel organization in the world. Beyond this, Huff's real innovation wasn't his supply line, it was his distribution network. Huff recruited soldiers from Fort Bragg to sell his drugs across Texas, North Carolina, plus anywhere and everywhere in between. Special operators like William Levine, for example, and soldiers like Timothy Dumas were known associates of Freddy Huff. 13 other soldiers would later be exposed as connected to Huff and his drug trafficking at Fort Bragg. These soldiers offered Huff everything he needed to cement his Los Zetas franchise into a criminal empire. They had knowledge of drug networks through first-hand experience protecting the poppy fields in Afghanistan. They had unparalleled access not just to military vehicles, facilities, security clearance at borders and airports, but to the soldiers and victims of the opioid epidemic. Timothy Dumas was a close friend of Freddy Huff. In 2020, a few months before his death, Huff reported Dumas had a strange personality shift. The military was threatening to take away his pension due to his repeated court-martialed drug offenses. Dumas also started feeling increasingly paranoid about their operation because Levine had become increasingly erratic. The year prior, Levine had killed his best friend in a drug-induced rage, but faced 0 charges. It was also public knowledge that he was repeatedly failing drug tests enforced by the military, but faced 0 repercussions, unlike Dumas. Dumas thought there was only one reason Levine hadn't been indicted yet. Because Levine was working with the feds.
You fucking brought this on yourself, man.
According to Freddy Huff, Dumas was convinced he had to take out Levine before the operation imploded, and there was nothing Huff could say that would convince him otherwise. Huff and Dumas reportedly had a falling out over this disagreement. On December 2nd, 2020, Freddy Huff flew to Mexico and stayed with the Morales family, while Dumas arranged a meeting with Levine where he was supposedly going to execute him. But then on the morning of December 3rd, both Delta Force operator William Levine and Chief Warrant Officer Timothy Dumas were found dead on Fort Bragg. Both were shot in the back of the head execution style.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's Extra Chill Goblin, and then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra Chill Goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra Chill Goblin Vomit, Slop, and Blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.
Tell them reggae music is on the loose. Hey, welcome to another episode of Extra Chill Goblin. I almost forgot the name of the show. Is this on YouTube Music? I need to add it to my playlist. No, it's not. I don't know how to do that. I guess I could just put out a video that's just that song. Maybe I should do that, because then that would be on YouTube Music, right? You'd be able to put it on your playlist. I should do that. I don't know. You could. I'll look into it. But gang, so glad you're all here. I'm glad to be here as well. I've spent the last 2 weeks in Jamaica. Oh my God. Can you imagine how happy I am to be home in sunny Montreal? Just kidding. Jamaica's lovely. I loved it. It was a fun time. I always love going to Jamaica, talking to my people over there, talking to Goblin Queen's family. That's where she is from. And I got nothing against Jamaica. I love it. Well, I mean, I would say I got nothing against Jamaica. I got some complaints. All right, number one, the sun too hot and me get burned. The sun too hot and me get burned. I wasn't trying to speak patois there. I guess I kind of accidentally did. Me get burned, man. Okay, I will stop. I hear it. I hear how I sound when I do it. And I know it's bad. Wow, dark background. Yes. Are you talking about the dark background behind me, or are you alluding to the fact that I have a mysterious past that I refuse to really get into? I'm like Don Draper over here. Gang, let me just give a big old extra chill goblin shout out to this essay we were just watching, Investigating the Fort Bragg Cartel by BM Blogs. Really good. I did read this book. I read it like right when it came out. I was psyched for it, and really good book. And I will say, maybe this is a me problem. Maybe I'm just like a little dumb. But like a lot of times when I read books like this, where there's like a sprawling cast of characters, and there's photos in it and stuff, but like, just seeing him laying out like the crazy board, like the mat, like this kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, there we go. There's Dumas, Freddy Wayne Huff. Like these are all these names that I read over and over and over again, but like, it's pretty useful to see it all laid out like this. And yeah, if you haven't read Fort Bragg Cartel, highly recommend. I saw somebody mentioning, I think, yeah, femme fatale, like Mysterious Past, exactly. Member of the Rothschild family. I will not confirm nor deny these allegations. I need them to use Obsidian for me to understand it. Yeah, it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, we got too many books. Why don't we just do all the same research that you did for Fort Bragg Cartel, okay, Seth Harp, and then just do a stream where you go over your Obsidian chart of it, all right? That's what it's all about. But somebody was mentioning, I don't remember. There was something that someone was mentioning that I wanted to mention, and you know what? I might just leave it. Point your obsidian skills. Oh, is that some kind of is that supposed to be some kind of dig? Some kind of dig at me for being obsessed with Obsidian? Well, that's crazy. Ever read the Alfred McCoy book about the CIA and drugs? I think so. Wait, what book is that? I think I've read a few things about the CIA and drugs. Whoops. CIA drugs. Let's put CIA book. Who is this? Oh, okay. No, I haven't read this one. The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia. Is this the one you're talking about, Finland? That sounds very interesting. Because the CIA, yeah, like it's interesting because the Fort Bragg cartel goes over like one thing that kind of blew my mind about it is, like fucking a lot of conspiracy theorists, myself included, they get like obsessed with the 60s, because we have so much, I guess documents from that time where it's like, oh fuck, the 60s, like JFK gets killed, whatever, like Vietnam War, fucking all this shit's going on in the 60s. MK Ultra, blah blah blah, all the, everything that all of like the most the things that help shape like conspiracy culture, pretty much like it all happened in the 60s. And one thing that blew my mind about Fort Bragg cartel is that like the CIA, like when people are like, I don't know, I guess when the CIA used to send people in to assassinate people, nowadays it would be the what is it? Special forces, like the Fort Bragg cartel guys. Like when the U.S. overthrew Venezuela or whatever, kidnapped Maduro and his wife. It was, am I using the right term? Special forces, right? That's what Fort Bragg Cartel is about. Jeez, listen, I can only remember so many things, guys. Special forces? Yeah. Drug trafficking and murder in the special forces. Yes. Yeah. Very crazy. And it's been nuts following what's it called? Following Seth Harp on like Twitter and seeing like all the shit he's gotten into since his book came out. Like people have been trying to destroy him. People from special forces, people on Fort Bragg have done there's like, so he's constantly getting attacked. Yeah, it's nuts. You say just, but no other country is doing that. USA for the win. 100%. American exceptionalism. Yes, thank you, Finland. Okay. Fort Bragg Cartel is just counterinsurgency on domestic soil. Yeah, and it's like, like one thing that he sort of mentions in that video that we just saw, which I didn't, you know what? Like I was actually going to play a different video. And then I just stumbled upon this at the last minute. And I was like, oh, hell yeah, let's get into this. So I haven't even watched the whole thing. I'll definitely watch this on my own time. But yeah, one thing that he alludes to in here is that like this guy, he killed like his best friend, Mark Leshikar. He killed his best friend, Mark Leshikar, in front of his child, in front of Mark Leshikar. I'm not sure how to say his name, his child. And just a brutal, like cold-blooded, like obviously first-degree murder killing. And the guy did not even get any kind of punishment. And it's like the Fort Bragg like military guys function like the fucking Hell's Angels. They function like a cartel, I guess, like is the right term. But they would all show up at the fucking courthouse when the guy's getting tried or whatever, and like going into trial, and they all just kind of stand outside the courthouse like intimidating people, and then you see the guy just get off with nothing. And yeah, it is fascinating. It's fascinating. There's supposed to be a movie about this. Or is it a show? Like an HBO show, I think I saw? Sorry. Jeez, I can't remember. Yeah, Fort Hood was bad too. Yeah, I think Danny Toluca was saying that, right? Yes, Fort Bragg and Fort Hood are wild places. Yeah. Anyway, highly recommend that book. And just from how much I'm straining to remember it, I think I should read it again as well. Or maybe I'll just watch this video and get the idea. Yeah, really, really good. Gang, go and give BM Blogs a follow. They're just starting out, only 3.41K subscribers, which, yes, that is more than this channel that I'm streaming on has. But I do have my main channel that has more people. HBO version. Okay. There is one? Like it's already out? Did I miss that? What? Fort Bragg Cartel HBO. In the works. Okay. Finland. Oh my goodness. I was like, what? But yeah, they are adapting it into a show. Like it honestly, they could do like a show, you know? Is it a documentary series, or is it I don't support Rolling Stone. Yes. An expose on lawlessness in the military base. Yeah. Cool. That's what I was hoping. Because they could also do like I don't know, military Sopranos kind of show, or it's like, you know, do some anti-hero show and make it all. I mean, I would watch the fuck out of that, but that would probably be the irresponsible, like glamorizing horrific crime version of it that we don't need. Yeah. Another thing is that guy, Levine. So after he wrote Fort Bragg Cartel, Seth Harp, he put it out, and then some dude who was friends with Levine, the main guy that he sort of is investigating in this book, is like, dude, Levine like wrote a novel based on his life and sent me the manuscript. Do you want it? And he sent him the manuscript of Levine like writing like speaking of Sopranos, it's like Christopher in The Sopranos writing the screenplay about being in the mafia and like including a lot of real shit in there. And so Seth Harp, after his fucking book came out, he got his hands on this manuscript, and I just remember seeing him tweet about it, and I was like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. And some of the stuff in there was even more insane than what he had uncovered through his investigative journalism. Yeah. So that's where I knew him from before, is TrueAnon. He goes on there quite often. Anyway, gang, we have a lot to go over, so maybe I shouldn't do, this is usually the section of the stream where I just kind of talk about nothing, because I'm like, well, maybe people need some time to settle in and get their blankets on them and their hot cocoa and their fireplace. Probably you would do that in the exact reverse order, but however you like to watch Extra Chill Goblin streams. But I already did do the 15-minute whatever intro video. But anyway, what am I talking about? I need to get some sort of lobotomy that only targets the what's it called? Part of my brain that has ADHD. Huh? Prap. Okay, here we go. I am excited to talk about this. So this is, gang, how to even just describe what this is. This is a lot of stuff that I have here prepared. I'm going to try and not go over everything because I don't want this to be the entire stream. I want this to be just one segment of the stream. I got other stuff I want to show you guys too. But this article that just came out by Ronan Farrow, probably one of the best investigative journalists working today, I would say. Actually, it's not just by Ronan Farrow. It's by Ronan Farrow and Andrew Marantz, who I'm not as familiar with. But I respect Ronan Farrow's work quite a bit. He's the guy who wrote Catch and Kill, which was, at a surface level was about Harvey Weinstein, but actually exposes a whole network of people, including Trump, including Hillary Clinton, including a lot of people in that book, the Black Cube, whatever. Anyway, gonna try not to get off on a tangent there, but excuse me, this guy does great work. And I thought this was a very cool interview, what am I talking about? Very cool article about Sam Altman. They say, what was it? What does he say in here? He did a massive amount of interviews, like over 200 interviews and like a dozen just with Sam Altman. So it's like a really in-depth view of OpenAI as a company. And it's, they did use this picture as part of what do you call it? The main picture of what do you call it when there's like a picture on the things? What do you call it when that is? I don't know, but nice, Finland. I had 2 Ferrari shots and a dark and stormy for my friend's birthday party, so I'm ready. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, that's cool. You should all be blackout drunk to watch this stream. That's, I think, the ideal situation to be in. No, just joking. No, that's not right. You should definitely you should all be on a heroic dose of mushrooms or blackout drunk. Just kidding. That's probably illegal what I just said. And so that's why I didn't say it. And you misheard me. I did not say anything like that. But yeah, no. Okay. Yes. Interesting point, Mark. The way people describe Altman in that article is very Epstein-like, but I guess all people that rich are manipulative sociopaths. I think there is a certain way that, how to put this that won't make me sound like too bread tube, but this is, I think, true that like capitalism selects for a certain type of manipulative, pathological liar, sociopath, narcissist person, but they describe them as like, oh, they're really ambitious, whatever. Like, it's like, no, they hate humanity is what you meant to say by that. And all these guys are kind of similar, but, yeah, I thought it was interesting, Ronan Farrow, I think I don't share all the guy's politics, but, I I think he does a great job of, just investigating and like presenting to you what he found. And I think he found some things here that he didn't expect going in. So the majority of this article is about a 5-day period in what year was it? When was the blip? Anybody know what I'm talking about? The blip? When was it? 2023. In 2023, there was what OpenAI people now refer to as the blip, where Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, was fired for 5 days. He was fired. He's out of the company. And then 5 days later, he's back. He was back in the company, back as the CEO. And, it's like the blip in Marvel when Thanos snapped a bunch of people out of existence. And then I don't know, however many years later, once they got out a bunch of movies about it, then they could bring them back. And I don't know, it was fine. I don't remember how that arc went, but, so they characters in Marvel refer to it as a blip. Obviously, people who work at OpenAI are nerds with no taste, so they see their lives through the lens of massive blockbusters about guys wearing tight pants. Anyway, unlike me, a cool nerd who only read the comics about that and only watched about 80% of the Marvel movies before I was like, you know what, I'm too cool for this now. But so what's okay? Back on topic here. God, jeez, I took a little caffeine pill before this. I feel like it maybe made my ADHD even worse than normal. I'm going to try to dial it in right now. Here we go. So this article, very interesting. It goes through what happened in those 5 days. And I will say, like, a lot of this information isn't necessarily new. A lot of the stuff we did kind of know about before. I don't know if anybody read the book, what was it called? AI Empire? No, Empire of AI. Really, really good book. Let me just pull this up real quick because it essentially confirms a lot of what Empire of AI had previously reported on by Karen Howe. This is the book. If anybody watched the Ezra Klein interview with Naomi Klein, the Klein siblings, just kidding, they're not related. She recommends this book at the end. She's like, everyone should read this book. Everyone's got to read this book, Empire of AI. Really, really good. And it's sort of like a book-length version of this New Yorker article where it really focuses on the blip and like what the fuck happened there. Something weird happened there, and we didn't really know from the outside. And like the New Yorker article, she did a bunch of interviews with people. But this article confirms a lot of her conclusions, and it's quite interesting. So, how do I want to go over this? Here's an interesting. Wait, I'm just remembering. How did I set this up? Oh yes, okay. So I actually color coded this. So there's two sections here. So there's a section where we talk about I'm not showing you that's the right thing. There you go. There's a section where there's two sections here I want to go over. There's the things I've highlighted in green. Can you see that that's highlighted in green? Like around it is green. And then those are like the sort of interesting like story that emerged from this investigation. And then there's the ones that are circled in purple. I don't know if you can tell this is purple. Yeah, you can tell that's purple. Maybe if you have like a really big screen, where this is telling the story of what happened during the blip. Oh, chat stuck. Aw. And I want to go over both of those things, but now I'm like, should I go over all of one and then the other? Oh, and then this part. Okay, the red thing is a third thing that I thought was fascinating, so we'll go over that later. I think I will start with, why don't I start with this? Because this actually leads it. So I'll start with the green. This is the sort of thing that emerged from the investigation. And it actually is the story that led to the firing of Sam Altman. So here we go. Let's watch this clip with Jake Tapper where he sort of explains this. Oh, wait. And is this going to work? Yes, no, I think I can make this work this time. Hang on. Hang on now. Here we go.
Do you trust Sam Altman?
Right.
Well, we offer a range of answers to that question from people who have worked closely with him for years. You know, more than 100 interviews gives you a wide swath of views. And the piece is very forensic. It's very fair. But what emerges is that there are people who say Sam Altman lies to a degree that is dysfunctional for any chief executive of a company this significant. And there are people who say that lying is so significant that against this particular backdrop that you mentioned of a technology that has truly transformative stakes and about which Sam Altman was one of the initial alarmists, said that it really could wipe us all out, that this becomes not just dysfunctional, but dangerous. Silicon Valley is built on hype and promises before deliverable products. We all know this. So
okay. Gang, I think I'm seeing you. I hear you in the chat. That there is some issues with sound and stuff. I think everything's fixed now, right? And the chat should be working, but let me know if not. I just wanted to pause here though. What was he saying? Oh yeah. So as they did this investigation, interviewing the 250 people or whatever he said, everyone kept saying, "Oh, Sam Altman is a pathological liar. He lies. He lies all the time. He doesn't even know he's doing it. He lies about big things. He lies about little things. Keeps lying." And like when I hear that, I'm like, okay, so he's like a completely average Silicon Valley guy, right? He's Elon Musk. He's fucking, who else is, I can't think of anybody else. He's everybody. Everyone does this. Elizabeth Holmes, she got caught, but she's not doing anything really that different than 99% of other founders, if not 100%. Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs had what they called a reality distortion field, where he could talk to you and convince you that what he was saying made sense, but really he would completely craft this crazy fucking web of lies or whatever. And even he himself would believe them. That's why they called it his reality distortion field. It's like, this is where he lived, in a world where he could do no wrong and cancer could be cured by never washing your feet or something like that, which is how he died. He died of terminal foot stink. Anyway, R.I.P. But yeah, so this doesn't seem that weird. But then Ronan Farrow is he's trying to be yeah, I know. He acknowledges that, right? He's like, yeah, I know that doesn't seem crazy, but look, it's even worse with him. So,
on hype and promises.
Silicon Valley's built on hype and promises
before deliverable products. We all know this. So the fact that this trait, which is kind of amorphous, right? That someone is untrustworthy, is so pervasive that it transcends even that expectation and becomes something noteworthy. It is really something, Jake.
Yeah. So basically what emerged from this investigation is that, oh yeah, Sam Altman lies a lot, even for a Silicon Valley CEO. So I guess that's why they gave him this picture where he's got a lot of masks up his face, where he's like, maybe I'll put on the whiny face. Actually, most of them are kind of whiny. Maybe I'll put on the whiny face today, even though I'm actually not whiny at all, because I'm a liar. But yeah, so let's get into that a little bit. Okay, and something that you gotta understand, right, about the whole culture of AI within Silicon Valley, is particularly at OpenAI, but really everywhere, is that there's, I think probably a lot of us in the Extra Chill Goblin chat and, me, myself, have a lot of issues with AI, right? We got problems with AI. But there, believe it or not, there are people who work for OpenAI who also have serious problems with AI, and people who are, essential to his founding have serious problems with the concept of AI at all. But their problems are so much different than the ones that I have. These people are kind of obsessed with this technology is going to change everything. Everything's going to be different. This is going to be like inventing the wheel. It's going to be like inventing the internet. It's going to be like it's going to be imagine if the printing press was invented and then the next day the fucking like 4chan was invented or something like that. Like they think this is going to change humanity more than anything. This is going to be like a new agricultural revolution. Like it's like really intense what these people think about it. And I feel like, well, here I'll get into this a little bit. So the reason that a lot of people within OpenAI don't like Sam Altman is because they're like, this technology is so important and big and powerful. We can't trust a guy like this to run it because he lies. So here's a quote from Sutskever, who was one of the co-founders of OpenAI. More on him in a second. But the CEO of the company had to be a person of uncommon integrity. According to Sutskever, any person working to build this civilization-altering technology bears a heavy burden and is taking on unprecedented responsibility. But the people who end up in these kinds of positions are often a certain kind of person, someone who's interested in power, a politician, someone who likes it. And that is true, I think, about Sam Altman. Also, side note here, I find it so funny. So all you guys know, I have my lists of Epstein affiliations, Peter Thiel affiliations, Bohemian Grove affiliations. What are the other ones? Opus Dei and APAC affiliations. And this article, more than any other one I've read, had so many highlighted names pop up. So when you see a green highlight, that's Peter Thiel affiliation. Yellow, Elon Musk, well, that's Epstein affiliation, but he would also be a Peter Thiel affiliate, obviously. But I guess the Epstein one took precedence there. And then we've got almost all the colors. We don't have anyone from Bohemian Grove mentioned in this, but Bohemian Grove, notably, they have failed to capture the interest of Silicon Valley and big tech, which is interesting. I think that's a sign that Bohemian Grove's kind of fallen out of, they're not as influential as they maybe used to be. But anyway. Now it's interesting that, like, I think this highlighted statement here from Sutskever. I totally agree with this. And I feel like this is generally true for all fucking tech companies. And in fact, all companies. Like, yes, corporations have massive amounts of power, whether they're a tech company or they make fucking baby bottles. But like, like some of like the people who really like change history are these fucking billionaires, and you look into what they do and you're like, oh, you started a candy company or something like that, but, you run a grocery store company, but especially so with the, tech types. Here's Sutskever here. This guy, like, he is probably a genius. I don't know, whatever that means. Well, I think he's a genius in like the way that people normally think about geniuses. Like he was born in, I think it was Ukraine. Fuck, I don't quite remember, but he's born in Ukraine or Russia or something, moved to Israel. And as a child in Israel was like really, really smart. I think he was attending university classes when he was like pre-high school age. He moved to Toronto when he was like, I don't remember this exactly, but when he was a teenager, I think, like a high school age, like 14 or something like that. And he went to a Toronto high school for like a month, and then they transferred him to like, okay, actually you should be in like third year university, So he's like what do you call it? Like a child prodigy, I guess. Yeah. That's an unfortunate hairline he's got. Yeah. I mean, if he's so smart, then why doesn't he have hair? If his brain's so good, why didn't it grow hair right? Yeah, I'm smarter than that guy. My brain's better than that guy. It's at least pushing out the hair, right? Anyway, that's mean. I'm sorry. It's fine to be bald, and I will be bald soon, so I shouldn't be. It's bad karma for me to make fun of this. And he's one of these guys I'm talking about who's like, AI is so dangerous. AI is dangerous because it's gonna change everything. It's gonna blah blah blah. But he's also kind of like in love with the idea of AI. Like, let me play you this clip here from this documentary, I, Human. Just one little clip that I think is one of the most insane things that anyone has ever said. So here's Sutskever.
If you have an arms race dynamics
between multiple teams trying to build the AGI first. They will have less time to make sure that the AGI that they will build will care deeply for humans.
Okay.
Because the way I imagine it is that there is an avalanche. Like there is an avalanche of AGI development. Imagine you have this huge, unstoppable force. And I think it's pretty likely the entire surface of the Earth will be covered with solar panels and data centers.
What?
Given these kinds of concerns.
So, okay, that's crazy. So the guy says, I think it's pretty likely that AI is going to be so helpful that the entire surface of the Earth will be covered in solar panels and data centers just so that we can do AI. That's a crazy thing to say. And the thing that bugs me about him, right, is that he's all like, no, AI is going to be dangerous. Oh, what if it becomes evil and kills us all or whatever? But he is not at all concerned about the actual shit that AI is doing bad. Like when he gets asked about like, okay, what about the like climate change shit? What about the pollution that data centers? He's like, that's not a big deal. That's not going to really matter. We're going to solve that once we get enough data centers to figure out how to solve it. Don't worry about that. What the real problem is blah 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 blah. He's like one of these guys. Here's how I put it is like a lot of like imagine you're looking for a new roommate, right? And the roommate you're interviewing is like, you know, I gotta be honest, I might be a bad roommate because I am so efficient that I will just constantly be cleaning everything in the apartment. The apartment will actually achieve like an ascended state. Like it might be different than the apartment you're used to because I'm so quiet. Like I never make a sound. I'm never, you know, I'm totally good. I'm always making things better in the apartment every day. You might not even recognize the apartment. It's going to change what you think of as the apartment. And then you're like, oh, that guy sounds awesome. Let's get him in here. And then it turns out the guy actually spends like 12 hours a day in the bathroom and like he shits on the toilet seat and he showers all day. He showers all day and like runs the water taps all day. And you're like, dude, like you are a horrible roommate. What the fuck is this? Like he leaves his dishes in the sink, whatever. Like it's just brutal. And he's like, that doesn't matter because I am going to get to the point where like the real problem is going to be how good I am later. That's really going to be the thing. And it's like, no. Okay. Oh, okay. Like we can write some science fiction about how AI is going to whatever, Terminator, whatever we want to do. We can have that conversation for fun. We can do, I have no mouth, I must scream. But for now, let's talk about these fucking Fruit Island videos that are melting everyone's brain. Let's talk about the preponderance of slop and disinformation and fake, you know, news and photographs or whatever that are radicalizing people in frightening directions. Let's talk about the fucking, you know, amount of gas that we're burning with these data centers. These are actual problems. Like we need to deal with these right now. But anyway, this guy and a lot of the guys who, you know, are kind of on our side because they don't like Sam Altman, they have also very stupid beliefs, in my opinion, about AI. Yeah, the water bill is $500. Exactly. Yeah, Fruit Island is the worst thing ever. I mean, yeah, like, it's probably not the worst thing about AI, but it is the thing that comes to my mind first when I'm like, what's bad about AI? Oh, those fucking videos. Anyway, but yeah, okay. So that's Skever. If OpenAI, so Sutskever's part of the team of people who's talking about, you know, should we get rid of Sam Altman? And in one of the memos he sent to his team, he seemed concerned with entrusting the technology of OpenAI to someone who just tells people what they want to hear. This is a reference to lying here. If OpenAI's CEO turned out not to be reliable, the board, which had 6 members, was empowered to fire him. All right, let's go down here. Okay, I'm going to skip over this. So here's some more people talking about how Sam Altman lies all the time. In a tense call after Altman's firing, the board pressed him to acknowledge a pattern of deception. So like, dude, you do lie. You do lie a lot. And he says, Sam Altman says, this is just so fucked up. I can't change my personality. And it's like, everyone is like, dude, you're a pathological liar. You lie all the time. And we're worried that you are in control of, the most important technology humans have ever made. And Sam Altman was like, I can't, that's just who I am, man. That's just like who I am as a person. I just lie all the time. But love me, love my lies. If you can't handle me at lying to your face for my own benefit, you don't deserve me at, now I made a little robot that you can get incorrect information from. Whatever. He attributed the criticism to a tendency, especially early in his career, to be too much of a conflict avoider. But a board member offered a different interpretation of his statement. What it meant was, I have this trait where I lie to people and I'm not going to stop. Like, it seems like that is kind of what he was saying there. Skipping down here again. This one's good. Most of us, so this is a company, this is his first tech company he tried to start called Looped. And it was like a tech company where it was going to get your location, and when you walked around, it would be broadcasting your location to people and be like, oh, look, your friend is nearby. Oh, you could get a deal on something at this shop. And it was very like, 20, was it in the 2000 that Looped was going on, or was it in like the 20 teens? It just seems so crazy that you could never do a startup based on that now. People are I think people are a lot more paranoid about surveillance and shit, but this was back before we knew about this. We were like, yeah, sure. Oh, okay, great. That sounds cool. You want to know where I am at all times? Here you go. Yes, tell me where my friends are so we can hang out. And I'm sure that won't be used for any, that information will never be given to law enforcement or used against me by corporations themselves. Anyway, that's the company he was at, Looped, his first company. It was a failure, to be fair. Maybe we knew back then that was bad. Was it late 2000s? Thanks, Secret Agent Dan. Oh, I wonder if Sam's a BPD girly? Yeah, maybe. Could be. Yes, that's a possibility. I don't know. I don't want to armchair diagnose somebody, but this one's just funny though. So Looped, that was his first company, right? Most of his employees liked him, but some said they were struck by his tendency to exaggerate, even about trivial things. One recalled Altman bragging widely he was a champion ping pong player, like Missouri high school ping pong champ, and then proving to be one of the worst players in the office. So, like there's a lot of, stories like this in the article. And it's like, obviously, who cares? Okay, he lied about being good at ping pong. But it's like, I mean, like, would you take a step back? Like, okay, the lie didn't hurt anyone. But it's like, but what does it tell you that he did that? Like, that's a weird lie, right? That's like you didn't have to make that lie. Also, I looked for photos of Sam Altman playing ping pong, and I found this. I'm not sure if it's real. Not 100% sure, but either way, cool that he met Superman. Cool that 4 of his clones got to meet Superman, who also kind of looks like him. Sam wasn't loved or paid attention to as a child. I think he was actually. His parents were pretty chill with him, from what I have read. His mom was what was she, a dermatologist, pretty well off. His dad was what was his dad? His dad was something else. Anyway, I don't know. But he's like close with his parents and most of his siblings, aside from his sister, obviously. But he and his sister used to be quite close, from what I understand. We'll get into that later. But yeah, for now, just a few more examples of this. Okay, so after Looped, he joined Y Combinator. You guys know Y Combinator? This is a Silicon Valley, what do you call it? What do you even call this kind of thing? It's like a venture capital, like incubator. I am not a money guy. Actually, I should have asked Goblin Queen to explain some of this stuff to me. But basically, Y Combinator is like a company that incubates like small startups. And it almost works like the way Johnny Carson show used to work for comedy, where, hang on, stick with me. This is not going to be a super long tangent, but back in the day, if you wanted to be a successful comedian, there was only one path. You got to go on the Johnny Carson show. You had to perform your fucking 5-minute routine. And then at the end of your routine, Johnny Carson, if he liked you, he'd go like this. And that meant he was like inviting you over to the couch to sit down and like riff. All right. And a lot of people go on that show and they do their stand-up that they worked for fucking years, grueling, open mics, whatever, and then they wouldn't get the okay, and then it's like, okay, sorry, man, I guess you're not going to be successful. And then you had some people like Roseanne, Seinfeld, basically anyone that you can think of who had a sitcom. They would go on, they get the okay, they'd come over, Johnny would talk to them, and then after that, they'd be like, great, now you've got a fucking career. This is a long way of saying Y Combinator is basically that. They are like the okay symbol for Silicon Valley, or they've got like look at the companies in this photo from their 2023 report. Reddit, Airbnb, Twitch. I don't recognize any of the other ones. Is that Parler? Anyway, whatever. I'm sure these are. I don't know. Maybe you recognize from some of the apps on your thing. Yeah, now Kill Tony is maybe something like that. I have some friends who went on Kill Tony and did quite well, and actually did kind of sustain careers off of that. Joe Rogan is another way though. Like there's multiple like kingmakers in comedy now, but and none of them are late night talk show hosts really, but yes, Y Combinator is kind of like this. And Sam, he started off as a member, or like, Looped got Y Combinator funding. And then he became such good friends with the guy who runs Y Combinator. What the fuck is that guy's name again? Sam or something? Oh, I forget. No, Sam Altman. No, what's the guy's name? Anybody know the guy that runs, I can't remember. Anyway, but the dude that runs Y Combinator is thought to be like one of Sam's two major mentors. And when the other one being Peter Thiel, but, this is driving me nuts. Who is the guy that runs Y Combinator? They're not, yes, thank you, Secret Agent Dan. Paul Graham. Yes. So Paul Graham, he loved Altman, and he was like, when he met Altman, he was like, so this is what it's like to meet a young Bill Gates. This is what it's like to meet fucking Bill Gates when he was like 19 or whatever. And so a few years later, after he's like been hanging out with him all the time, Peter Thiel's been hanging out with Sam Altman all the time. Peter Thiel's influence on Altman as well is said to be like, there's only two guys that have that level of closeness, that in like a mentor-mentee relationship with Peter Thiel. One of them is Sam Altman, and the other one is Mark Zuckerberg. So like Thiel is like very involved here, although he's barely mentioned at all in the article. But anyway, Paul Graham stepped down and he gave Sam Altman the role of being the guy in charge of Y Combinator. And this was in 2014 when Sam Altman was only 28 years old. So Looped failed, but he sold it for like a little bit of money. He made a couple $1 million off of it. He was like 26. He's like, oh man, I wanted to be, Steve Jobs already had 100 million by now, time he was 26 or whatever. Oh man, I'm a failure. But then he becomes in charge of Y Combinator. And like, okay, this is a thing I'm saying, like, I don't quite get. Like, what's venture capital? What is that? What's venture capital? Whatever it is, understanding what venture capital is seems crucial, because basically everyone in this is like a venture capitalist. From what I get, it's like a venture capitalist is somebody that's got money and is like looking for the next big thing, and will be like, kind of like what Y Combinator does. They look for these companies and they're like, oh, let's give you a little bit of money, and then you give us like shares in your little tiny company. And then if it blows up and it becomes a, what do you call it? Like a unicorn or something like that. If a company becomes a unicorn, that means it's a woman who's bisexual who's interested in threesomes. No, that's a different sort of unicorn. What am I talking about? I don't quite know. Like I said, I never went to business school. I don't quite grasp this stuff. But I think, it's rich people gambling. It does seem like that, right? It does seem like that. But basically everyone in this story is a venture capitalist. And Sam Altman used his position as Y Combinator, which a lot of people on the Y Combinator board did not like. And, he kind of got ousted eventually from Y Combinator, I think, because of this. He was like using Y Combinator to like pressure people into giving him early access to things. And sometimes he would, no, I'm investing in this, not just you. And he has his fingers in a lot of pies. This guy's making money not from a lot of companies that he's never, like been a part of, aside from as an angel investor or whatever it's called, venture capitalist. So, Unicorn is so 2000s. Decacorn or Centacorn is what is in now. Oh, really? Cool. I kind of liked how those ones sound, to be honest. But anyway, I'm getting too sidetracked here. Also, Altman worked as a scout for the investment fund Sequoia Capital, which is another fucking Peter Thiel venture capital fund. So this is another, he's like connected to all these fucking evil guys, right? And I think I don't know if it mentions it here, but one of the first companies he invested in, like I think the first or second company he ever invested in was Airbnb. So he's close in with those guys, and those guys are also PayPal Mafia, right? Altman worked as a scout. Sorry, I'm really trying to get to the part where, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Several Silicon Valley investors came to believe that his loyalties were divided. An investor told us Altman was known to make personal investments selectively into the best companies, blocking outside investors. He denies this. He worked as a scout for the investment fund Sequoia Capital. This is before he was at YC, I think, as part of a program that involved investing in early stage startups and taking a small cut of any profits. When Altman made an angel investment in Stripe, this is a really important one. There's a lot of Stripe people come to work for OpenAI later. Financial services startup. He insisted on a bigger portion, galling Sequoia's partners. A person familiar with the deal said. The person added, "It's a policy of Sam first." Altman, so this is current day. Altman is an investor in, by his own estimate, about 400 other companies. That's crazy. That's a lot. Moving on here. And you know what? I don't feel like I need to read all of this, but that's just another example of his dishonesty, because he's not supposed to be doing that as a Y Combinator guy. We need to talk about this dude here, Dario A. Modi. So this is another guy who's like sort of in the same camp as Sutskever, right? Where he's like, he's against Sam Altman, but he's also like really drank the AI Kool-Aid and is kind of like pitching snake oil. He was hired early. He wasn't a co-founder exactly. He was hired a little bit after Sutskever was. But he was like one of the leading AI researchers at that time, and there wasn't that many at that time. But he's like another really smart guy who's also really dumb in a lot of ways, I think. So he left OpenAI and he founded Anthropic, who you may know as Claude, which is like one of OpenAI's biggest competitors, I guess you could say. Although I feel like they're not quite as whatever big. Sequoia's, well, let me double check on that, but Sequoia is, let me put it like this. Thiel has Founders Fund. He's got like 1 million venture capital thing. Mithril, that's the one that JD Vance worked for. It's another venture capital firm. Like, I don't know, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm out of my depth in this stuff, but it's like, what is, well, here, let's see. Thiel. Individuals, Peter Thiel. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. It's not showing up anywhere on the page other than in the external links to PayPal Mafia. So, okay, so perhaps you're right. Maybe I shouldn't say that Sequoia Capital is directly connected to Peter Thiel, but I thought that it was. Huh. Well, what do I have egg on my face? Let me try one more time. Sequoia Capital, and then we'll go Thiel. Because what is the connection? Is there not one? Oh, okay. Peter Thiel, co-founder of PayPal, a Sequoia-backed company since 1999. Well, he's got a page on the Sequoia website. Peter Thiel, but look at how every word is highlighted here. There's also Sequoia Capital Global Equities. I suppose this doesn't really matter, but this is news to me. So Sequoia Capital predates Thiel, but I suppose they were the venture capital company that helped PayPal. Okay. I will adjust how I'm speaking about them here. Founders Fund started with revenge. The target, Michael Moritz of Sequoia Capital. Oh, so they're actually kind of enemies here. All right. Check it out. And yes, Stupids, you're right. It is all Lord of the Rings stuff because they unironically love Sauron, see themselves bearded governments and at the top of surveillance state. Yeah, that is one easy way to tell if something is like founded by Peter Thiel, is if it's like Mithril Capital, Palantir, like all these Lord of the Rings references. Oh, fuck. Sorry, guys. I keep forgetting to do this. I was just looking at this article here, which is, I guess, technically just a Substack, but I don't know. It seems right. Anyway, all that's besides the point. Let's get back to, OpenAI. But yeah, more venture capital guys, right? So A. Modi, when he was working at OpenAI, he kept notes. He kept like secret notes about how evil he thought Sam Altman was. In early 2018, A. Modi started drafting a charter for the company. In weeks of conversations with Altman and Brockman. Brockman is like I think he was the CTO. He's a guy from Stripe, one of those companies that Altman invested in when he was at Y Combinator. But he becomes Brockman essentially becomes like second in command after Altman at OpenAI. To ensure, A. Modi wanted OpenAI to be a value-aligned, safety-conscious project. And again, when they're talking about safety, they're not talking about like, oh, let's make sure that we're not polluting the earth. They're like, we got to make sure we don't create Skynet or whatever. Like, oh, we don't want it to become an evil monster. Like, they're kind of like in their own world, right? It's like that roommate metaphor I was saying earlier. So this is crazy. So here's a clause that A. Modi wanted to have in their like charter. If a value-aligned, safety-conscious project came close to building an AGI before OpenAI did, the company would stop competing with and start assisting this project. So, like imagine that, right? Imagine like right now another AI company from, let's say, from China, because they've got a bunch that are pretty good, like competing with OpenAI. Let's say that one of those companies is like trying to get to AGI, artificial general intelligence, basically like the singularity. Like once you create let me explain what that is first, because that's important too. AGI is essentially the way OpenAI defines it is an AI that's sufficiently advanced that it can do any economically viable task that a human is capable of doing. And it's one thing. It's not like, OpenAI has ChatGPT and Sora and whatever. No, it's one thing that is able to do basically anything that a human can do. Like once we get AGI, ideal world, no one has to work anymore because robots can just do everything now, right? But that's what AGI is. It's kind of like the pipe dream or whatever you want to call it. I would call it a pipe dream, but a lot of these guys would be like, nope, we're going to get it any day now. Any day we're going to get AGI. But anyway, but imagine this happening where another company competing with OpenAI is like, we've almost got AGI. We're going to get it before you. OpenAI, can you imagine if OpenAI was just like, okay, well, here, have all of our data centers and our staff will now work for you. That's what A. Modi thought he could put into fucking like whatever charter of OpenAI. That's what he wanted to happen. This is delusional. Okay. And it's like, it's not just him, right? It's like guys like Tsutskever. Like these guys, I don't think that these guys are lying when they talk about shit like this. I think they really believe that this is what they thought that this could actually happen. And it's like, oh man, these guys are so smart, but they're so dumb, That would never happen. We live in a fucking capitalist world. Obviously, OpenAI has investors. OpenAI is like the most expensive fucking startup of all time. You think they're going to throw everything away? Do you think that even if they wanted to, they would be able to do that? Delusional. But that's what these guys actually think would happen. But yeah, so this is the kind of guys that Altman is working with, and they're like, okay, so we all agree, we're actually going to be good for the world, and we're not going to be evil. And if somebody else is better than us, then we will instantly close the company and give it all to them. And Sam Altman is just lying to them, being like, yep, definitely we will do that. We're going to be good guys. And then every chance he gets to make more money or to fuck over other companies or whatever, he instantly does it. Here's an example of that. OpenAI was negotiating $1 billion investment from Microsoft in 2019. A.LIE, that guy that we were just talking about here, this dude, looks like he's kind of making that noise. He presented Altman with a ranked list of safety demands, placing the preservation of the merge and assist clause at the very top. That's the one we were just talking about, merge and assist. Altman agreed, but in June, A.LIE discovered that a provision granting Microsoft the power to block OpenAI from any mergers had been added. 80% of the charter was just betrayed, A.LIE recalled. So there you go. It's like they had a crazy thing in their charter, and Sam Altman is like assuring these delusional fucking guys, yes, don't worry, we will do that. We will ignore every other principle under capitalism. And even though we are, getting a lot of money from Google, they're cool with it too. Don't worry. And then just fully wrote like, by the way, Google, you have veto power if we decide to do that. Anyway, moving on. So this is Ronan Farrow, or Ronan and the other guy. I'm sorry, other guy, I forgot your name. But they are saying most of the people we spoke to shared the judgment about Sam Altman that Sutskever and A.LIE had. Altman has a relentless will to power that even among industrialists who put their names on spaceships sets him apart. He is unconstrained by truth, the board member told us. This is a guy on the board. That's crazy. It's a guy on the board now because he fired almost the whole board after the blip. He has two traits that are almost never seen in the same person. The first is a strong desire to please people, to be liked in any given interaction. The second is an almost sociopathic lack of concern for the consequences that may come from deceiving someone. And the board member was not the only person who, unprompted, used the word sociopathic. One of Altman's batchmates in the first Y Combinator cohort, talking about that earlier when Altman was with Looped, was Aaron Swartz. Anybody know Aaron Swartz? One of the only cool people that was ever in Silicon Valley. Unfortunately, he's passed away at this point. People are talking about drug loot. People on a meth binge are highly motivated. Smooth out those uppers with Quaaludes. All these guys are taking uppers. One thing that Altman has done is ketamine. That ketamine is, at least, I don't know if it is now, but for a while, it was a very popular drug in Silicon Valley in particular, apparently. I think they use GHB these days. Could be. I don't know. I don't really hang out. I don't hang out with these guys. I don't know what drugs they do. But yeah, yes, RP to a real one. Yeah, the guy who got in big trouble for JSTOR. That's correct. Yes, exactly right. Yeah, that's what I wrote here. Died of an apparent suicide after being relentlessly hounded by JSTOR. But yeah, he knew Altman way back, like when he was at Y Combinator, when he was like a teenager. And this is what Swartz said about him. Not long before his death, Swartz expressed concerns about Altman to several friends. You need to understand that Sam can never be trusted. He is a sociopath. He would do anything. Multiple senior executives at Microsoft said that despite Nadella's longstanding loyalty, the company's relationship with Altman had become fraught. He has misrepresented, distorted, renegotiated, reneged on agreements. Earlier this year, OpenAI reaffirmed Microsoft as the exclusive cloud provider for its stateless is a funny word to use, sounds like anarchist, or memoryless models. That day, it announced a $50 billion deal making Amazon the exclusive reseller of its enterprise platform for AI agents. Which that does seem like it conflicts with their exclusivity contract. A senior executive at Microsoft said of Altman, I think there's a real chance he's eventually remembered as a Bernie Madoff or Sam Bankman-Fried level scammer. Interesting. More on the lying thing. At the beginning of his tenure as CEO, Altman said that OpenAI would be a capped profit company, which would be owned by the nonprofit. Very confusing corporate structure here. Modi's brother-in-law was he on the board or something like that? Anyway, I don't know. I feel like you guys get the idea. Is there anything else I really need to read about him lying? You just get you get the point. He lies a lot. During congressional testimony, Altman was asked if he made a lot of money. He replied, "I have no equity in OpenAI. I'm doing this because I love it." A careful answer, given his indirect equity through the YC fund. So he still is making tons of money off of this shit. According to a legal deposition, Brockman seems to own a stake in the company that's worth about $20 billion. That's the second in command guy. Altman's share would be presumably worth more. A former employee recalls Sam Altman saying, "I don't care about money. I care more about power." That sounds like Peter Thiel to me. Yeah, more Bankman-Fried than Madoff? Interesting. Yeah, Bankman-Fried is the dude, is the FTX guy, the crypto bank dude. All right, I'm skipping ahead here. I think we pretty much got all, So that's all I wanted to tell you about. Like, this is the thing that emerges, right? Every single person they interviewed, it seems, was like, "Oh, he's a liar." Like a lie. It's concerning how much he lies. You know, at the extreme end, people were like, "He's a sociopath, psychopath, narcissist, blah, blah, blah," like Aaron Swartz. And at the other end, it's like, "Yeah, he just lies a lot. It's kind of weird. I don't know if I really trust him being, in power here." But now let's actually get into like the blip, right? Like I said, this is the main thing that this article sort of goes over. So this is how Altman found out that he was fired. He was in Las Vegas attending a Formula One race when Sutskever invited him to a video call with the board, then read a brief statement explaining he was no longer an employee of OpenAI. They said that the reason was he was not consistently candid in his communications. Microsoft, which had invested some $13 billion in OpenAI, learned of the plan to fire Altman moments before it happened. "I was very stunned," Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO, later said. "I couldn't get anything out of anybody." He spoke with the LinkedIn co-founder Reid Hoffman, another Epstein connection and Peter Thiel connection, an OpenAI investor and a Microsoft board member. Domhoff shit, right? These guys all sit on each other's boards, and these are the people who control everything, who began calling around to determine whether Altman had committed a clear offense. "I didn't know what the fuck was going on," Hoffman told us. "We were looking for embezzlement or sexual harassment, and I just found nothing." Other business partners were similarly blindsided. When Altman called the investor Ron Conway, who's this dude here, okay, that's Ron Conway. So that's one of the first people Altman called to say he'd been fired. Conway held up his phone to Representative Nancy Pelosi, with whom he was having lunch. Right? It's the elite social cohesion, right? These guys all hang out. They have lunch together. Okay, Ron Conway is another venture capitalist who had invested a ton of money in OpenAI. And he's having lunch with Nancy Pelosi, who's highlighted in red for her Israel connections, with whom he was having lunch. "You better get out of here really quick," she told Conway. OpenAI was on the verge of closing a large investment from Thrive. Sorry, David Fandy, just to let you know. Yeah, this happened in 2023, I think. But we haven't really known about the details of it. We just know he was fired, and then 5 days later, he was back as CEO. Something weird happened there. So this is where we're getting the details. But this article came out just recently, just last week. Sorry, where were we? Yes, so they are on the verge of closing a deal with Thrive, which is yet again another venture capital firm founded by Josh Kushner. This dude, recognize the name Kushner? This is the brother of Jared Kushner. Okay, this is another fucking weasel-faced fucking, baby harvesting demon, maggots guy who's connected to the presidency, obviously, and he's a CEO of a venture capital firm called Thrive. Look at this dude. He looks like he's like 14 years old. Crazy. Anyway, guess what he was doing when he heard about this? He was at a meeting with Rick Rubin. He emerged from a meeting with Rick Rubin, the music producer. What the fuck is Josh Kushner doing meeting with Rick Rubin? You guys know Rick Rubin? He's the song 99 Problems by Jay-Z, and he goes, "You're crazy for this one, Rick. You're crazy for this one, Rick." He's talking to Rick Rubin, the guy who produced that song. I think pretty undeniably talented music producer, whatever, even though he's not a musician or whatever. He seems to just have good ideas. But the guy is definitely a kind of a chud, it seems like, right? Which is crazy because he has this reputation of being this like Buddha, like guru kind of dude, but he kind of sucks. Anyway, so he was meeting with Josh Kushner, no idea why. He emerged from a meeting with Rick Rubin to a missed call from Altman, and Kushner says, we just immediately went to war. So think about this, right? These two guys who are like immediately like, we got to do something about this. Ron Conway and Kushner. These are VC guys, venture capitalists who have invested a lot of money in OpenAI under Sam Altman. And once Sam Altman is out, they're like, wait, this puts my investment at risk because like the price is going to go down. It might fail as a company. People are going to lose faith in it. No, we need to fight for this. So they like, as Kushner says, they immediately went to war. In a series of increasingly tense calls, Altman demanded. So actually, let me just go over here. So I've got over here this is dark long cat versus light long cat. Okay, where we have the forces of good and the forces of evil, and up to you who you would put in those two forces that are at war during the blip. Okay, we've got the forces of kicking Sam Altman out, right? We've got Ilya Sutskever, this dude. He's like the main guy who's doing everything. That's why his picture's so much bigger than everybody else's. A-Modi, A-Modi's not really, I guess I should have put him in here. Even though I did put him. Yeah. He didn't actually work for OpenAI at this time, but he was definitely against them. Same with Elon Musk. Elon Musk also hates Sam Altman because Elon Musk was one of the original founders. It was Sutskever, Brockman, Altman, and Musk. And Altman and Musk were like the two main guys who were never in the office for the first few years because they were busy doing other shit, right? But then they would show up and like Elon would be like, you need to get this done now. And he'd give people like really unreasonable deadlines and everybody hated him. But when Altman would come around the office, he was like nice and he would like listen to people. Apparently Altman's a good listener. He's been described as the Michael Jordan of listening, which is interesting. But I think he's a good listener and he listens to you and then he sort of like mirrors you sort of thing. He's like, oh, that's what this person wants to hear? Okay, let me say it back to them so that they think I believe what they do. Because it seems like he would, in the same day, he'd talk to one guy, he'd talk to A-Modi and be like, yes, we are definitely a good company. We're not evil. And we're going to just act like capitalism isn't even a real thing. And then he'd go and talk to the Google CEO, Satya Nadella, or Microsoft, not Google, CEO. And he'd be like, oh yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, we are definitely not going to do that shit. But yeah, so here we have this is the pro Altman side. We've got Sam Altman, obviously. This is Greg Brockman, the second in command, the CTO. He later became the president. Brian Chesky. I didn't really know much about this guy. I mean, I have him on my PayPal Mafia list, but this dude is like Sam Altman's like best friend. Apparently, he was the person Altman relied on the most during those 5 days of the blip. And he's the fucking Airbnb guy. So they met. Sam Altman, as I mentioned earlier, one of his very first investments was with Airbnb. This dude here, Chris Lahane, he used to do Republican, dirty tricks, kind of like whatever, dark money research on opposition research for the Republican Party. He's like big into Silicon Valley. He actually is also a venture capitalist. He works at a venture capitalist fund that's run by only evil lawyers, and it's just for crypto startups. So that's another guy who's big in on this. And he's also, I think he's on the OpenAI board now. Anyway, Josh Kushner, we mentioned him before, from Thrive Venture Capital. Ron Conway, another venture capital dude. Yeah, what's his thing? He was an early investor in PayPal, Napster, LoudCloud, Ask Jeeves, and Google. So like a Silicon Valley dude. Adam D'Angelo, he was on the board. So there was 5 guys on the board at the beginning of the blip. After Altman came back, he fired everyone on the board except for this guy, Adam D'Angelo, the dude who founded Quora. I can't believe Quora is still around. Is that a successful company? I mean, who the fuck uses that? Jordan Peterson used to be really into Quora. That's kind of how he got his start. He based his book 12 Rules for Life off of like a series of posts he made on Quora. Anyway, Oh, interesting. So you're saying LBJ could supposedly see where you were going to get there before you. So that's similar to how Sam Altman kind of functions, eh? Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, man, I want to read those. I want to read LLMs use Quora. There you go. That's funny. And I put this here. He's only mentioned once in the entire article. I'll get to that in a second. But Peter Thiel, come on. You don't think his fingerprints are on this somewhere? He must have been involved. You don't think Sam Altman, at any point during the 5 worst days of his, during the 5 worst days of his life, you don't think there was any point where he called his number one mentor? Come on. This is the worst picture of Altman I could find. You're welcome. You're welcome. He looks pretty polished in most photos, so I'm glad we got that one. He looks both cold and uncomfortable. He looks like he's just been caught in a lie. And he's like, ooh, I guess I don't know. Maybe you're right. And these two here, we'll get into. Actually, I'll tell you right now. So these two women here were members of the OpenAI board who agreed with Sutskever that they should fire Sam. They're like, yes, we agree. He lies. He lies to us. He lies to everyone, and he's not trustworthy. We shouldn't have him as our CEO. Yes, we agree. Now, who are they? Well, one of them, Helen Toner, is a AI policy expert. I don't really know too much about her, to be honest. This person's interesting, though. Tasha McCauley. She's an entrepreneur. And check it out. She is the wife of the actor Joseph Gordon-Levitt. And I didn't know that until I read this. But, you see all the shit Joseph Gordon-Levitt's been doing lately about, what is it? OSA and COSA and Bagosa, where he's like, we need internet regulate. We need all these fucking privacy law, all these things that Taylor Lorenz has been kind of pointing out lately about how big tech is cracking down on us, and we're going to have to put our IDs. We're going to have to give up our IDs if we want to have a fucking Twitter account or whatever, or to use the internet at all. It's full on fucking, grab, this snatch and grab at the last bastion of free internet. He's been weirdly in favor of it. And I think I saw a Taylor Lorenz video where she was breaking down a video that he made where he's like, I think it's so good that we get, and she was like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I think he's just a little dumb. I think he doesn't really get it. I don't think he knows what's happening. And then I'm like, oh, he's in this world. I didn't know that. I thought he was just this is an interesting, whatever, just a side hustle he had. No. He's married to some, I don't know. I don't really know anything about her. I just know that she was on the OpenAI board of directors. And, point in her favor, I guess, she was one of the guys who was like, we should fire Sam Altman-Fried. Sam Altman-Fried. I mean, Sam Altman. I'm getting confused with Sam Bankman-Fried. So, yeah. So here we got the two teams here. All right. The evil team, and I would say the more evil team, extra evil team. I don't really like either of these teams, right? Come on. What, we're going to be oh, Musk is the good guy here? No. Come on now. But this is what happened. And this team was able to get the guy fired. And then a bunch of venture capitalists, Microsoft CEO, and other Silicon Valley guys, a couple evil lawyers, and I'm guessing somewhere in the shadows with the fucking puppet strings, Peter Thiel, although mostly doesn't come up at all in this. They were able to get this guy's job back. That's crazy. That's crazy. This may be a scoop. I don't think that's true. If I could, just by Googling her, I found a photo of her with her husband. I feel like that's somebody must have got there before me. But anyway, all right. Sorry. Where were we? Dibbity bop do. Sutskever grew more distressed about AI safety. And again, when he's talking about AI safety, he's not talking about all the fucking coal that we need to burn for all these data centers and how the water in small communities is getting polluted and how all of these Fruit Island cartoons are melting people's brains and are just kind of annoying. I find them personally annoying. No, he's not talking about that. He's talking about, no, what if it becomes evil and takes over the world? which I just feel like these guys don't live in reality, but that's what their concern is. He compiled all these notes, like this massive secret document about Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, who he was like, these guys are evil. We got to get them out of here. They lie. They suck. And this secret notes, they've taken on a legendary status in Silicon Valley. In some circles, they're simply called the A.LIE memos. So they're like underground. I guess like I can't find them. I don't know. Maybe they're online somewhere, but I could not find these anywhere. Meanwhile, A. Modi was continuing to assemble notes. These and the other documents related to him chart his shift from cautious idealism to alarm. His language is more heated than Sutskever's, by turns incensed at Altman. His words were almost certainly bullshit and wistful, but what he says was a failure to correct OpenAI's course. Neither collection of documents contain a smoking gun. They recount an accumulation of alleged deceptions and manipulations. Basically, like this article. There's no one lie that's like, oh, that's so bad. It's just like a bunch of lies. It's like, oh, this guy just cannot stop lying. He concluded that this kind of behavior does not create an environment conducive to the creation of a safe AGI. The problem with OpenAI is Sam himself, and I suppose he took that to the board, and Toner and Macaulay were like, yeah, you're right. We agree with the A.LIE memos. Let's get rid of this guy. And presumably another one or two people on the board also agreed. Probably two. Moving on here. After Altman's firing, the person he relied on most was Chesky, the Airbnb guy, the co-founder, one of his fiercest loyalists. Watching my friend stare into the abyss like that, it made me question some fundamental things about what it means to really run a company, Chesky told us. The following year, at a gathering of Y Combinator alumni, he gave an impromptu talk which ended up lasting 2 hours. He's like Chappelle. He's like Dave Chappelle dropping into the fucking Comedy Store and bumping everyone. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do a 4-hour show, like out of nowhere. It felt like a group therapy session, he said. It doesn't really sound like a group therapy session if it was just you talking. The upshot was, this is about, he's talking to founders, I guess. Your instincts for how to run the company that you started are the best instincts. And anyone who tells you otherwise is gaslighting you. You're not crazy, even though people who work for you tell you you are, Chesky said. Oh God. Paul Graham, so that's the Y Combinator guy, in a blog post about the speech, gave this defiant attitude a name, founder mode. So it's like all these guys like, no, I'm not lying to everyone. I'm going into founder mode where I cannot be wrong. I cannot be wrong because I am the founder. It's like the Nixon thing. Like, if the president does it, it's not a crime. You know? It's like, I'm a founder. I'm in founder mode. Founder mode. Engaged. Yes, OpenAI will comply with all laws and regulations. Beep boop. Yeah, that was my impression of a gravelly voiced robot, and kind of unsettling, kind of unnerving. I don't know if that I liked it. But yes, if you want to get more into the thing here, recommend this article. It goes into all that shit about the blip and the drama and everything there, and the warring factions here. Like, it really, like, if I'm going to sum it up, the battle is really between venture capital firms and like people with investments in OpenAI who are just like, it's going to be bad for business if Sam Altman gets fired. People will lose faith in the company and we'll be in trouble. That's this entire side, basically. And then there's this side, which is nerds who have a completely delusional, distorted idea about how a company could be run within a capitalist system. That is the thing. And then, I mean, Elon Musk is just a fucking dipshit who, I don't know, like, he's doing everything that OpenAI is doing, but worse over at fucking whatever, Grok or whatever. Is that what his AI thing is? Just Grok, right? That's just what it's called. Like, he also sucks. But I have a soft spot in my heart for Sutskever. I think this guy's probably not a bad person. I do think he's a total moron in a lot of important ways, but probably has like a very high IQ. You know, he's a smart guy, dumb. You know what I mean? But you're probably thinking to yourself like, okay, well, you know, what's the worst that could happen here? Well, there's another section like with AI. Oh, also before I get into that, I will bring up the one mention of Peter Thiel. And that's with his Sam Altman's husband, Mulheron. Not really sure what his name is. how to say it, but Oliver Mulheron. This is their wedding. They met in 2023. Altman married Mulheron in a small ceremony at a home they own in Hawaii. They'd met 9 years prior, late at night, in Peter Thiel's hot tub. I mean, we already knew Peter Thiel was like this guy's main mentor, but I just find that fascinating. Yes, they had a Survivor-themed wedding. Here's them. I don't know, they seem nice from these photos without knowing anything about them. Yes, but yes, okay. Let's get into this because there's a repeated thing in this. There's a repeated thing in the, is the company XAI? Oh, thank you, David Fain. Okay, so Grok is just like the Twitter version of it or whatever, but okay, XAI is his thing. But I want to talk about this because I thought this was fascinating too. There's a repeated sort of reference in the article where they keep saying that they keep comparing like OpenAI to the Manhattan Project and Sam Altman to Robert Oppenheimer, right? And it's like, yeah, that seems like a little extreme, but it isn't even them that made that connection. It's Altman himself in his very first like email to Elon Musk when he didn't really know Elon Musk. He was reaching out to him and being like, because Elon had been making the rounds, talking about AI. We need to do this wrong. We need to make sure that the way we do AI is correct. If we don't do that, it's actually worse than global warming. Could kill all of humanity. Global warming is bad, but it's not going to kill everyone on Earth. AI is if it goes wrong, it could kill everyone. He was like tweeting about that and talking about that in interviews. And Sam Altman did his thing, right, where he hears people. He's the Michael Jordan of listening, and he reaches out to Elon and he's like, "Yes, I totally agree with you. What we need to do, I think you and I should start the Manhattan Project of AI." So like that comparison comes from Sam Altman, where he is Oppenheimer, and OpenAI is supposedly this like benevolent like group of people who are like, listen, if we don't do it, the Germans are gonna do it. We gotta make sure we get to figure out how to make this atomic weapon. Otherwise, those guys are gonna get it, and that'll be way worse. Voice. I don't know what accent I was going for there, but I had fun with it. That's the important thing. Now I will say, Sam Altman ain't no Oppenheimer. Okay, Sam Altman doesn't know how to code. Sam Altman isn't like. By the way, like, don't get the wrong idea. Like, a lot of these guys are coders, right? Or like Sutskever. Like, this guy is extremely responsible for the whatever successes that OpenAI has been able to accomplish, right? Same with Dario Amodei. But like, Sam Altman is not that. Sam Altman is just the fucking businessman. He's like the Thomas Edison or whatever, He's like Elon Musk. Like he's not sitting down coding. That's not his area of expertise. Brockman is a coder. Brockman was like he was like a power coder over at Stripe, I think. But like Altman doesn't do that. But what I find is like, I think that there's a type of charisma that guys in Silicon Valley need to have where they're like, they need to be like kind of nerdy and a little bit awkward. Like they need to not have a super amount of charisma. Because whenever I see Sam Altman being interviewed, I'm like, this guy seems like he doesn't seem like the most, because whenever you read about him, it's like, he looks right into your soul. Like they describe him like he's like somebody like Bill Clinton, but he's not like that. But there is a sense in which like being a little awkward gives you credibility in Silicon Valley. Like Elon Musk, like that guy's an idiot, but he's awkward enough that you assume he must be smart. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making any sense right now, but I think that Sam has a similar kind of like negative charisma that becomes positive charisma. But then he also, like the way his mind works is he's very good at manipulating people, getting money from people, telling people what they want to hear, and just being the face of this, technology company. Anyway, but he's no Oppenheimer. Like Oppenheimer actually was a genius. So anyway, but yeah, I want to go over a little bit of this. In 2017, Amodei, this is one of the guys who's concerned with safety. He hires Paige Headley, a former public interest lawyer, to be OpenAI's policy and ethics advisor. Headley outlined how OpenAI might avert a catastrophic arms race, perhaps by building a coalition of AI labs that would eventually coordinate with an international body akin to NATO to ensure the technology was deployed safely. Brockman didn't understand how this would help the company beat its competitors. Brockman is living in the real world. Say what you will about him. He's like, okay, yeah, you guys are worried that we're gonna, like, you guys want to create like the Starfleet Academy or whatever. I'm talking about like, no, we live in a world with a fucking stock exchange and the whatever. Like, you guys don't seem to really get it. There's an entire department at OpenAI called safety that's just people talking about this type of shit, living in their own science fiction universe where things are better than they are right now. No matter what I said, Headley told Ronan Farrow and the guy, Greg kept going back to, so how do we raise more money? How do we win? And she's like, no, we're not trying to win. We're trying to create a better world. Don't you see? According to several interviews and contemporaneous records, Brockman offered a counterproposal. So he's watching this thing and like, you're saying we should ally with China on the Chinese companies on this? What? And he's like, no, I got an idea. Why don't we do this? OpenAI could enrich itself by playing world powers, including China and Russia, against one another, perhaps by starting a bidding war among them. According to Headley, the thinking seemed to be, it worked for nuclear weapons. Why not for AI? He was aghast. The premise, which they didn't dispute, was, we're talking about potentially the most destructive technology ever invented. What if we sold it to Putin? This is what these guys are talking about. Brockman maintains that he never seriously entertained. So this is where I get kind of more on the side of these delusional guys, right? Because they're like, this could be the most groundbreaking, powerful technology ever. This is like the invention of the nuclear weapons shit. And then meanwhile, you've got people at OpenAI being like, oh, we could make a lot of money if we sold it to like Saudi Arabia or Russia or China or like anywhere evil. We could do that. Okay, like that. I don't want those guys anywhere near power. Okay, I don't want that. Now, I am personally skeptical that AGI is even on the horizon. I think it's a lot of snake oil, but I do think that AI is going to be a revolutionary technology, whether it's more revolutionary than the internet or like anything we've ever seen as humans. Like, I'm doubtful, but I still don't want these guys being like, oh, what if we like played these fucking nuclear powers off of each other? Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, I know capitalism is bad. I'm not saying that you gotta like just give up and give all your resources to your rival company like these guys seem to think you would do. But don't do that. Like, there's some middle ground somewhere, you know? Brainstorming sessions often produce outlandish ideas. Headley hoped that this one, which came to be known internally as the country's plan, where we play all these countries off each other, would be dropped. Instead, according to several people involved and to contemporaneous documents, OpenAI executives seemed to grow only more excited about it. Brockman's goal, according to Jack Clark, OpenAI's policy director at the time, was to set up basically a prisoner's dilemma. Prisoner's dilemma, where all of the nations need to give us funding, and that implicitly makes not giving us funding kind of dangerous. So the prisoner's dilemma is, if I'm remembering this right, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, guys. It's like a thought experiment where you have two prisoners and you talk to them separately, and the other one doesn't know what you're saying, and they're like, you got to rat out your fellow prisoner because he already ratted out you, but you don't know that that's the case. Is that what it is? I might be confusing you, but basically I think what they're saying is, talk to all these countries and lie to them and not tell them what the other countries have said to us and tell them that they need to give us funding. Otherwise, we're going to use AI to kill them or something. And they will have to give us money because we'll be like extorting them. Crazy that they're talking like this. A junior researcher recalled thinking as the plan was detailed at a company meeting, this is completely fucking insane. Executives discussed the approach with at least one potential donor, but later that month, after several employees talked about quitting, the plan was abandoned, at least in public. Altman was concerned that he would lose staff. I feel like that was always something that had more weight in Sam's calculations than, this is not a good plan because it might cause a war between nuclear powers. Oh man, these guys are so fucked. We're so fucked. We're fucked that these are the most powerful people on earth. And this is another thing. There was an AGI weekend that I think it's saying Sam Altman made. The attendees included Nick Bostrom. You guys know Nick Bostrom? This is a guy that Elon Musk boosted a lot back in the day. One of the guys who talked a lot about AI, before like ChatGPT, before OpenAI, before any of that. Actually, he was a guy that Altman and Musk bonded over during those initial emails where they were talking to each other, and Altman was like, "You got to start the Manhattan Project of AI with me." And Nick Bostrom, so he wrote, what was his book? Let me just double check this. Bostrom book. I think it's like Super Intelligence or something like that. What was it called? He's probably got a few books. Yeah, Super Intelligence. This is like, Paths, Dangers, and Strategies. And this is from, what year is Super Intelligence from? 2015. This is from before any of this was a concern, but it's like, he was still having the conversations that guys like Sutskever were worried about, like, but how do we make AI so it won't kill everyone? It's really like head in the cloud stuff, in my opinion. But this guy's considered like the one of the biggest. This is like one of the best books on AI safety, according to this type of person. And Nick Bostrom, also extremely racist, very racist guy. And what am I talking about? Oh yeah, should I find the racist quote? What's his racist quote? It was like, it's something really fucking nuts. Really nuts. Apology for an old email. Yeah, this is the one. I don't really want to read his apology. Okay, here it is from Vice. In the mid-90s, he sent an email that said, "Blacks are more stupid than whites. I like that sentence and think it is true." Oh, God. And in his apology, he's like, "This does not reflect the way that I think." It's like, but you said, yeah, look at this. "I've always liked the uncompromisingly objective way of thinking and speaking. The more counterintuitive and repugnant a formulation, the more it appeals to me given that it is logically correct. Take, for example, the following sentence. Blacks are more stupid than whites. I like that sentence and think that it is true. But recently I've begun to believe that I won't have much success with most people if I speak like that. They would think that I was a racist, that I disliked black people and thought that it is fair if blacks are treated badly." And it's like, you can't say you didn't mean it. You very clearly, like, every sentence before and after the part where you said blacks are more stupid than whites makes it worse. You cannot say it's out of context. You can't say that. Oh my God. Like, but yeah, he does say, like, "This does not reflect how I actually thought. It does not accurately represent my views then or now." I don't believe you, Nick Bostrom. I don't believe you. You literally, before it, you're like, "Here is something that I definitely believe and I think it's true." You say the horrible racist thing, and afterwards you're like, "And I know that it's true, but I also know that people will think less of me if they know that I think that it's true. So I need to be careful about who I..." You don't get to say you didn't mean that. What the fuck is this? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm getting way off topic, but I thought that was worth pointing out. This is one of the main AI guys. Anyway, he was there. A philosopher at Oxford who became the prophet of AI doom. Blah, 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 blah. A bunch of people were there. Hoffman, the LinkedIn founder, that's Reid Hoffman, also at Epstein Connect. He's the guy who introduced Peter Thiel to Jeffrey Epstein. Anyway. Oh, okay, James, stop going on tangents. Focus. What are I talking about? Oh, yeah. Hoffman did a speech on the possibilities of encoding AI with Buddhist compassion. Oh, cool, man. What if AI was Buddhist? Yo, imagine it like Buddhist Palantir. Yes. Om, killing a family of 4, specifically noting when the father is with his children. Om. Yes. Life is suffering, and we are happy to contribute to that. Hobgoblin, please do not do this. Should edit an intro for old time's sake that's just James saying blacks are less smart than whites out of context. Please don't do that. Don't get me canceled. Anyway, the final presenter was Altman. So Sam Altman's at this thing. When was this again? 2018. Final presenter was Altman, armed with a pitch deck that described a global cryptocurrency redeemable for the attention of the AGI. The fuck? That's like bad idea stacked on top of bad idea. So now we got to buy crypto in order for the AGI to listen to us? What do you mean? Once the AGI was maximally useful and anti-evil, people everywhere would clamor to buy time on OpenAI's servers. He still does believe this. Amod wrote in his notes, this idea was absurd on its face. Would Vladimir Putin end up owning some of the tokens? In retrospect, this was one of the many red flags about Sam that I should have taken more seriously. This is Amod, remember, the guy who started Anthropic. He left AI. He left OpenAI and started a competitor firm. The plan seemed like a cash grab, but Altman sold it as a boon for AI safety. One of his slides read, I want to get as many people on the good team as possible and win and do the right thing. Another read, please hold your laughter until the end of the presentation. So it's like, this is like weird, right? Because it's like, I want to make sure that only good people can use AI. That's why I've decided to make it, to have like a fucking paywall. Like, good people obviously are the people with the most money. And that's why everyone will be safe if we only allow the very wealthy to be able to use it. Okay, I gotta get into this. All right, this has been nuts. 4 days before Trump's inauguration, the Wall Street Journal reported Tanoon paid $500 million to the Trump family in exchange for a stake in its cryptocurrency company. The following day, Altman held a 25-minute call with Trump, during which they discussed announcing a version of a chipco. Okay, I got to explain some of this stuff. Time so that Trump could take credit for it. Now, Tanoon, hang on, let me just, okay, I am not 100% sure who Tanoon is. Tanoon bin Zayed? No, that's not right. Tanoon, who's Tanoon? Who's Tanoon? Let's go to the actual article. I think he's a Saudi Arabia dude, but maybe I'm wrong. Tanoon, Sheikh Tanoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan. Oh, UAE, not Saudi Arabia. Sorry. Yes, no, I'm looking over here now. This is the actual article. He was already eyeing another source of cash, the UAE. The country is in the midst of a 15-year effort to transform itself from an oil state to a tech hub. Project overseen by Sheikh Tanoon bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the president's brother and nation's spy master. Okay, great. There is, I forget if I read this in this article or what, but there's, I recently read a thing about how the only, like, OpenAI, yeah, no, I think it was in this thing. OpenAI requires so much money. It needs, like, not just billions of dollars, it needs like trillions of dollars, basically. And when you need that much money, your only option is like a few US billionaires like Musk or like, you know, the Saudis or, you know, people who own like these oil states. I can't quite find it, but yeah, here we go. Here it is. The specialized chips that enable this process are enormously expensive. OpenAI, on its most recent funding round alone, raised more than $120 billion, the largest private round in history, and a sum 4 times larger than the biggest IPO ever. When you think about entities with $100 billion they can discretionally spend per year, there really are only a handful in the world. There's the U.S. government and the 4 or 5 biggest U.S. tech companies and the Saudis and the Emiratis. That's it. So, of course, you know, we're going to hear from another Epstein friend, MBS. We're going to be hearing from the Emiratis. We're going to be like, there's no other way to do this. Like, the one thing that OpenAI has over other AI companies is scale. They got data centers. They got, like, it turns out that building more data centers, giving OpenAI more compute, like that, just doing that is what is propelling OpenAI forward. What they're able to make new discoveries, they're able to do new things. That's because they have the compute. They're able to get that. Like their whole strategy boils down to one word. You know, they were really worried about this, like back, earlier. I mean, maybe they're still worried about it now. Like people in the company used to say, you could write down our entire strategy. Like the secret to our success could be written on a grain of rice. Just the word scale. That's it. Like, it's not like they're figuring out new things because, we had somebody programmed AI and we're like, we can do this now. No, it's just now that we have 1 billion data centers instead of 1 million, we got the compute. We have whatever. Anyway, I might be getting some of that wrong, but that's my understanding of it. I'm not a programmer either. But what are we doing here? I was reading these things. Okay, Tanoon. Tanoon paid $500 million to the Trump family. So this is the the Alan Dulles of the UAE, the spy master and brother to the president, or whatever it was. Sorry, I just read it, but I forget. The following day, Altman held a 25-minute call with Trump, during which they discussed announcing a version of Chipco. So Chipco was, like, right now it's just NVIDIA, right? NVIDIA is like the graphics card chips that also are incredibly useful for AI, right? They're these chips, these graphics cards, whatever. They're able to do like a bunch of complex, equations in parallel, like all at the same time. And that's the technology you need to play a video game with like super intense graphics. Turns out, exact same thing you need for AI. And right now, it's kind of bottlenecked because of NVIDIA and like these companies that do it. So Chipco was like this thing that Altman wanted to do, this like vertical integration. Like we need to be able to get more chips. We need more chips. We need to have, every year we need to get like 20 times more chips than we had before. 20 times more data centers, 20 times more compute. We just need to do that. Right? And that was through this thing he was calling Chipco. That's like the OpenAI Chipco. And he wanted to time it so that Trump could take credit for it. On Trump's second day in office, Altman stood in the Roosevelt Room and announced Stargate, a $500 billion joint venture that aims to build a vast network of AI infrastructure across the U.S. Let's check
in the future. So my first day back from having a nice life.
He is really...
It's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs, and
he looks like he's about to fucking face plant into that podium, just like so tired.
In the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology, sort of CEO of everything.
But see, there's Altman. I don't know if you guys can see it on the right there. Let me make this a little bit bigger. There's Altman here. Bright. This is right as Trump's getting inaugurated. There's Sam Altman.
He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure...
the campaign really took a lot out of him, eh? Like, I know he's off, but usually he's got a little bit more pep in his stuff than he has
project
here.
By far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America. As you know, there's great competition for AI and other things, and they're coming in at the highest level. We're joined by Oracle Executive Chairman Larry Ellison.
Goes into Larry Ellison again. Anyway, the flow chart I have open. This is the app Obsidian. It's free. Highly recommend it. There's a link in the description if you're interested there. Very cool. But yeah, Anyway, so that's Stargate, a $500 billion joint venture that aims to build a vast network of AI infrastructure across the U.S. And it's interesting to compare, again, like this is Altman as a liar. When Biden was in office, Altman was like, please regulate us. We need regulation, and I want you to regulate us because we need this, and I will comply with any regulation. And then once Trump gets in, he's like, boom, I'm meeting with Trump. I'm showing up at the White House. I'm at the inauguration. I'm here. Daddy Trump, please give me what I want. Give me Chipco. You can take credit for it. I don't care. I just want chips. In May, the administration rescinded Biden's export restrictions on AI technology. Altman and Trump traveled to the Saudi royal court to meet with Mohammed bin Salman. Around the same time, listen, we got Trump. We got MBS. This is like a fucking Epstein friend reunion over here. Around the same time, the Saudis advertised the launch of a giant state-backed AI firm in the kingdom with billions to spend on international partnerships. 1 week later, Altman laid out a plan for Stargate to expand into the UAE. Now, this is relevant because recently, this is after the article, but Iran threatened to start bombing the Stargate AI data centers when they were, under attack, and they did. Oh, sorry, it's got subtitles. Concerning Iran's power plant facilities, the following measures shall be all power plants, emergency energy infrastructure, and information and communication technology of the Zionist regime, and all similar companies within the region. Anyway, you get the idea. The Iranians were like, we're going to bomb these fucking OpenAI Stargate things. They threatened to annihilate it. I don't know that they did. I thought they did, but maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong about that. All right, moving on. The erosion of safety commitments has become the industry norm. This is. Do I need to read this? Sorry, hang on. Give me a minute to read this to myself. Talk amongst yourselves. Doodly-doodly-doo. Okay, I don't care. I'm going to skip down here. So, okay. So remember Anthropic? Remember A.LIE, who's like, no, we need to be anti-evil. Oh, please, Sam Altman, can we just be a company that will just instantly dissolve once another company is good and better than us? Can we do that, please? I guess that was more of a Sutskever thing, but you get the idea. A.LIE's also kind of like that. So he left, started his own thing, Anthropic, the good version of ChatGPT or OpenAI, right? So you would think. But in 2024, Anthropic partnered with Palantir. This is the good version. They partnered with Palantir, one of Silicon Valley's most hawkish defense contractors, pushing its AI model Claude directly into the military ecosystem. Anthropic became the only AI contractor used in the Pentagon's most... See, this is the thing. Like, here's the thing, right? So you might be thinking to yourself, like I did when I read this, oh, so A.LIE was full of shit. He doesn't care about making the world a better, safer place. The guy partnered with fucking Palantir. Actually, I think that's wrong. I actually think that A.LIE is, again, a very smart idiot who didn't realize how evil Palantir was, who literally thought Palantir, he could join with Palantir and be like, no, we're good. We're not doing anything bad. We're only helping with the good stuff Palantir does. Because listen to what happens here. Anthropic became the only AI contractor used in the Pentagon's most classified settings. Last year, the Pentagon awarded the company a further $200 million contract. And then in January, the U.S. military launched a midnight raid that captured the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. According to the Wall Street Journal, Claude was used in the classified operation. And then Claude was like, well, I mean, not Claude, but like Anthropic, like A.LIE was like, wait, what? Tensions arose. Years earlier, OpenAI had deleted from its policies a blanket ban on using its technology for military and warfare. Like, they used to have that, and then as soon as that became not useful for Sam Altman, he was like, yeah, we don't care. We'll happily work with military. Eventually, Anthropic's rivals, including Google and xAI, agreed to provide their models to the military for all lawful purposes. Anthropic, the only one of these companies whose policies bar it from enabling fully autonomous weapons or domestic mass surveillance, resisted on these points, and yet they still partner with Palantir. And the fucking Pentagon, slowing negotiations for an overhaul deal. And then on a Tuesday in late February, A.LIE's like, yeah, I mean, you can use us, but not for anything evil. When I joined with Palantir in the Pentagon, I thought you guys were only going to use the Claude for to help you guys, write your, cover letters or something. Like, I thought you were just using it something that you needed inspiration for your Twitter posts or something like that. I didn't think you were going to use it for killing guys. Like, does the Pentagon do anything other than mean stuff? Like, I literally think that's it. Because then on a Tuesday in late February, Defense Secretary War Secretary Pete Hegseth summoned A.LIE to the Pentagon and delivered an ultimatum. The firm had until 5:01 p.m. that Friday to abandon those prohibitions. The day before the deadline, A.LIE declined to do so. Hegseth tweeted he would designate Anthropic a supply chain risk, a devastating blacklist historically reserved for companies like Huawei that have ties to foreign adversaries, and made good on the threat days later. So it's on like the corporate equivalent of a terrorist list now, because they got like all the way there, and then Pete Hegseth's like, no, we need your help to kill guys. And then And Modi's like, no, I don't think so. And they're like, okay, you're the fucking Antifa. OpenAI, and then immediately after I don't know if is that what this is? No. But immediately after they backed out of the deal with the Pentagon and Palantir, guess who stepped in? Altman and OpenAI. So like these guys are just fucking fooling themselves that like a company like this could ever function in a benevolent way to the world under capitalism, because capitalism, you know, even when it is working properly, it's about competition. And if you have the moral fiber to, you know, back out of a deal with an evil person, even if it's like many years too late, you know, if you have the moral fiber to do that, then the deal is just going to go to fucking OpenAI. You know, it's crazy. All right, one more thing to read here, and then I think I can probably end it there. OpenAI has closed many of its safety-focused teams. Around the time the super alignment team was dissolved, its leaders, Sutskever and Likey, resigned. Sutskever co-founded a company called Safe Superintelligence. Great, these guys, delusional. On X, Likey wrote, safety culture and processes have taken a backseat to shiny products. The thing is, safety always had a backseat. It's just for a while, Altman let the safety team believe that they were important. Soon afterwards, the AGI readiness team, tasked with preparing society for the shock of advanced AI, was also dissolved. When the company was asked on its most recent IRS disclosure form to briefly describe its most significant activities, the concept of safety, present in its answers to such questions on previous forms, was not listed. The Future of Life Institute, a think tank whose principles of safety Altman once endorsed, grades each major AI company on existential safety. On the most recent report card, OpenAI got an F. Now, in fairness, so did every other major company except for Anthropic, which got a D. And Google DeepMind, which got a D-. So yes, Anthropic, you guys get to be the friendliest, least evil company, and you still, because technically, I guess a D is a passing grade, but very low. Yeah, really intense shit there. One other thing I wanted to mention from the article, which is quite interesting.
No, and
like I recommend the article. You know, obviously lots of stuff I didn't go over, as long as that the stream has already been. But you know, I think whenever we talk about OpenAI, one question that pops up in the chat a lot, I think Finland. I don't know if you have a take on this, but like, what do we think about like the Sam Altman, like the rumors about Sam Altman and his sister? Because his sister has accused Sam Altman of sexually assaulting her when she was a child, and he's like much older than her. I think he's like about 10 years older than her or something like that. And very disturbing allegations. There's also tons of rumors about Sam Altman. You know, he's gay, and I think like him and his husband have like an open marriage or whatever, like a, you know, basically like pretty standard, you know, like modern gay couple. And there's a lot of rumors that he has had these underage, like minor, I don't know, I guess like statutory rape accusations against him. Like not accusations, I guess, but just like rumors that he has done this. I am saying this in like the worst possible way. Yeah, I haven't looked into it enough to have an opinion. Yeah, I mean, like I feel like I mean, I've seen a little bit about it, and I'm like, oh, that seems bad, but I don't really know either. But there's been rumors about a lot of it, and one thing that I thought that I'm happy about is that Ronan Farrow, who I really trust on matters like this is a guy who, you know, if you're not familiar with the lore, Ronan Farrow is the son of Mia Farrow and Woody Allen, and his sister, what's her name? Geez, I forget her name. Ronan Farrow's sister. But she accused Woody Allen of, Dylan Farrow is her name, publicly accused their father, Woody Allen, of sexual abuse when she was a child. And this is something that like has really shaped who Ronan Farrow is and the types of stories that he investigates. You know, in his book Catch and Kill about Harvey Weinstein, he details a number of conversations he had with Dylan Farrow during this investigation and she was like telling him like, if you interview these women who were assaulted by Weinstein, you need to publish that. Like, do not make them go on the record for you and then not even end up publishing it. You know, like she gave him like that kind of advice. Like this sort of story is very close to him in particular. And so he did look into this. He looked into this a lot. And here is, this is from his New Yorker interview, podcast interview, where he addresses it a little bit. And I thought this was interesting.
Awesome. You spent a lot of time in the last year looking into some very lurid allegations about Sam Altman's personal life, his sexual life, what he may or may not have done. What did you conclude? What can you say about that?
So this is one area where it's important to note we didn't set out looking for that. Part of what makes this circumstance extraordinary is the prevalence of this allegation that Sam Altman lies all the time. Another thing that makes it extraordinary is that in addition to those, in my view, more substantive critiques that are so widespread, there are incredibly widespread claims about his personal life that don't stand up to as much scrutiny. Again, in my view, having looked at this for months and months. We capture the way in which, actually, ironically, the existence of these falsified or thin claims trumped up by rivals kind of obfuscates the real criticism. The atmosphere of conflict in this field is, we quote one executive saying, Shakespearean. The most dangerous...
Worse than the rise of the internet and other businesses, the railroads or whatever it might be?
You could, historians could debate, but certainly we talk to many people in this field who say absolutely yes, and that there are no rules anymore. And one of the things I was struck by was the juxtaposition. We are talking about how dangerous and existential this technology is for all of us. And the people running it are like in fisticuffs. They're hurling mud at each other. And, you know, one of the things we encountered, and I'm not talking about like a little bit here and there from one rival. I mean, I got, the better part of a dozen incoming calls from government officials, from people at investment firms, from rivals. You talk to anyone in this industry, and they will cite this, in many cases, as common knowledge. Claims that, Sam pursues minors. That's a very persistent one.
And let's quickly stipulate that
and we found no evidence of this. Sam and I had direct conversations about it. And while obviously, people have been telling us to take things Sam Altman says with a grain of salt, I did feel there was a degree of sincerity in some of those conversations where we would talk, in addition to our on-the-record conversations, we had, frank personal conversations where I think I got a picture of his relationship with these allegations. And we put what the facts we uncover can sustain in the piece, which is we found absolutely nothing. This appears to be untrue. And it's pushed by his opponents. I mean, we have dossiers from Elon Musk's intermediaries, in some cases paid by Elon Musk. And
if Elon Musk were sitting here, he'd say what?
Well, we certainly reached out to him for an interview about it, and he declined.
Okay, that's enough of that. But I found that, to me, I found that really, helpful because, like I said, I really trust Ronan Farrow's judgment in cases like this. And, this is the difficult, these sort of sexual allegations. I found it interesting how this is mudslinging by his rivals, like Elon Musk and some of the, people who are trying to cut him down. The thing with his sister, he looks into as well. In the article, he mentions it specifically. He doesn't really bring it up specifically here, but it does seem I don't know. For me, that's enough for now anyway. I mean, I'll keep an open mind, and if more evidence comes to light, then we can look into it. But I do think that I find it helpful to have Ronan Farrow say that. Yes, I think Dylan isn't Woody Allen's kid, but I just looked it up and Ronan is. Okay, that's right, yeah. Somebody was mentioning... I didn't know he was Woody Allen's direct son. I thought he was his stepson. Yeah, I know. I think Dylan Farrow is adopted. Mia Farrow had a lot of adopted kids, including Soon-Yi Previn, who was from South Korea, I think. And then Woody Allen ended up marrying her. Dylan Farrow claims he molested her when she was a child. There's a lot of, I think, credible evidence for that. There's some recorded cell phone or phone calls between them where Woody Allen seems to kind of acknowledge that he did do it. There's some gross stuff, but yeah, I mean, Ronan Farrow. Yeah, somebody mentioned what is it? Yeah, people theorize he might be Frank Sinatra's son, and I mean, yeah, it's like it's not a hard to believe theory because he looks kind of like Frank Sinatra, and Frank Sinatra did date Mia Farrow before Woody Allen. And he definitely does not look at all like Woody Allen. I mean, to be honest, he looks like Mia Farrow. He looks like Mia Farrow. Right? Like, look at all these photos, eh? It sort of reminds me of the, what's it called? Justin Trudeau and Fidel Castro theory. But I think also this one is just like, people like Ronan Farrow and they don't like Woody Allen, and they're like, I don't want him to be Woody Allen's son. God, I don't want that, you know. But I don't know. He just that's what Mia Farrow looks like. He just takes after her. He looks more like Mia Farrow than he looks like Frank Sinatra. Right? He definitely favors her. There she is when she's young. That pretty much looks like Ronan Farrow. So luckily for him, he didn't inherit Woody Allen's, visual things. But yeah, totally. Finland. I'm willing to believe all of the accusations about Altman, but I also believe his sociopathic enemies made him up. Yeah. Like I would not put it back. Like Elon Musk. Remember when Elon Musk had the cave guy? That guy in like the cave trying to rescue that Thai soccer team that got like stuck in a cave, and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to get to make a human-sized submarine to rescue the children." And like the guy in there who was actually doing the rescue was like, "Shut up, dude! You are not helping. Fuck off." And Elon Musk called him a pedophile. Remember that? Like, that is Elon Musk's move, pedo-jacketing. Oh, yeah. Sinatra was also questionable. Not to say Sinatra's our, woke king or whatever, by any means. But anyway, highly recommend this article, guys, if you want to know more about this topic. And also check out Empire of AI, the book, if you really want to get more into that. Very cool stuff. All right. I have other things to talk about. And so this one is not going to be as long. This is a shorter one, although I got some stuff. I'm not going to go over everything, but I say we'll see if I can keep to that. I'm really going to try. This is you know what? I did some coverage of Canada Land the other day, and I got to say I kind of owe Jesse Brown, the dude that I was mostly making fun of, I owe him a little bit of an apology. Okay, I definitely I attributed more stuff to him than it turns out actually was him. What am I talking about exactly? Well, let me explain. So, first of all, Jesse Brown, if you're unfamiliar, I did a stream about him the other day. He got into some real embarrassing drama where there was this reporter named Mark Burry who was like, I got an email from Jesse Brown phishing my IP address. And you go to the website, it's an official Canada Land website, and it had a IP tracker. That's this little thing that says tip on it. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's tracking IP. So it was Jesse was tricking him into giving him Mark Burry, this historian, was tricked into giving Jesse Brown his IP address. And then everybody's like, what the fuck is that? So weird. And then a bunch of other journalists started saying, yo, I got phished by Canada Land too. What the hell is this? Canada Land, by the way, just in case I have to go way back and explain everything here, is this very large, mostly a podcasting network in Canada. It's very popular. It's my mom's favorite. It's probably my mom's favorite podcast, Canada Land. And they do other podcasts too. And I will once again shout out Thunder Bayo, which is, I think this is one of the best podcasts ever. Highly recommend. But Jesse Brown, anyway, it seemed like, and I assumed this was the case, that all of these journalists, all these Canadian journalists who I trust, Rachel Gilmore, Nora Loretto, The Maple, all these people, Scott Martin, Ethan Cox, Karen Pugliese, who used to work for Canada Land. Sorry, I know I didn't say that right, but they were also getting these phishing links. People were trying to get their IP addresses. And then people found out that the Canada Land subreddit had also been phishing some of the members of Canada Land, sending out links to the Canada Land website where they would be tracking your IP. All very weird. It seemed, and then one of the mods on Canada Land subreddit was like, oh yes, Jesse Brown, the Canada Land guy, he did reach out to me and he did ask if he could take over mod things, and he did send these things out through mod mail. So that was him. So when I heard this, I guess what we had confirmed was this, the Reddit things and the Mark Burry email, which does say from Jesse, it's like from his official email, blah, 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 blah. Those definitely were from Jesse Brown. And I assumed that all these ones here were also from Jesse Brown too. Because why would these guys lie? They wouldn't, and I don't think they did. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Or everybody just assumed, oh, you're thinking that, I guess you have a conspiracy theory that all these Reddit accounts are secretly run by like journalists who hate you. That's what I assumed. Jesse Brown was like, no, that's not right. And then a couple weeks later, he drops this. I watched as a subreddit dedicated to discussing our news company became one of the most toxic discussion forums in Canada. As bad as it was, I figured it was an honest reflection of what its contributors wanted it to be. I was wrong. Okay, one more thing I got to explain before we get into this. The Canada Land subreddit, it's one of those subreddits, it's like Dave Rubin subreddit or like JJ McCullough subreddit, where it used to be fans of Canada Land. And then something happened over time, and now it's just people hating on them. That's what Canada Land subreddit is. And what with Jesse Brown, it's because he is a like particularly deranged Zionist who is completely unable to look objectively at, journalistic facts and evidence and realize that, oh, am I making too big a deal about this? Should I maybe not support a confirmed genocide? Should I actually take a step back and like maybe consider that like, hate crimes against Jewish people, while they are important, are not the most important thing in the world right now? Can I even conceive of the possibility that anti-Zionism is not inherently anti-Semitic? Can I even do that? And he's unable to do any of those things. He is very hardcore Zionist. Most of his staff quit post October 7th, and he has devoted himself entirely to posting about all of this shit. For some reason I can't see it on there, but all he posts about nowadays, all he wants to talk about is how evil Hamas is and how Israel is whatever. Yam Israel Chai or whatever the thing is. So that's his thing. Okay. You get the picture. So he was paranoid. He was like, wait, why does everybody on my subreddit hate me? It must be a conspiracy. Now, I covered this before and I was pretty, that's funny. Looked away for a couple minutes. How did Jesse Brown happen again? Listen, believe me, I know Canada stuff people don't usually like Canada stuff, but I will say this is kind of interesting. And my last video on Canada Land did okay. I got a message from my mom. My mom sent me a message after I talked about Jesse Brown last time. I told you, like, she's a massive fan of Canada Land. She loves Jesse Brown. I love my mom. I think normally she has really good taste and stuff. I don't know why she's so on board with Jesse Brown. Because she's not like a Zionist, but she still likes Canada Land. Anyway, she texted me after I put out that video. She was like, she must have saw it on my YouTube channel. And she was like, her exact words were, "Jesse Brown, you go too far, sir." Like talking about me, like, "You're talking about Jesse Brown? How dare you?" Anyway, so Jesse Brown says, "I watched as a subreddit dedicated to me became against me, and I thought, oh, it must be normal. And then it turned out, no, there was an insidious secret plot out there." And I was like, okay, I'm interested to hear your side of the story. Let me just play a few clips.
Canada Land, funded by you.
I'm Jesse Brown, and this is a story about deception, my confessions, and Reddit.
Maybe people should interview all the women that quit working for you because basically you're an asshole to work with. You fucking asshole. Sorry I got mad. I appreciate your apology, Mark. That's not how I feel about you as a person. And I was afraid that that'd be the last time we ever talked.
Wait for that.
Now that's how the episode starts. It's kind of intriguing, you know. And I will say, like, I don't fuck with Jesse Brown, you know. Like, I used to listen to Canada, yeah, like fairly often, and now I am. This is the first episode I've listened to in probably years. Well, no, I do occasionally check in to see what they're up to, but I don't listen to very much. But I gotta say, even listening to this and how stupid it is, I gotta say, Jesse Brown, he knows how to produce a listenable podcast. You know, like it's so well produced. It's like the xylophone music comes in at the right time. He knows when to drop you a little teaser, hint of what's to come, keep you engaged. He's good at it, even though I think there's not much substance to this one. Maybe you'll hear what I mean more as we listen to it. But so I thought this was interesting. So this is the part where he and the other people the few remaining people who still work at Canada Land talk about the worst thing about working for Canada Land.
All right, so what is the worst thing about working here at Canada Land?
The Canada Land subreddit, for sure.
Oh, 100% the subreddit. Yeah.
Can we do the thing where we read mean comments about us?
Who the fuck is Noor?
So they read mean comments about them. I'm going to skip ahead to when they get to comments about Jesse.
Okay, look, I appreciate...
He's obviously working hand in hand with the Mossad and has a loyalty to Israel and not Canada.
I mean, that's stupid to say he's working with Mossad. He's just a hardcore Zionist. You don't got to work for, Mossad to be indoctrinated by, your Hebrew school and your family and your whatever birthright trip to Israel. There are a lot of people like this who are not working for Mossad. I think that is pretty paranoid to accuse Jesse Brown of that. What a sleeper agent he would have been. But anyway.
Are you a Mossad agent?
Obviously.
He was generally being a dickbag long before October 7th.
Where's the lie? Where is the lie?
He is also kind of known to be an asshole. Like even before October 7th, people have been like, "Oh, he sucks to work with. He's an asshole. He's pompous. He's arrogant. Blah blah blah." Which I wasn't getting that vibe from listening to him, but there were people who were complaining about him before it turned out he was like a genocidal maniac.
Okay, look, I appreciate the good humor of this, and I think we're all familiar with the format of the read mean tweets thing, where like we show that we can take it, that we don't take ourselves too seriously, and that being criticized is just par for the course. If you're out there publicly, we can laugh it all off. I don't think that that's true, though. At least not for me.
It's pretty self-aware.
Our Reddit fucking sucks.
It's so bad.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. So like this guy, like he's like, ha, it's fun to read mean comments, isn't it? Actually, no, it's not. I hate it. And it does affect me mental health wise. It actually is really ruining my life that people are mean to me on the internet, which is fair. Like it sounds like I'm making fun of him there, but like, I feel that like I have had people say some horrible things about me as a content creator. It is not fun. It's not good. It does affect you at the end of the day. Yeah, I'm not even going to argue with him there. I get it.
Like, I can't give you the advice of just ignore the Reddit because I don't ignore it. Whenever this has come up, I have felt like I need to vent. You guys need to vent. Let's vent. But let's never talk about this on the air. Oof. Let's never even regard the existence of this thing. Let's not give it a minute of actual coverage. Like, it's bad.
That is really what you got to do, though.
Bad enough that we...
Like, that's good advice, what he's saying right there. Don't feed the trolls. Don't acknowledge it. Don't talk to the cops.
Pay so much attention to this. I never imagined that we would ask our audience to pay attention to it as well.
Yeah. So this is like a toxic, like, hyperfixation of Jesse and the other people in the Canadaland crew. They keep checking this Reddit and reading all these mean comments about how they're Zionist, whatever, Mossad agents or whatever people are saying. I like, from what I've seen, I haven't seen too much like really out there stuff or like even like anti-Semitic stuff. It's mostly just fucking, I used to love this podcast and now it sucks because Jesse Brown is like, you know, genocidal against Palestinians. That seems to be almost everyone's opinion from what I've seen. I'm sure there are exceptions. I'm sure there's actual anti-Semitic. It's Reddit. Like, you know, anybody can go on there. Now check this out, gang. When they really get into the stuff here, see if you recognize this little cameo here.
Wait for it.
That's his little catchphrase. Wait for it. Let's see this drama. That's me. This is absolutely crazy shit. What the fuck is going on over at Canadaland with Jesse Brown? I don't remember saying that. That sounds like I was reading a script like for Canada. What the fuck is going on at Canadaland with Jesse Brown? What the heck? What the heck? Do I talk like that? Is that how I sound? Oh my God. It's crazy. But like, isn't it kind of nice? I don't know. I have such a hard time when I'm making videos putting the music in the background and stuff. And I'm like, oh, is it too loud? Is it too quiet? And I feel like I pretty much always make my music like way too quiet. Like people must be like, do you have music in your videos? Because like I'm worried that it'll be distracting. But fuck, like the Canadaland, you know, the producers or whatever, whoever is putting in the fucking music behind me there, it's perfect. It sounds perfect. I wish I knew how to do that myself. Let's do that again. This is absolutely crazy shit. What the fuck is going on over at Canadaland with Jesse Brown?
Jesse's like putting
like, oh, come on now. But you know what I mean, right? Like this is like, remember when podcasts used to be like this? I don't know. You know, it's like a serial podcast or something. It's like all these like, let's put in and now the xylophone music starts and now we got the fucking whatever plucks on the pizzicato
out all this fucking nonsense and it all sounds so bullshit.
I mean, stay on Jesse for a minute. I mean, he was a strange story.
It's clipping different people talking about him. I started though. I went first.
People on the subreddit don't like his work anymore. It's kind of become like a hate Reddit.
The official Jesse Brown email was sending out to a bunch of mostly leftist Canadian journalists, right? Tracking their IP. This is from Jesse Brown's email, official email.
He sent that link, that IP tracker to other people. Wasn't there a couple of other people who, wasn't
I think
Rachel
so, but I don't
Gilmore
think that's
somebody?
It's a bizarre thing. So
well, I hope the police are investigating.
After October 7th, it sort of like infected his brain.
I was always a Zionist, and they're pretty psychotic people.
I just find this guy's shit so despicable, and he just won't shut up about it. I actually feel kind of bad that my mom had to hear me call Jesse Brown despicable when she listens to this. I texted her too, like when it came out, I was like, did you hear me on Canadaland today? She was like, what? I haven't listened yet. You're on it? I was like, yeah. And she's like, this one? She sent me like the link to it. And I was like, yeah. And then she never got back to me. I felt kind of bad. I don't think she's going to like me calling her fave despicable.
Hi, Jesse.
Anyway, so that was their like intro of everything that happened. And they really put me in that quite a bit. And yeah, I did say all those things. I won't deny it. And it turns out that some of those things, one notable part of that, I got wrong. So let's get into that, okay? Fuck, I could go. There's a bunch of stuff I got here, but I'm like, who cares? No one cares about all this stuff, right? Maybe some people care, but the main thing. Okay, I will say, okay, so, all right. So yeah, this is like a snark thing. I see people in the thing, yeah, damn, first Alex Jones now. Yeah. I should put on my thing, like, as seen on InfoWars, Canada Land, like all the worst things that I'm not at all ideologically aligned with. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hate loud music in videos. I prefer no music. You know, I do, yeah, I get a lot of comments like that, and I think that's why I'm like, oh, God, can't make it too loud. My mom really likes Midas Touch, and when she puts them on, I kind of tease her about it. Honestly, I feel like Midas are Midas Touch super Zionist? Because like, as much as I make fun of them, I feel like they're less despicable than Canada Land. This guy's just Canada's Ethan Klein. I mean, yeah, like in some ways, like pretty comparable to Ethan Klein. I think Ethan Klein, yeah. Actually, that is a good way of looking at it, because like, I mean, Jesse Brown has always been like a liberal, I think, like not like a centrist or whatever, not like a left wing guy, you know, not left wing enough for me anyway. But he has he's given a lot of money to some actual left wing people, you know, Commons podcast, you know, Desmond Cole, even what's his name? I always forget. He changed his name at some point, but Andre Domise, Q, whatever that guy's name is, if you know him from Twitter. He used to be on Candleland podcast. And yeah, there's been tons of leftists I've worked with them. Thunder Bay, you know, all this stuff. But he himself, you know, he's always been a little bit of a lib for me. But like Ethan Klein associated with Hassan, and now was like, actually, I disagree with fundamental parts about whatever, your ideology. So, okay, so this guy, so basically he tells the story. Yeah, I won't play it. I'll just tell you what he says. He tells the story of, you know what? Like, the Canada Land sub it turned against us starting on October 7th, 2023. You know, once that happened, the channel started growing really big. And there's one really weird part. Actually, I will play this at 9:40. See if you can tell what is weird about this. So you can tell what's weird about it. He's talking about how Canada Land subreddit grew.
Before all this, on October 6th, it had 1,406 subscribers.
1,406 subscribers.
That number suddenly shot straight up in October 2023. And today, that same forum has 21,000 weekly visitors. So it's just multiplied over and over again.
Okay. Did you hear that? So he says, October 6th, it had 1,400 subs. And then today, it has 21,000 weekly visitors. So it's gone up by a crazy amount. That's it. But it's like, wait, those are two different metrics though, right? It's like 1,400 subs to 21,000 weekly visitors. That might mean nothing. Like you could have had the same amount of weekly visitors. I'm not saying that and I know that they have grown. Right? They have grown, but yeah. So one thing that I thought was so interesting is that during this, a lot of people have been posting stuff from like the Canada Land Discord, which is like only people who pay for Canada Land for Patreon are even able to see this. And even on the fucking Discord, they got so much criticism for this. And these are from like, I mean, presumably they must be Zionist. I mean, maybe they're not Zionist. Maybe they just don't know enough or whatever. They just, I don't know too much about Israel or Palestine, but I like Canada Land. I'll still listen to them. I still pay the money. I don't know. I don't know what their deal is, but a lot of these people were like, yo, that's really not cool what you guys did. But so on the subreddit, people were pointing out to them the thing about, 1,400 subs to 21K weekly visitors. This is from Jesse Brown on the Discord. And then people were like, wait, why did you go for that? And then this dude, Tony, gives like a really long answer. I don't think I care that much about it, but it is weird. He's like, no, it actually makes the boost seem even smaller than it is in actuality. But anyway, I don't know. But I think it's, okay, wait. Why don't I just look it up right now? How many subscribers does Canadaland have at this point? Because I do have the Reddit on screen here. Oh, wait. Okay, so I guess this is like part of how Reddit changed, right? Reddit no longer tells you how many subscribers a channel has? Is that right? Or is it just this channel that did that? That seems crazy. Because right now we have weekly visitors and weekly contributions. 2.2K weekly contributions, that is a lot though. Anyway, I'm sure it's grown. It's just a little weird how they phrase it here. But maybe I'm being too picky. But one thing that they did, like Jesse's like, here's when we realized it was wrong. An account, one user called U/Cool Mississauga Dad, very Canadian name, made a post about how there were bots. And I found the post where they were talking about this. It's noted by Cool Mississauga Dad that there are bots. There's a lot of bots in this subreddit. And sure enough, let me just go to the page here. I can show you guys. There was discussion about, there being bots. Oh, wait, why is it like this? Hang on, let me fix. There we go. And we'll move it make it smaller. There we go. Okay. And like, if you look at these things, they're all like, these are the bots that they're talking about. Where Canadaland shines and where it still needs improvement in media coverage. I listen regularly and find their deep dives on politics and scandals bold and informative. At the same time, I sometimes feel local stories are nuanced, get flattened. As a media audience, which this bot's like, as a media audience, how do you feel? Like it's talking to one person. It's like, you are, this is a bot post. Which Canadaland stories impressed you with depth? And where did you feel they missed context or balance? What direction would you like to see them evolve? And it's just like, there's nothing in here. This isn't like someone shitting on Jesse or making it, falsely steering the subreddit towards snark. This one's just gone. We don't know what it was. And what's this one? Same sort of thing. When Canadaland nails a story and when it misses badly. I've listened to many episodes and admire the bold investigative work, but sometimes I lean forward in skepticism around sourcing or tone in controversial pieces. As a media consumer, again, this way of talking, which Canadaland episodes or stories stood out as excellent and which left you doubtful? What do they do best and where do they, like, it's just, I don't really know what the point of this is. I guess it's like content. I don't know. Are they trying to get like upvotes? What's the point of this? But yeah, these are the types of bots that they're talking about. But Jesse tries to make the case in here. He's like, there's bots. And that's why the subreddit is becoming evil and anti-Zionist because of bots. That's like his sort of thesis of this investigation. So they found 4 particular accounts that they're like, these are in the top posters on the subreddit, and they look like they're all run by the same guys. The same guy, they're all the same. And so they're suspicious about them. So I'll play this part. He spearfishes them with different links. This is where he admits, yes, we did do phishing. We did phish people's IP address. Hang on. Let me go over here.
Tracker on a specific web page. Okay. So I installed IP Tracker on these custom-made, private, unlisted web pages, and only those web pages. Now, Bruce, the only way that anyone could access one of these pages is if I personally sent you a link to it.
Okay, so he's got the pages on Canadaland. I mean, I feel like we are pretty tech-savvy bunch around here. We get how IP tracking works, but he wanted to find out which Redditors were using the same, we're all coming from the same IP address. So he sent them links. He sent 4 different accounts. He said that's only 4. I sort of feel like it must have been more than 4, and only 4 of them turned out to be the same person. But he sent these 4 different accounts, 4 different links, and each of those links went to a different page on the Canadaland website that wasn't available to the public. There was no way to get to them. They were like little isolated, island sites. No other way to find them other than through that link. And he sent 4 different links to 4 different accounts, and all 4 of those accounts clicked the link, went through to the page, and accidentally revealed their IP address to Jesse Brown. And then he was like, oh, these 4 accounts are all the same guy. That's what he did there. Let's go to 1836. So here's the message that he sent to them. Hang on. Right around hereabouts.
So, Bruce, what happens next is the 4 accounts get a message from what's called mod mail. So this is the authority of the Canada Land subreddit getting in touch with them. And here's exactly what I wrote to those 4 accounts. Hi, I'm sending this question to top posters on this sub to get some advice. I've been made aware of 4 unlisted pages on CanadaLand.com. I'm not.
Oh, that's interesting. So yeah, he did mention the number 4 there, and we have this here. So this is one of the messages that got sent out. I'm sending this question to top posters on this sub to get some advice. I've been made aware of 4 unlisted pages on CanadaLand.com. I'm not sure they want them to be made public. So the fact that even in this message it says, I've been made aware of 4 unlisted pages, it does seem like he specifically only sent it to 4 people. So maybe I was wrong with that. So maybe he did only send it to 4. And it's also interesting because it's like, I've been made aware of 4 unlisted pages. Here is one of them. Like, I guess the idea was, let's say that all 4 of these accounts are different people, or they're all the same person. And I get these messages on all my different accounts. And I'm like, I get one and I'm like, okay, I'll open it. And I open it and I read it. Why would I open it and read it on my other accounts too? You know, like I've already seen it. So why would I do it? So the way he's doing it, here is one of the 4. And the guy's like, oh, but maybe he sent other ones to my other account, even though that wouldn't really make sense. I don't know. But I think that's what the thing was here. That's why he was expecting the person to click through and send it all to the same person. And then, yeah, I don't know.
Sure that Canada Land wants them to be made public.
I kind of was going to play the part where he's like, and it turned out they were all the same guy. And I mean, all the same IP. Could be different guys. Maybe it's a university IP or something like that. I don't know, or a library, and the same guys should happen to use it all on the same day. Who knows? But more than likely, it's all the same guy. I think that's a fair conclusion. Now, here's the part that was actually a twist, because I kind of knew all that already. So the thing where like all these like leftists are getting emails from Jesse Brown, and I was like, why is he sending the messages? That part, it turns out, I think, actually not the case. Here, one second. I'm having this thing with Discord not Discord, Obsidian, where when I scroll out of the area, it like pauses it, and I want to be able to move around while I listen to it. So I'm just gonna open up the thing in another. I think that'll work. I'm just gonna open it up and just Chrome. How about that? Open with Chrome. Nope. Hang on now. Just in case I want to show you guys something. All applications. Google Chrome. Oh, jeez. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Yes.
Canada.
You guys heard that? Whoop. This is going through?
Land. Yes. Funded by you.
Sorry about that. Okay. Never mind about that. We're almost back on track, and this will be great. Yeah. Okay. So 25:54. Yeah. Okay. This might not work as well as I wanted it to.
Judgment about that until you hear how the story ends.
Yeah.
Okay, Jesse, we've heard your defense, such as it is, and, different people will come to different conclusions on the ethics of this thing, but we do have more information for consideration. So let's return to the plot. You left off at the point where your fishing expedition was successful. 4 Redditor accounts walked into the room, and they all had the same IP address.
The guy interviewing him here is Bruce Thorson, I think his name is. Bruce Thorson. And he actually does a pretty good job of kind of being like, Jesse, you are kind of an idiot. Why are you so insecure?
That's right. And the next thing that happened, Bruce, was all 4 of those accounts locked down their settings, their privacy settings. So you can no longer easily go through their old posts or comments, their Reddit histories. And then 3 of those accounts deleted themselves entirely.
So again, you're seeing all of these accounts seeming to do the same thing at the same time.
And then something really weird happened. The next day, a bunch of journalists who had nothing to do with any of this were suddenly furious with me. The whole thing now bursts out into the public because these journalists, they each received a message from an email account called CL Tipster.
Okay.
At Proton.
This is what I missed, okay? This is where I will say I have not done my job as a journalist, although I'm not really a journalist. I'm a streamer, okay? So a little bit lower barrier for entry here, but I do try to do my due diligence and I try to do good research. What I missed was, like, we have like this email to Mark Burry, which is from Jesse Brown's like email. It's got like the fucking Canada Land stuff. Most of the other journalists, all the leftists, Rachel Gilmore and Nora Loretto and whoever, theirs just look like this. Wait, where is it? Hang on now. Where'd it go? Oh yeah, here's one from Pinko Punko. It's from CL Tipster. CL Tipster. CLT Ipster. And then all it says in it is maybe more to come. And then 4 links. It's like a list of 4 links. Like that's what we were getting. CL Tipster. Oh, yeah, this is the same one. And then they got sent to the same links. So I missed that the other ones, they don't appear to have been sent by Jesse Brown. And I think a lot of people missed that. But that doesn't let me off the hook. I missed that. And here's Jesse.
On .me. Looks like a burner account. And that
CL
account
Tipster.
sent each of them my links to my unlisted Canada Land tracking pages.
And some of these journalists then concluded that these CL Tipster emails were actually sent by you. And they've been waiting for you to explain yourself.
That's what I thought.
Some of them have been waiting for an explanation. Some of them didn't wait. One of them, I think, did what a journalist should do, is ask. Luke Lebrun of Press Progress sent me questions. He said, I wanted to ask you directly, you are the person behind this email account, correct? Others did not ask. They concluded, and they went public with their conclusions that this was me.
Many people were like, what is this? Why were all of these URLs sent to us with IP trackers embedded in them? Like, what is going on?
I don't know, is it Jesse or one of his employees who sent these links out to all the journalists?
This was me.
I'm trying to like move to the tweets by the person who's talking during this, or like, you know, he's talking about. But yeah, so like, yeah, I definitely thought that too. I assumed these were all different pages on the thing, but no, I'll let him explain.
Not just phishing for IP addresses, but phishing journalists for their IP addresses, like surveying journalists, which was taken to be quite an offense. Nora Loretto publicly accused me of trying to phish her IP address. Ethan Cox of Ricochet News, he wrote that he feels I owe him an apology. Rachel Gilmore, she went onto Twitter and said, oh my God, Jesse Brown's brain is so cooked. You selfish prick.
I mean, that's true. That's all, that what Rachel Gilmore said is true, regardless of whether he was phishing her IP.
You do this?
You're going to say you didn't do this.
No.
Like when I was listening to it, I was like, wait, did he not?
No, I didn't do this. Bruce, like some people are never going to believe me denying this, but I'll ask people to think this through. Whoever was operating the CL Tipster account sent all 4 links to each of those journalists. So who had all 4 of those links? Yes, I had all 4 of those links. I made those 4 honeypot web pages.
So this is where I'm convinced, because it's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. And you can see these are the same links that were sent out on Reddit, right? 0226 final, or we only have this one, but 0226 file, 0226 final. Like, this would muddy the waters, right? Like, it must have been the guy that he caught with all 4 links, panicked, created an email address, CLT Tipster, Canada Land Tipster, and started sending this out to a bunch of journalists, maybe more to come, and sending all 4 links so that he was hoping to confuse Jesse by like giving a bunch of different IP addresses. Oh, wow. So it looks like these accounts are a ton of different IP addresses. But it's just like, I mean, that's stupid because Jesse could just be like, well, who was the first one? Oh, this guy? Okay, great. You know? But what he did succeed in doing is getting everybody angry at Canada Land and Jesse Brown. And pretty much all of these people that CL Tipster reached out to, all of them are, anti-Zionist leftists. The one guy who isn't like that, Mark Bourrie. Now, we will get into him in a second, but Mark Bourrie, so Jesse's like, I didn't fish those journalists. I only fished one journalist. His name's Mark Bourrie. Now, Mark Bourrie, here's Mark Bourrie. Here's a book he just wrote about Pierre Poilievre. He's like a liberal, kind of like Justin Trudeau supporter, I think. And I've never read any of his fucking books or anything, but he writes a lot of stuff about Canadians. I get the sense that he's sort of like deranged. In fact, after listening to this podcast, I have to admit, I was not expecting there to be a guy more deranged than Jesse Brown in this, but there is. And it's Mark Bourrie, who the guy, he sort of has like he's Jesse calls him not so much a critic of Canada Land as an opponent of Canada Land. I would say it's even more intense than that. I'd say he's like a nemesis of Canada Land. And I think obviously Jesse Brown occupies a lot of space in this guy's head, but this guy occupies a lot of space in Jesse Brown's head too. So this dude, originally, what happened was Canada Land broke a story that this guy, Mike Duffy, Canadian politician, had paid this journalist, Mark Bourrie, for campaign, what was it? Both Ezra Levant and Mark Bourrie accepted work contracts from Duffy while he was a politician. This is like a conflict of interest that he did not disclose, Mark Bourrie. What is it? Fuck. Anyway, this is like a big scandal, or whatever you call it when there's a Canadian politics scandal. Mark Bourrie got so pissed he almost like sued Canada Land over this, and instead he ended up writing an article on the Canada Land website, and the title of it is "Canada Land strong-armed me into writing this." Is the name of the thing, where he's like, it's actually not a big deal. I do not believe I should have been strong-armed into talking about my relationship with Mike Duffy in the media. Should have been able to give my evidence at trial. I believe I should have been afforded the protection of privilege, immunity from a libel suit, and testifying, blah, 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 blah. So he goes on here. He talks about it. It's just such a fucking minor, like, what? Okay, yeah, you did a bad thing, whatever. You were a bad journalist. But he's like, I will kill you. And then he started his own website called Fair Press, not to be confused with Barry Weiss's Free Press. This is Fair Press. It's like free trade and fair trade. Oops, did not mean to do that. How do I go back? Listen, I don't know. Reload page. There we go. And he's created this whole website where a large focus of this website is to attack Canada Land. And he attacks it for like everything that they do except for the pro-Israel stuff. Really big supporter of the We charity too, this guy. So I basically, like, I get the idea that this dude is like a Canadian fucking historian, journalist, or whatever you want to call him, who is just like for hire. Like, a bunch of politicians will pay him to defend them or to be on their side or to give them campaign advice or whatever. And he'll just do it. The guy is not tethered to, he doesn't really believe in anything. He'll just do what people want. Like, who the fuck is defending We charity? Something that I do not have the time to get into right now, unless you're getting paid big bucks, which a lot of people are getting paid big bucks to defend the We charity. And so this dude, most of the time when he's sniping, whenever I see him sniping at Jesse Brown, it's over We charity stuff. He's like, he's trying to destroy this children's charity. And it's like, yeah, but the We charity, like, they were trying to like run assassinations in like Nigeria or something, some African country. God, I'm racist that I don't know which one, but very funny that he's like this. And anyway, that's who this guy is, right? Mark Bourrie. He is the one guy the one journalist that, yes, Jesse Brown, in fact, did do a phishing scheme on. This email that Jesse Brown sent him, that is real. And it is from Jesse Brown. From Jesse Brown, editor and publisher. It's got his, like, it's from his email account. It's got his fucking whatever, header, whatever you call it. The signature thing at the bottom of the email. I think it's just called the signature, right? That's him. That's Jesse Brown. And then when you go to the page, it's like the email says, I want to give you a fair chance to respond to this, which will be cited in an upcoming piece. Link/Buri. Is end of day tomorrow enough time? Thanks, Jesse. And then it just goes to a picture of him when he was like 17. What a weird thing to do, Jesse Brown. Very odd. One of my yearbook photos from 1974. Yeah, that's very odd. So Jesse Brown did do that. A little strange. And then he goes into like, I think Mark Buri, and this, I don't know. I don't think he proved this at all. But I have to say, when he goes into Mark Buri's past, and he doesn't have any proof that Mark Buri is the account that was running all four of the things. When Mark Buri clicked through to this page, he got a different IP. Mark Buri had a different IP than all four of the IPs from Reddit of accounts that Jesse was sure was Mark Buri in disguise. But he goes into a little bit of their history. Man, it's nuts. So let's just do a little bit of this. And this is completely unrelated to Canadaland, actually. This has to do with Wikipedia. Oh, wait, I'll play it on this one so I can move around. 3924. Okay,
called Fair Press, which he has maintained for years.
Fair Press.
And much of what is written on this website is criticism of me, of Canadaland, most consistently criticism of our We Charity coverage. Now, Bruce, what I'm going to tell you next about Mark Buri is the part that I believe is most relevant to the story we're here to tell today.
Okay, so sorry, this is where I meant to start, but let me just say, peace out, Daddy Toluca. Feel better. Hope you're all right. And let me now go here.
Bruce, this goes so deep. Can I tell you the story of Mark Buri and Wikipedia?
I might have a question or two, but I'll save them for now.
So Mark Buri is blocked for life from Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia,
that's weird.
Wikipedia, he operated over the years 55 sock puppet accounts, which Wikipedia says he used to violate Wikipedia's rules again and again. Specifically, Wikipedia concluded that he vandalized pages of people who we know Mark Buri had personal beef with. He was censured by Wikipedia. Wikipedia concluded that he had conflicts of interest. You're not supposed to make changes to your own page. Wikipedia also censured him after concluding that he had acted in an aggressive manner in his communications. Bruce, Wikipedia keeps these perfect records of their internal processes. Like, the Wikipedia universe is like, they've got this weird internal, like, tribunal system where you defend yourself against the charges.
Don't feel the need to really go through all the stuff about Wikipedia, but that's weird. So this guy created, like, I don't know how many he said, dozens of like sock puppet accounts on Wikipedia to edit the Wikipedia pages of people he doesn't like, including Jesse Brown. He goes into it, and he's been banned from Wikipedia. And Jimmy Wales himself got involved, figuring out what all his accounts were and banning him. It became a whole thing. It's a big drama in Wikipedia's history. Now I gotta play you this. This is hilarious. And okay, I see people in the chat. This is like this flesh simulator drama. It's so much like that. I didn't even think of that, but you're so right. It's like, it's somebody who is so convinced that no one could really be mad at them that they concoct this entire elaborate conspiracy where it's like, no, the Canadaland subreddit must be actually a secret evil guy who's made people think that they don't like me or whatever. You're so right. You're so right for this one, Rick. No, I wanted to play, yes. So this is a recorded call that Jesse had with Buri from, I think this is from like years ago, about editing Jesse Brown's Wikipedia page. It's so funny. You got to hear it. 1 second. Here we go.
Bottom of this email. So I dialed him up and I recorded that call.
Hey, it's Jesse Brown.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How you been?
Fine. What's up?
Is it okay if I answer over the phone?
Sure.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions too? I tried to get you on the phone for some previous stories. I never could. So maybe I'll answer yours if you answer mine.
Sure.
All right. And it's okay if I record?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. The answer to your first question, yes, we hired a publicist to help us promote the White Saviors.
But did you jack the numbers on the ratings?
No, we did not.
Okay.
Let me trade with you. Are you or were you the Wikipedia?
So just in case you're confused there, this is Jesse Brown calling up, what's his name? Bouri, and being like, oh, you had questions for me over some story about the We Charity thing that you're working on? Okay, why don't we trade? I'll answer one question for you, you answer one question for me. So that was some stupid question about, oh, did you hire marketers for your thing on the We Charity? Anyway, now I got pictures of them both, so I'll go back and forth so you can tell who's talking. Now is where it really gets interesting. He's like, okay, my turn to ask a question. Did you edit my Wikipedia page?
User Spunky Monkey.
Oh, he says, are you the Wikipedia user Spunky Monkey?
Pardon?
There's a Wikipedia editor named Spunky Monkey. Is that you, or was that you?
Like, imagine getting this call and you're not Spunky Monkey, right? Like, I assume none of you guys are Spunky Monkey in the chat. So just imagine getting this call and somebody's like, are you the Wikipedia user Spunky Monkey? And try to think like how you would respond to that, okay? And now listen to how Mark Bouri responds.
I think Wikipedia editors are anonymous, aren't they?
Yes, it's an anonymous.
Are you a Wikipedia editor? Do you have a Wikipedia
No, I'm
account?
not. I'm not. I've never had a Wikipedia editor account. But are you the Wikipedia editor, Spunky Monkey?
I'm not a Wikipedia editor at all.
Were you Spunky Monkey?
Why are you asking?
There's an editor named Spunky Monkey that's done a lot of interesting work on various accounts related to the We story, to me, to other things. I'm wondering if that's you.
The post inaccurate in any kind of way? Or?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, did you talk to Wikipedia about it?
No.
Oh, well, that's fine.
So is that a question that
I love that answer too. He's like, are you the Wikipedia editor, Spunky Monkey? He's like, well, I don't want to sabotage Wikipedia by revealing who their editors are. That's against their rule. It's like, what? But you can say if it's you. Like, how would that make sense? Wait, audio just died? For real? Check. Oh, wait. Oh, weird. Oh, no, wait. Video audio cut out? Hello? Wait, can you guys hear me? Check. My audio's fine. You mean the podcast audio cut out? Or is it that I paused it? I think it's okay. I think I just paused it, right? But yeah, I find it funny that he's trying to be like, well, let's say I would be endangering Wikipedia's like privacy policy if I revealed who Spunky Monkey was. And it's like, I was just asking you if it's you. So then it is you then, right? Okay, no, I think it's because I paused the podcast audio. Let me hit play now and tell me if you guys can hear it. I mean, this part is true. Is it still gone? Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. All right, I'm sorry I ever doubted you. It's weird because it seems like it's working on my end. That's crazy. Okay, annoying, but okay, let's try this. This will maybe work. Still not working? Oh my God. Excuse me. Okay. No. I got it. I'll be able to make this work, I think, maybe. Well, does it work if I use the Obsidian thing? What the fuck is up with OBS, eh? Because this is definitely working before. It's still not working. What the hell? I didn't change anything and just all of a sudden stopped. Oy. I don't even know what to do. But I guess I could go to... Oh, wait. Let me try this. One other thing I could do. Huh? Whoa, am I back? Oh, God. I'm sorry, gang. What? Huh? I am so confused. Check. Okay, we're still working here. Crazy that happened. Yeah. No, my OBS just crashed. So I guess the audio cutting out must have just been bad. But must have just been like my computer failing. I don't know what that was. Thank you so much, Casey Engel. Hi to you as well. And I appreciate your videos and work. Probably. What? Wait, no, it's working. Sorry, Goblin Queen's yelling at me from the other room. I'm back, right? I'm back. You guys can see me and hear me? It's just that there's no... Oh my goodness. It's annoying that I have to do this every single friggin' time. Where the heck... Okay, you guys can hear me, right? There we go. Okay. You guys can hear me. Okay, cool. Glitch in the Matrix moment. All right. Nice. Don't know if you heard that, Goblin Queen. I'm just going to write to Goblin Queen. At Goblin Queen. It's working, I think. There we go. And I have no other way to get in contact than through the chat itself. Oh, why did I think your name was Goblin Queen? I had to exit and come back? Okay, cool. Wait, what about this? Can you guys hear this?
The scandals of Wikipedia I never knew.
Okay,
all right.
Yeah, you can hear this. Did I need to play any more of the recorded call with Buri? I mean, yeah, I think you guys get it. The recorded call with Buri is, he's like, "Are you Spooky Monkey?" And he's like, "What? I'm not a Wikipedia editor anymore." It's like, but what? So that's the name of this thing. Who is Spooky Monkey and why we fished Reddit? So it seems like, yeah, Spooky Monkey is probably Mark Buri. Mark Buri has a history of making a bunch of sock puppet accounts. Okay, yeah. He seems deranged. He seems like somehow even more deranged than Jesse Brown. It seems like this guy gets a lot of money from, like, I don't know, Canadian billionaires or politicians or people who would like positive coverage of them. And he does that for them. And then he also turns against people he doesn't like Canada Land. If there was a conspiracy, a vast conspiracy, a flesh simulator style, like, group chat or, multiple bot accounts, if that was happening, I mean, yeah, I would be like, yeah, probably would be this guy. Probably would be this dude doing it. So let's hear, like, he doesn't have anything to link it to Buri, right? Buri has a different IP than the 4 accounts that he said were the same guy, which, again, I'm not convinced were, like, if they're just bot accounts, then, whatever. But, like, let's go to where he makes the case that it's Buri. So here's Jesse Brown. Picture him in front of the conspiracy board. He's got something that looks like this, basically. And he's like, "Listen, here's why I think it's this." It's taking a little bit longer than I intended, but whatever. We're almost done. And I think this is kind of funny. Very interesting.
You have yet to make the case that Mark Buri is actually the person behind what we've gathered here to talk about today.
Bruce, we went deep on this. We had so much data to work with. We had
Sorry, let me go back a little bit.
We had so much data to work with. We had these two very rich data sets of writing over the course of years. One was this extensive online archive of what Mark Burry has written online, like over 30,000 tweets, all of these long articles. And the guy has a very distinctive and expressive writing style. And we ran that data set against the tens of thousands of words posted to Reddit by those 4 sock puppet accounts. We used data tools to do linguistic analysis, measuring characteristic sentence length, punctuation habits, preferred syntactic structures, and recurring phrases. We compared all of that writing to see if it was a match, and the sock puppet accounts scored a 91 out of 100 match with Mark Burry.
And there's where he kind of lost me, because I'm like, what does that even mean? Like, it doesn't mean that it's like, there's a 91% probability that it is Mark Burry. It just means that like, there's a 90% like overlap, I guess. And this is like forensic, like AI, you know, like I don't know what tool he used, but to me, it sounds like he's like, I gave an archive of everything these 4 accounts had posted and an archive of everything that Mark Burry had written to ChatGPT. And I was like, are they the same guy? And ChatGPT said 90% yes. Like, what does that mean to me? Like nothing, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, what's the stat? I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like, don't we have like 96% of the same DNA as like a banana? You know? Like, why would I be like, what does it mean that they have 90% overlap in how they talk? Like, what does that mean? I don't know.
These two very rich data sets of writing over the course of years.
Oops, no, we already heard that.
And then we just read this stuff.
Oh,
you know, like
then
if
we
you
just read
read the 4 sock puppet accounts, they write like Mark Burry. They have the same recurring fixations in their criticism as
this part is actually a good point.
Burry. One time, both Mark Burry and a sock puppet account both made fun of me for not knowing what shale is.
What is shale? I actually don't know what that is. Is it like some kind of a rock? Shale is a type of rock, right? I think. What is up with this? Why did that move? My OBS crashed, and then my like Google or my Chrome window suddenly shifted size. Wait, what's shale? Is that something that people would know? Yeah, it's a type of rock. Fine-grained classic sedimentary rock formed from mud, mix of flakes of clay minerals. Oh, okay. So he made fun of, I mean, okay. This I find more convincing than the idea that, I don't know, whatever AI he's fed these databases into agreed, but it's what oil and gas is in. Oh, okay. As a Canadian, I should probably know. Yeah, okay. So it's like what, bitumen or whatever? I know we have like a very dumb way of getting oil in this country where we gotta like basically burn as much oil as we get out of the fucking bitumen just to get it out. Do a shale, yeah, that's not shale shame. Yeah. Okay, cool. But I do feel like it's a specific type of person that makes fun of, wait a second. As a Canadian, you should know, Stubens, are you Mark Burry? Making fun of me for not knowing what shale is?
One was this extensive online archive of what Mark...
Oh, we already heard that. Yeah. So he's like, yeah, no, I think it might... So he realizes correctly that he doesn't really have enough. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have this in the bag. He has not proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mark Burry is the person. In fact, he hasn't even come close to that, right? So what does he do? Well, he says it might not be him. And I actually have a pretty plausible alternative theory. And what time does he talk about that? 54:33. One sec. Oh, God. Okay, this will have to be it.
Very much like you're making the case that Burry was behind all of this.
Perhaps it does, Bruce, but he denies it completely. And I have to concede that for all of the digging...
And, you know, you'll notice with Spooky Monkey, which is a totally different case, unrelated to this right now, he didn't deny it. He very specifically didn't deny it. But this one, he's like, no, it is not me.
and the linguistic analysis, everything we did that connects Mark Burry to those Reddit accounts, even with all of that, I do not have any evidence that it was him. I spearphished Mark Burry's IP address to see if it would match the IP address of the sock puppet master. Now, the IP address of the sock puppet master was linked to a Canadian home internet provider, while the IP address that I was able to get from Burry, that one was linked to a mobile data provider, cell phone company.
Like maybe he was just checking it on his phone, but if he had checked it from his computer, maybe he would have gotten the same IP. Who knows?
So, no match, no evidence. So I am not here accusing Mark Burry of doing this. And as a matter of fact, there is another possible explanation for all of this that I find totally plausible.
Well, then please give me the alternate explanation, because at this point it sounds like you're guarding your legal ass. So if you want to go all the way and defend him, have at her.
Yeah, let me speak in defense of Mark Burry, in addition to what he's already sent us in his own defense. Because I can think of a pretty solid defense for him not being our Reddit sock puppet. And it goes like this.
What do you think this is going to be? What do you think this is going to be?
It would be a trivial matter, Bruce, for somebody who wanted to discredit
you will not guess what his alternative theory is.
Canada Land, to take a database of criticism, figure out who has written the most stuff that's critical of Canada Land, and feed that into an AI and create a bot and tell that bot to criticize Canada Land around the clock.
That would be so smart.
In fact, why not make 4 bots to criticize Canada Land around the clock? We did an episode about this. We had on a young guy.
Anyway, his theory is that, hey, maybe, you know what? I don't want to say I'm accusing Mark Burry. Maybe it was somebody who took everything Mark Burry has ever written about us, and they fed it into an AI and they got it to do it. Yes, that makes so. Was it Sam Altman? Was it OpenAI? Was it Sutskever? To Finland, great question. Why would someone do this? Why would someone do this? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it does seem like I think Jesse Brown, I do think Rachel Gilmore was right when she said that his brain is cooked or something like that. I think that he has very much got that flesh simulator disease where everyone's against me and it must be a secret plot. And it's like, no, man, your podcast just sucks now, dude. Your podcast sucks. The most common type of post on the Canada Land subreddit isn't like, I think Jesse's an evil, blah, 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 blah. The most common thing is like, oh, it used to be so. Here's one. Look, hey, y'all, what are some other political podcasts that have been started by Canada Land guests or current or former Canada Land regulars? It's like, I miss what Canada Land used to be, guys. Is there anything that I could listen to that's like that? This is a really common one. Canada Land adjacent podcasts. Griftfest 2026 lineup. Some symposium against Zionism with Ben Shapiro, James Lindsay, and Jesse Brown. Cool. Very cool to be on there, Jesse. Not very nice. This is people talking about the actual thing that we're talking about right now. The Hatchet person, shilling their own website that's like alternate Canada Land sort of thing. Canada News, making fun of Jesse, talking about something bad Jesse did. But a lot of it, it's pretty clear that people do, people do, they did genuinely used to like Canada Land, that seems certain. Oh, this is, wait, what's this? Oh, I don't know what this is. All right, whatever, I don't care. He goes into some other stuff that's unrelated, but the main thrust of it is he thinks it's Mark Burry, and he also has a cockamamie idea that maybe it was somebody made a bot of Mark Burry. And it's like, why would they do? If I was going to do that, I would just tell the bot to be like, oh, insult Jesse Brown. Why would I be like, pretend to become Mark Burry? What would be the point of that? Yeah. Am I insane? Or is what Jesse was willing to do with the website as part of this whole meltdown kind of put a perfect point on what the problem is? I mean, like, yeah, like this, at the end of the day, like, okay, so yes, Jesse Brown, I'm sorry, I did get it wrong. You didn't send the phishing stuff to these journalists. You didn't send it to these guys. You only sent it to Mark Burry. So you still were spear phishing journalists. You still like, you know, used Reddit and lied to people and sent them a fake link and got their IPs. Like, you still did that. Like, that is fucked. Like, Jesse Brown is a journalist himself. Like, he hosts a popular podcast. Not as popular as it used to be, but like a pretty big one still. He needs to have guests. He needs to reach out to people. He needs to use this account to reach out to people to have them on his show. And what the fuck? How are people supposed to trust him now? How is anyone supposed to trust him when they get the email that has the Jesse Brown fucking letterhead? Why would anyone click a link that he sends them? Like, this is such a like, I'm overusing the word deranged, but this is the behavior of a brain that is cooked. This is the behavior of a well-cooked brain. Okay? I'm sorry if that hurts to hear, Jesse Brown. I know it's hard to hear criticism, but like, what the heck are you doing, man? And then you you do all this shit, and then you can't even nail this guy to the cross, who, I mean, I'm like half convinced that it is him. You know, there's enough circumstantial evidence that my brain is like, I think it probably was him. But then at the same time, it's like, it's also just not true. Like, what he says when he posted the thing, he's like, I watched as a subreddit dedicated to discussing our news company became one of the most toxic discussion forums in Canada. First of all, no, it did not. It became like snarky. One of the most toxic discussion forums in Canada. I'm very sorry, man. That is not the case. It's not even the most toxic discussion forum in Canada on Reddit. Not even close. There are way more toxic subreddits than that. But as bad as it was, I figured it was an honest reflection of what its contributors wanted it to be. I was wrong. And that's where you're wrong, man. You think 4 accounts made a difference? No, you have not shown that. We don't even know what the accounts were. Apparently 3 of them are deleted now. But what was the other one? Like, there is a wide range of people who all post the same things regularly on Canada Land about them not liking it anymore and how it sucks. And then people in the comments, I totally agree, blah, 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 blah. That's how I feel. I am not a bot. I am not a fucking secret, like, android controlled by Mark Burry. And I think this is a conclusion I have reached on my own. I don't even go on our Canada Land subreddit. I just saw this shit that you've been posting on Reddit and doing with your podcast, and I've seen what people have said about you once they left Canada Land, because you've become like a impossible to work with genocidal maniac. That's not an exaggeration to say. So yeah, I was hoping for more, honestly. I was hoping for more from this podcast. He promises so much here. He promises so much. Okay, I'm sorry that people got this wrong, that you didn't spearfish these journalists. You only spearfished this journalist. And you didn't even get what you were looking for. And you still came out and made the thing in this very unapologetic, no, this is in the public interest to know. What is? It's in the public interest to know that you are losing it? Because I think the public already knows that, and they're not interested in more information on that. Anyway, I mostly am just excited that I was quoted in this podcast episode. So by that alone, this is now, in my opinion, the best Canadaland episode ever. Let's hear it again. I gotta hear that one more time. I gotta hear the Chill Goblin one more time. Let's hear it. Come on, gang. Let's hear that Chill Goblin cameo one more time. Let's see this drama. Is that how I talk? This is absolutely crazy shit. See me really trying to I'm really trying to get you guys to listen to the Canadian CanCon, Canadian content. This is absolutely crazy shit, guys. Oh man, you think you know Canada? You ain't know nothing. You ain't know nothing about Canada until you know about a little guy named Jesse Brown. What the fuck is going on over at Canadaland with Jesse Brown? That one makes me laugh because it sounds so scripted, but it really wasn't. Of mostly leftist Canadian journalists, right? Tracking their IP. This is from Jesse Brown's official email.
He sent that link, that IP tracker to other people. Wasn't there?
I did get this part wrong.
There were a couple of other people who wasn't
I think
Rachel
so, but I don't
Gilmore
think that's
somebody?
specific. The bizarre thing. So
Well, I hope the police are investigating.
After October 7th, it sort of infected his brain.
Was always a Zionist, and they're pretty psychotic people.
I just find this guy's shit so despicable. Anyway, yeah. So he played me in his thing. And what is funniest about this for me is that, despite how, this guy is fixated on, anti-Zionism in the same way that, J.K. Rowling is fixated on, the trans movement, right? It's all he can think about is how much he hates anti-Zionists and how this is hate speech. Anti-Zionism is hate speech. He's obsessed with this idea. And yet it turns out, even in his possibly incorrect best guess as to who these four relatively insignificant, but, fair to call them sock puppet accounts on Reddit, as to who they belong to, it turns out this guy is also a Zionist. Mark Burry, the guy is entirely aligned with Jesse when it comes to Zionism. Hang on. Let me show my work here. Let's check out Mark Burry on Twitter. Mark Burry. Oh God, I didn't even look at that homepage there. Hope there was nothing weird on it. And we'll search from Mark Burry. Let's say Israel. Compare what's happening this is from 2025. Compare what's happening in Gaza to Israel's creative, almost surgical neutralization of Hezbollah and the Assad regime. There are always other strategic options. Netanyahu picked the worst, and Jews all over the world pay a price. Okay, so I guess that's saying that what's happening in Gaza is bad, and Netanyahu made a mistake. I guess that's not the worst opinion I've ever heard. Anyone who Israel strikes Gaza and temporarily halts aid, saying Hamas broke truce. Anyone who thought it was more than a truce and a prisoner exchange was duped. A grasp of history shows Hamas would not negotiate its own dissolution, and that Israel would not give up its primary war aim, preventing Hamas from ruling Gaza and rearming. Okay, that one's not bad. So bloody awful. Murders like this are not about Israel. All right. The war aim is unconditional. I have friends with strong feelings on both sides of the issues in the Middle East. I guess it's a sort of centrist thing. Israel has a legal right to exist. Unfortunately, it's governed by fascists. Okay, you know what? Maybe I misjudged it. Maybe I misjudged the guy. I don't believe Gilmore and Loretta are anti-Semites. I don't read the Maple. I believe Israel has a right to exist, that its Gaza operation was overkill. Property rights in occupied areas should be respected. Anti-Semitism and anti-Islamic bigotry are problems in Canada. Okay, you know what? This guy's a little bit less of a Zionist than I thought. To be fair, I did think this guy was much more intense than he turns out. He's like I don't know, I guess you can call him like a liberal Zionist or like a centrist, but not as intense with it as Jesse Brown. October 2025, Israel's lapsing into fascism, much to the horror of many Jews who believe it should be a true example of democracy and human rights. No, I mean, okay. What about Gaza? Can we see what he said about Gaza? Israel has an extreme government capable of gratuitous violence. So does Gaza. Really, both sides are good and bad people on many sides here, yeah? I think Hamas made a huge military mistake when it launched the October 7th attacks. I also believe flattening Gaza residential areas, bombing civilians, cutting down its orchards, and destroying its social infrastructure was overkill. All right, that's nice of you to say. Wow. Honestly, like, kind of impressive how he's really taking the middle ground here on this. Trump's Gaza plan has many pitfalls, and he goes, the Israeli army, motivated by anger and its desire to rescue hostages? Okay, I think there's a little bit more of a motivation than that. Couldn't destroy Hamas in 16 months. How will chubby green GIs do it when every Palestinian fights to survive? All right, I don't know. I mean, I definitely wouldn't go to this guy for my fucking Israel news, but he's not as bad as I thought he was. Not as bad as I thought he was. But it's just, he's such a fence sitter on this to a kind of like an extreme, like a psychotic degree that, like, I'm sure Jesse Brown would have loved it if one of the, like, anti-Zionist journalists that it looks like maybe Mark Burry reached out to, or whoever it was that got the links, that one of these guys, he would have loved if it had turned out he could blame it all on one of these guys. But no, unfortunately for him, Mark Burry. Mark Burry. All right, that's what I got for Canada Land. Quite a friggin' thing, huh? All right, I got. Okay, it's 12, but I've only gone over 2 things, and I would like to go over more things. So if you guys are open to it, I think I'd like to do a couple more things. But let me take a quick human biology break. I just need to Google some stuff about, I don't know. What's a funny way to finish that? About biology. Yeah, why don't I play just a little bit more of the investigating the Fort Bragg cartel video. Here. I'll play this for you, and I'll be right back.
No part in it. Who would have ordered the hit? Maybe a civilian did pull the trigger and assassinated 2 special force operators in cold blood, but no one's bothering to ask who benefited from these murders. It wasn't Freddy Huff as the prosecutors would lead you to believe. Huff lost his best friend Timothy Dumas, and his entire empire went crumbling down with it. It wasn't Los Dados either. They relied on Huff and its distribution network for East Coast expansion. The only people to benefit from this were the higher-ups at Fort Bragg and the Special Operations Command, who repeatedly let soldiers like Levine get away with severe drug problems that continuously damaged the greater Fayetteville community. Instead of facing the music themselves and admitting this is a systemic issue, Fort Bragg cut the head off the problem and continued to do business with the body. Hence why the 13 other Fort Bragg soldiers confirmed a part of Huff's distribution network have yet to be indicted. This is why Levine's family, Dumas's family, even Mark Leschier's family, and the Fayetteville community as a whole do not believe what the government is insisting, that this was an isolated incident and the Fort Bragg cartel is no more. When we think of evil acts and the individuals behind them, we typically imagine monsters. Sadists who enjoy suffering, psychopaths who lack empathy, or villains who make their intentions clear. Characters like Darth Vader or Joker or Hannibal Lecter. In an ironic way, these characters also make us feel safe. Comparing their evil deeds to our lives gives us moral superiority. We look at their actions and say, I'm not like that. I'm not as bad. However, in 1960, when Mossad agents captured the infamous SS officer Adolf Eichmann in Argentina, the world saw evil in a different light. After his capture, Eichmann was brought to Jerusalem where he was put on trial for his crimes in what is now known as the trial of the century. Shielded in his glass booth, this Nazi who handled Holocaust logistics by coordinating the trains to death camps, subsequently responsible for the deaths of millions, had to plead his case while the whole world was watching. The world expected to see a monster, some sadistic psychopath who took pleasure in his role as an agent in the greatest atrocity in history. But Eichmann was surprisingly ordinary. He wasn't someone radiating with evil, nor was he an ideological fanatic driven by anti-Semitism. He didn't even come across as intelligent. Instead, he came across as banal, mediocre, as an unremarkable bureaucrat. Instead of defending himself with any semblance of critical thought, he simply argued he was just doing his job like any other middle manager. He couldn't comprehend, let alone articulate why his job was any less normal than a bank clerk or a salesman. The longer one listened to Eichmann, the more obvious it became that his inability to speak was closely connected with his inability to think. Namely, to think from the standpoint of somebody else. Hannah Arnault. From the banality of evil. Else. Hannah Arnault. From the namely, to think from the standpoint of somebody else. Hannah Arnault.
Sorry, I forgot that my mic was turned off. I was just like, how are you pronouncing Hannah Arendt?
From the namely, to think from the standpoint of somebody else. Hannah Arnault. From the
Arnault. Okay. That is a bit that is a little bit of thing. Oh, I wonder where Chill could have gone. Married for 20, our queen. Hell yeah. It is 420. Oh my god. How did I not have a fucking alert set? Yo, everybody. Happy 420. Yo, I just recently, I've been rolling joints for fucking, I don't know. How long have I been rolling joints for? 15 years at least? And I had my joint rolling, whatever. I could roll a joint, an acceptable joint. And then the other day, I guess my joints, they looked like, here, one sec. Where do we go? Oh, yeah. This is like a typical, oh wait, how can I, yeah. Let me get a light. Fuck, I'm dropping joints everywhere. Oh, jeez. Literally just dropped 16 joints on the ground. Whoops. I got, let me get some light over here. Boom. All right. Yeah. So I guess this is kind of the sort of it's kind of hard to see still, but this is the caliber of joint that I used to be rolling, right? For years, all my joints kind of look like this. And they're not great, but I don't know. I can smoke them and stuff. And then I was the other day, I had a bunch of joints to roll. And I watched one YouTube video on how to roll a joint. And my joint rolling got so much better, so much nicer. Really not doing it justice here, am I? But they're nice and cone shaped. I didn't know that the way that I always used to do it is twist them off at the top, right? Jeez. I don't know how you guys can see it, but I used to just roll it, whatever, seal it, and then I'd take the top and I just twist it and get the little, birthday candle wick at the top. Apparently you're not supposed to do it like that. Because when you twist it, you bunch up all the way to the top and it makes it bad. It crunches all the weed together and then it doesn't burn very well. I don't know, or something. And you're supposed to instead you're supposed to kind of press it down. So I've been doing the pressing it down thing lately where I don't actually twist it. I wish you guys could see what the hell I'm talking about, but whatever. If you don't twist it, you just you use the pokey that you poke it down with, and then you sort of poke it in a way that you're you poke the end of it. I don't know. But anyway, I gotta say, I feel like an idiot because now my joints are so much nicer and they look nicer. They look like little cartoon weed. And then like, so that, even that is worth it. But like, fuck, now when I smoke it, because I used to just like, I would light the joint, I'd smoke it a little bit, and then I'd have to relight it because it would go out, and I'd smoke it out, I had to relight it again. And now these things fucking, they burn like cigars, man. They're going like, I'm not even ashing. It's just like burn, 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 burn. And I got like the big, long like ash. I'm like, God damn. I'm like twisting it and turning it, you know. I light it and I hold it up like this and let it all burn evenly at the top. And I don't have to relight it again. Oh, what the heck? And yeah, I got a clipper lighter. Yeah. Clipper lighters are great because they come with their own pokey. You pull the pokey out and you whatever. I even got, what did I get? One sec. Yo, I never had one of these. And now I got one of these. I got like myself a little tray. It's not supposed to be for weed. I just got it from the dollar store. It has like these big holes on the side, which are, I guess they're supposed to be handles, but the weed falls out of them. But like, I got myself a little weed rolling tray. You know, I got my zigzags. I got my Zeus grinder. Got sitting all the brands. I got my, I don't know what the brand is, but this is like a little metal thing that I can use as a pokey. And I got these. I like to use like little cue cards to seal it. It's kind of like a cheating way of sealing a joint perfectly. And yeah, I got my raw filters. And I also learned how to roll Jamaican style. So I can actually, if I don't have a filter, I can still roll a nice cone. And even those, they smoke nice. So anyway, I'm living in a whole new world. I'm living in a whole new world of joints, which I've always loved. I think joints are the nicest way to smoke weed. The only problem is can't do them inside. Can't do them inside. I gotta go outside. So for inside, I guess smoking a vape is we'll have to do. Sterling Zippo at home, bit going out. Fair. Oh, geez. One second. Yeah, never twisted the top. See, I don't know, like, I don't know why I've been doing it like that. But yeah, I just watched this one video on YouTube that was like, do not do this. I think it said that about a couple things. And I was like, oh, fuck, I do all these. I didn't realize how bad my joints were, but they clearly were quite bad. Anyway, I got to start rolling for people. I really, like, I'm the guy who you get to roll the joint when there's no one else who can roll. I'm like, yeah, I can roll. But if somebody's like, oh, I'm happy to let other people roll. But now I'm like, no, now I got to show off. No, now I'm going to be like, no, let me roll. What about this? Is this going to work? Oh, fuck, low battery on my vape. I might be able to hit it once. Nope, I don't think I got anything out of that. Nope, it didn't. Oh, it didn't work. Well, happy 420, everyone. Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day. Hold up, wait. Hold up. Let's get ready for the next episode, hey. Smoke weed every day. I think that's how it goes. I don't know. Listen, I've never done weed and I don't recommend it. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I do all those things. The reason YouTube tutorials exist. Yeah, for real. Is God? What is God? Is God? Is that a question? Is God what? Oh, it doesn't make you got a dab rig? Those things are lethal. I used to do a lot of stand-up comedy in weed rooms. I go into like the weed room, and you'd think like everyone I feel like is like at first like, oh my God, weed rooms are gonna be amazing. Like people are ready to laugh. Everybody laughs so much when they're high. No, that is not true. Weed rooms are much harder than like your typical alcohol room, and I would even say harder than like coffee shops, because people get so self-conscious when they're high, and they're worried that laughing might draw attention to them. And like you'll be doing stand-up in front of like and sometimes, you know, like oh God, I feel like I'm about to like wax poetic about stand-up, which is something that I'm very guilty of doing. But like, I do look at stand-up as kind of the illusion of conversation. I'll make this quick. It's the illusion of conversation. And you want to make people feel like, you know, at a bar, right? You're doing stand-up at a bar, which you usually are. You want people to feel as though you're just a funny guy at a bar or at a casual, like drinking hangout at a party maybe, who's really funny and like making you laugh. You want people to feel like that. Oh my God, number one Lyft driver. Thank you so much for giving me your Lyft money. You appreciate me? Man, I appreciate you, man. Hell yeah, dude. Awesome. Giving you a like for that one. What's up, number one Lyft driver? Feel free to stick around. But wait, sorry, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So at a bar, you just can't stand at a bar. You're trying to be funny in a certain way, right? And you can kind of be loud and you can be obnoxious. You can call people out in the audience and be like, oh my God, what is that guy doing? And the guys be like, no, I didn't. Because like, you know, alcohol, you lower your inhibitions a little bit. You're in like a certain zone, right? Now, when you cross over to the weed room, you're trying to be funny in a very different way. You're trying to be funny as though you're the funny guy in a group of people who are all, I don't know, like getting high in a basement. And it's a much more low-key way to be funny. You can still be funny. You can definitely still be funny. But there's different like types of jokes. And I think more importantly, your delivery has got to be different in a weed room versus a alcohol room. And what the fuck am I even talking about? Oh, yeah. So a lot of times when you're performing at a weed room, you look out and there's like, you'll be like, fuck, I'm doing jokes that are like, these are like my best jokes. These normally get like, they crush. What the fuck? Am I bombing? Because you're getting nothing back. You hear nothing from the audience. And then you look out at the crowd and you just see like, you see guys, they're listening to you, but they're not making any noise. They're smiling and their shoulders are moving. They're dying. And you're like, oh no, I'm not bombing. Like I'm getting lots of laughs, but they're just silent laughs. Because everybody's scared that they'll, and also I think people, the other thing about weed rooms is they always have like fucking sofas that people just like sink into, you know. People should be in uncomfortable chairs. Those make the best shows. It should be a little cold so people want to laugh so that they, you know, can warm their bodies up a little bit. I don't know. But Coke room delivery, I can only imagine what that would be like. But anyway, the whole point of this, Tizzlebeck was talking about dab rigs. The worst shows I've ever done were in dab rooms where everyone is smoking dabs. There's a place in Toronto that used to be called Vapor Central, and it was all dabs. Wait, was that what it's called? Vapor Social. There was one place called Vapor Central. No, that wasn't the place I'm talking about. Vapor Social, I think it was. And it was the least social group. It was all people who had just like fucking, it's like dabs, you will get so high. You'll get so high from dabs. It's nuts. It's like you take one hit from a dab and it's like you just smoked a joint to your face in 1 second. It's nuts. It's great. Like I love it. I don't own one. They're a little expensive. And for me, the main reason I don't fuck with dabs is I'm horrified that I will burn myself because you use a blowtorch and you light up the rig so it fucking cherry red. And then you get a little needle and you get the fucking little fucking blep, little tiny little speck of the fucking shatter. And you put it right on the little, the thing there. You press it up right against the cherry red, like burning hot, like red hot metal thing there on your oil rig. And you're just like, and you're just like, whoa, just like punches you right in this fucking cerebrum or whatever it's called, whatever the brain is. You can get an electric one for $250 USD. Well, okay, I would do that. But yeah, I'm just terrified that like I don't know, man. When I get high, I am not to be trusted around a blowtorch. I would burn my hand off. And I know some guys that are big into dabs and they got like 3rd-degree burns on their hands. But I have had some really good times getting high from dabs. And the funny thing is, a lot of times when you do a weed room, they want you to do the dabs. Even if it's not a dab room, it's a weed room. They'll be like, have you done dabs before? And you'd be like, yeah. And you're like, oh, hit mine, man. And actually, even more if you say you haven't. Because there was a time I went to one and I had never done dabs before. And they're like, you haven't done, I would love to give you your first ever dab. And I was like, okay. And I got so high. The guy who gave me my first dab was actually so cool about it. He was like, okay, I'm going to explain everything. And James, like he's a guy I knew, he's another comic. He's like, James, I want you to know, like, a lot of guys, when they give you your first dab, they purposely, like, they try to overwhelm you. I have given a lot of people their first dabs. And, you know, I know you and I like you and I hope you trust me. I'm going to give you a small amount, but you will get high and it will help you appreciate what dabs are capable of. But I am not going to fuck up your whole night. He actually said that to me. I remember. I was like, oh, that's awesome, man. Thank you. And then he gave me the dab and I smoked it and I was still a little bit too high because I had to perform. I smoked it before I performed, but whatever. That's another thing about weed rooms is you cannot, like a lot of people don't smoke weed, but they still do weed rooms because comedians are just desperate for stage time and they'll do any kind of, and they're also kind of fun to do in their own way. But if you go on stage and you say, I don't smoke weed, good luck getting any laughs after that. Because once you say you don't smoke weed, people in the weed room do not like you. You've dug yourself a hole. It's not that it's impossible to dig yourself out of it, but like, it's like I said, like you're trying to be funny in a way, like where you're creating the illusion of conversation, right? You're trying to be funny in a way that you're hanging out with guys getting high in a basement somewhere. And in that situation, those guys are all smoking weed and like giggling and being like, oh my God, you do this, oh my God, what about that? Right? And if there's one guy there who's like, oh, I don't smoke weed, that guy's going to be a little bit of a, you know, it's going to be harder to vibe with that guy. You know what I mean? Whereas if you go up and you're not high and you go up and you just do your set and you don't even mention weed at all, you're in a much better place. The best place though is if you smoke a lot of weed and you go up and you talk about weed and you have jokes about weed. That's when they really start to like you. Anyway. Yeah. Fuck, I miss stand-up. I haven't done stand-up in probably at least a year. No, I must have done it at some point in the last year. I haven't done it in a while though. I miss it. Can't smoke weed anymore. Too much THC in it now. You know, I got a bunch of weed my uncle grew in his backyard, and it's nice. It's not that strong. Okay. I got to, yeah. Are you a narc, man? Yeah, that's exactly how the weed room audiences react when somebody's like, I don't smoke weed, but I'm happy to be here. They're like, huh, I think she's a cop. All right. Now, yeah, I did have some shit excuse me. Oh, why did I say that? Why am I quoting Jar Jar Binks over here? Jeez, not a good sign. Yeah, no, I want to go over this. This is fun. It's just fun, guys. So, yo, I like to read. If you know me at all, you know I like to read. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. I don't know. I'm not. Reading isn't the most important thing.
Welcome back to the
But
Takeout.
This is my newest book. I just got this book. I'm in the middle of so many books right now. I am going to read Mirage Men that Finland recommended me. I'm like a quarter of the way through that. But this is going to be next to my list, I think. It's a book from an ex-InfoWars staff guy, staff member. And it sounds kind of good. I don't know. I actually don't know. Let's just listen to this.
Welcome back to the Takeout. Alex Jones, you've probably heard of him, longtime right-wing radio host, leader of a media website known as InfoWars. There's a new book out titled The Madness of Believing. It's a memoir.
Kind of a cool cover. It's like, okay, Madness of Believing. Okay, cool title. And then it's a black sheep around a bunch of white sheep. And I guess the black sheep is supposed to be the guy who believes in conspiracies?
Written by someone who worked for Jones for many years. And I sat down with the author, Josh Owens. Here's some of that conversation. Josh, you write on page 17, this caught my eye. What if behind the veil of power, dark rituals and darker motives guided the course of world events? You asked that.
Okay, here's what I love about this so far. First of all, this guy looks like he could be Alex Jones's illegitimate son. Second of all, the book excerpts the guy's reading sounds crazy. It sounds like and I don't know if it's good. So far, I love it. I'm so down to read an entire book like this. But the way the guy writes, it's like he's writing like, it's either going to be like incredible, like Shakespearean, like whatever, or it's going to be the most tortured purple prose, the entire thing. And either way, I'm so down. I'm so down. Because like, just listen to the quote again.
What if behind the veil of power, dark rituals and darker motives guided the course of world events?
Imagine like a guy in like a frilly, like, you know, collar and like, you know, tights and whatever, Shakespeare fucking wig, I don't know, holding up a skull. Imagine him saying this. What in the course of human events will show ever thus believeth in the blah,
veil
blah,
of power,
veil
dark
of power,
rituals and darker motives guided the course of world events. You asked that question to yourself. In that moment, something began to shift inside me, you write. The dullness of everyday existence parted to reveal a more vivid world beneath the surface. Suddenly, I was no longer a bored, directionless kid staring at a computer screen. Is that the essence?
Yo, like, what do we think? I hope the entire book is like that. But I don't know. You guys think? What do you guys think? Is this going to be actually good, or is it going to be like a nightmare to read? I could go either way.
Of the lure of Alex Jones and why he had built and continues to maintain a pretty sizable audience?
I think so. It's hard to say. I feel like there are so many different ways that people get pulled into that world.
Okay.
And for me, it didn't start out as ideology. It started out with movies. Jones paints this like vivid portrait of the world through film, and not as allegory or satire. He literally says that films are pulling the curtain back on reality.
Now, I thought that part was fascinating because, as many of you guys know, I have a whole fucking conspiracy theory that conspiracy theories are a sort of form of satire, or that satire and conspiracy theories are related. They're cousins in some way. So I just thought it was interesting. He's like, he uses the word satire there to describe what it is Alex is doing and how Alex is kind of filmic. Evil Ron Swanson. Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, like, but They Live, that movie is satire, but the way Alex uses it is in a literal way. It's like a literal interpretation of actual satire. Anyway.
And so for me, that was just, I was perfectly attuned to sort of see the world in that way.
Because you were studying film.
Yes. Yeah. And so that's
an interesting way to put it too, Finland. Conspiracy theories are kind of a folk understanding of real conspiracies. And I think like a lot of times conspiracy theories are almost like just so stories, right? It's like, it's in the same way that like, I don't know, like early folk tales would be like, why does the sun rise every day? It's because a scarab beetle is rolling it as a big piece of dung rolling across the sky. That's why. It's like, you know, this sort of, what was that? There's like a Neil deGrasse Tyson quote where he's talking about God, and he's like, God is an ever-receding pocket of scientific ignorance, sort of thing, where it's like, we have these things that are unexplained, and we don't have good explanations of them, so we have these folk explanations. And there are real conspiracies, you know, or there are suspicious movements of the elite, you know, whether they're conspiracies or not. Like it's a skepticism of those in power, and there are many things that are unexplained to us about how power works, and conspiracy theories are a folk explanation for that. I think that's I think that's true, and you know, a folk satire is too. Satire is a folk explanation of what power is doing. You write satire, you're, you know, giving some sort of explanation, some, you know, behind the scenes, whatever, even if it doesn't happen to be real, if it's intentionally, funny or fictional or whatever. It is a explanation of a kind. I don't know. I'm getting a little bit. I think I'm getting a little bit in the weeds here. The God of the Gaps. Yeah, demon haunted world. Exactly. Regular folks call them conspiracy. Elites call them agendas. Yeah, they call them agendas as in like their weekly planners. Anyway.
Sort of what pulled me in. I mean, he uses Sidney Lumet's network to describe the media and how that world functions, and then he'll go further into, John Carpenter's They Live, and then every Stanley Kubrick movie. Mm-hmm. And that's just sort of how he paints it.
Conspiracy guys love Kubrick. They love Kubrick, and I do include myself in that. Dr. Strangelove, that one, like, you can watch that and actually there are conspiracy like references in there. People get really into like The Shining and 2001: A Space Odyssey obviously was him like showing off what he could do before he faked the moon landing. But with Strangelove, I think there is actually some of the conspiracy theorist analysis of that movie are actually correct.
He gives this like cinematic verisimilitude to everything, and it just sold me.
And does it create a kind of patina of intellectualism that has a hook? People think they're getting smarter when in fact they're getting dumber?
Absolutely. And it doesn't help.
So funny of him to say that. I mean, yeah, it is tempting to just be like, people who believe in conspiracy theories are idiots. But yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, I don't know. They're getting dumber. Like, I know some really smart people who believe some dumb shit, who got caught up in some of the most obviously untrue conspiracy theories there are. But I don't know. I don't necessarily like it when people put it like that, but I won't lie. I do sometimes think that way. But yeah, like I think one of the big appeals of conspiracies is to be like, I'm smart. I uniquely get it. I figured it out. So he brings this up. They think they're getting smarter. Actually, they're getting dumber.
Does it create a kind of patina of intellectualism that has a hook? People think they're getting smarter when in fact they're getting dumber?
Absolutely. And it doesn't help that you're also being told that you're dumb initially for not knowing these things.
Right.
So yeah, absolutely. You feel much smarter than you are because, I mean, it's not based on anything other than just these ideas that are coming from Jones's head.
Describe for my audience what it was like to tiptoe into that world and then to launch yourself into that world.
Yeah, there was no sort of... I started listening to him in 2008.
It's so interesting. Like, I do think this is how Jones works, where he knows he's making shit up, but he's got such a fucking tight grip on his audience and the people around him that he if anyone challenges him, they are done. Like he's making things up. Like, I don't know. Okay, so here's something that I've thought about Jones for a while, but I've never really said this out loud, I don't think. But did anybody else do this? I did this when I was a kid. It was like a form of play that I did. I went to two public schools, when I was a young kid, or elementary schools or whatever they're called. I moved to a different school when I was in grade 4, but both of the schools that I was at, me and my friends would go out at recess and we'd have little like magical adventures where we would meet like aliens and ghosts and stuff. But it was all like, it was all obviously just make believe and like pretend and stuff. But there was never a moment where we were like, okay, we're lying about this to each other, right? Like we all know that this is not a real thing. I don't know if other people did this. Chime in the chat, please. Make me feel like less of a weirdo. But like we would go out, we have like these big lores about the characters. One of my friends' mom was an alien and he was half alien and he could communicate with aliens. And then, we sort of take turns. Like then the next person was like, and I summoned a demon and we have demons now. And we do this. And please don't get the wrong idea. I don't summon demons and I think demons are bad. But it was a form of play. Like we all would do this. And I get those vibes from Alex. Alex is playing. It's like he's improvising, It is a form of play, but the way he does it has so much higher stakes, right? He's like, doing the same thing that I used to do when I was like 10. But but he's doing it in front of the world and like accusing real people of whatever, witchcraft. Excuse me. Anyway, so it's just interesting to hear him say this.
It was tiptoe into that
Josh
world
Owens.
and then to launch yourself into that world.
Yeah, there was no sort of. I started listening to him in 2008. It wasn't until.
Oh yeah, conspiracy kayfabe. I mean, wrestling is maybe the best way to think of what Jones does. What he does is to actual journalism as like WWE style wrestling is to like, I don't know, Greco-Roman, like the type of wrestling they do at the Olympics. I do think that is the best way to think about him. And I think he got some inspiration from Jesse Ventura, who actually is a wrestler and a conspiracy guy. But Alex Jones, he is that, he's cutting, like when he talks about Hillary Clinton, it's like he's doing a fucking wrestling promo video about it. It's a similar sort of thing. It's kayfabe. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it.
Until 2013, where I got offered a job and I moved halfway across the country to work there. I moved from Georgia to Austin.
As an advocate, as
a firm believer in a lot of his ideas. So yeah, I mean, I think, I first went in there as like a well-meaning young guy thinking that I was going there to make a difference. Like it felt like what I was going to do there was important. Telling the truth, exposing this world that not everyone is exposed to because people are covering it up. Mm-hmm. And then pretty quickly, so, I was told on my first day, for, a year in Jones's world, or a day in Jones's world, feels like a year. And so my 4 years felt like 4 decades almost. But it was immediate. I mean, so much is happening while you're there in his world that, yeah, you get sucked in. And it's
that is great. I am so interested in this guy. I don't know him from. I don't know that I've seen him in InfoWars stuff, but I don't know. Maybe I haven't. I just don't remember. But like, what a thing to say. Like every day is like a year or whatever. In Jones' world, I can imagine time passes slowly.
It's almost hard to pay attention to. Like, it's almost like I've described it before, like taking a fire hose to the mouth. There's just so much coming at you that it completely envelops you.
And it envelops and holds in thrall an audience that has to constantly be fed things that are either increasingly or perpetually alarmist.
Yeah, so much of it is fear-based.
Yeah, he's good at math. 1 day is like 1 year. So I was there for 4 years. That was like 40 years. Yeah.
So much,
as we know, there are 10 days in a year.
Much of it keeps you in that register of you're scared of what's out there. And so you're constantly tuning in to see what horribleness awaits you, what lies you're being told.
There's also an undercurrent of profit, though. Products and other things that toggle back and forth between scare, purchase.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I first started listening to him, and maybe that was just the patina of being a new listener and being sucked in, but like he wasn't selling his own privately labeled supplements. He was selling stickers and t-shirts and DVDs and encouraging his audience to print those DVDs and give them out for free, which at the time I believed, okay, well, it's not about profit, it's about the ideas, which I think ultimately he just saw that as an advertising opportunity to get his name out there. But it worked.
That's so interesting. Yeah, I wasn't aware of him back when he was not selling supplements, but interesting that he was doing it. Like, I didn't realize he would be like, you can get InfoWars stickers off our store, we'll send them to you, or you can print them off our website. Just get some of those adhesive papers from your local Staples, Office Depot, and print off the stickers yourself. We're not trying to make money here. We're not trying to get rich. We're just trying to spread the word. Like I can see that being really, like I can see being, like he said, like I'd be like, oh, so it's not about the money for him. Like I would react to that in that way. But yeah, it really was the supplements, like all of these guys. Like, I don't know if Alex Jones was the first conspiracy dude to figure out the supplements thing, but oh my God. That guy makes a lot of fucking money off of his supplements.
on me because I just sort of never considered that. But as soon as I started working there, I made the first ad for the very first privately labeled supplement that he made. And then everything changed after that.
Then the profit became part and parcel of the day-to-day operation.
Yeah, well, I even write in the book that he was sort of complaining about not having any money. And then as soon as he started selling the first product, it's...
Same supplements Goop sells. Is that true? I think I did like John Oliver do a thing on that or something like that? I mean, I totally believe it, but yeah. It is nuts though, but it makes sense. I mean, I don't know. Like maybe Goblin Queen would know better than me about this kind of business stuff, but like there is like it actually, if you think about it, right? Oh, excuse me. Like Alex Jones sells supplements. Okay, supplements, first of all, so much goddamn money in supplements because they're fucking nothing. They're just fucking powder, right? They're not expensive to make, and you charge up the ass for them. What you need is credibility, and people already have the exact type of credibility from Alex, where they're like, he's telling me shit that the mainstream media lies to me about. Like that's what his audience thinks, and so when he's like, try this Alpha Brain male testosterone. Testicle Max powdered supplement juice, and it'll change your life. I take it every day, and you know me, I don't lie. Not like these mainstream media guys, all these goblins out there that don't tell you, you know, all these preening cowards that are trying to sell you on the wrong way to live. Not me. I'm telling you from the heart. I'm Alex Jones. Hillary Clinton's a devil. And the Sandy Hook parents are actually paid actors. And third of all, I highly recommend you eat this powder. It's really good for you. It's going to make you into a real human being. You're going to see through the veil. You're going to lift up the veil, and you're going to be anyway, I'm done. But I'm done with that. But thank you, Darkling. God, Alex Jones is still amazing. Thank you. That's why I do this, for the validation. No, why was I doing that for again? I don't even, oh yeah, supplements. But just, it makes perfect sense for it's just like a perfect integration, you know? I don't know what that would be like for me. What's my thing? Like, what do you guys trust me? What exactly metrics do you guys trust me on that I should be trying to sell? I don't know. If you have any ideas, let me know, because I would love to make a lot of money. I would love to make a lot of money, honestly.
Sold out pretty quickly, and then those complaints went away.
He's saying he did the first ever supplement ad for Alex Jones. I remember reading the books. I think it's just called Sandy Hook, right? Book. I don't know. Sandy Hook book. Yeah, this is it. By Elizabeth Williamson. And in here, she talks about that. She talks about when he realized that supplements were like his first supplement campaign. So I wonder if she mentions him in here. Anyway.
Never had to worry about how much money we spent on trips. Visually things changed for him. He started getting tailored suits. He started, going out.
Rolex.
Out to dinner much more, going to more extravagant things, living more extravagantly. And so, yeah, I mean, it was a drastic shift that was pretty easily discernible while you were there.
You can listen to my
Anyway, just a little clip here. We're not going to listen to the whole thing, but I would like to read that book. I am going to read it. I already picked it up, so I'm going to read this book, and I'll let you guys know how it goes. But I'm psyched. Let's just hear like that quote from the book one more time. I love it.
It's guided the course of world.
Oh, so good.
Josh, you write on page 17, this caught my eye. What if behind the veil of power, dark rituals and darker motives guided the course of world events? You ask that
that's great. That's great.
Question to yourself. In that moment, something began to shift inside me, you write. The dullness of everyday existence parted to reveal a more vivid world beneath the surface. Suddenly, I was no longer a bored, directionless kid staring at a computer screen. Is that the essence?
Oh man, so good. I like it. I like that excerpt. That is a poetic way of putting, like, what is the appeal of these? And big part of me hopes the entire book is like that, is written in that style. Does he have a straight way to open up his eyes? Yeah, great question. I wonder. Yeah, I'm sure he will get into that in the book, right? But yeah, oh yeah, cat ears. Yeah, turns out my entire fan base are what are they called? Nikos. Listen to me pretending I don't know what they're called. What is it again? What's a furry? I don't know. No, why am I? Don't check your notifications while you're on stream, James. You don't need to do that. That's it for this. I got one more other thing we can watch, though. This one, I think it's going to be fun. I haven't seen this one yet.
Insurance, life insurance.
Yes. All right. This is from the YouTuber Chase, who does conspiracy videos. And he did one on Frazzle Drip. All right. Or frazzle.rip. You don't know what Frazzle Drip is? You will soon. Well, he'll get into it. I'll let him explain. And I think a lot of this stuff, I think I'll be able to watch this. Excuse me, because I've done a lot of reading on this, and I think I'll be able to. Sometimes I'm hesitant to watch things that I don't, by channels like this, and I'm like, I don't know a lot about it, but I think I'll be able to watch this one and be like, that's true, that's not true, that's true, that's not true, Because I feel irresponsible if I'm watching something and what if it turns out there's a bunch of bullshit and I'm like, oh, I don't know, maybe that's true, who knows, I don't know. But this one I feel pretty confident. Let's see. Maybe this is a huge mistake. We'll find out. Ooh, weed accessories. I could do that. Guys, I just learned how to roll good joints. You can trust me on weed accessories.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner?
We went over this video on stream. Hillary Clinton's deposition about Epstein, and Lauren Boebert was asking her Pizzagate questions.
Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled "Insurance, Life Insurance," with a.
I like how they made it look like a security camera footage. Can you guys see? Like, you got all the red, green, blues or whatever. It's actually pretty crisp.
Zip file titled "Frazzle."
This is way outside the chairman's ruling. This is way within the scope. Is this within the scope, Mr. Chair?
On top of that, there's the Anthony Weiner laptop, which I don't know if you heard this. I wrote an article.
Hell yeah, you got the Kraken in on this.
About that too. 675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues.
So here's the weird thing is, like, I feel like Chase is, like, from what I understand, not a totally insane person, but he's starting his fucking video where the credibility level is Lauren Boebert and Sidney Powell, who are two of the fucking most, like, unreliable people on earth. The Kraken, yes. Release the Kraken. God, remember this? This is Sidney Powell. Finland, you know Sidney Powell. She was the one who was going to prove that Trump won the 2020. She's, like, extremely QAnon pilled. She worked with, like, Lynn Wood, if you remember him. He was Kyle Rittenhouse's lawyer for a while. But he was, like, a big-time QAnon lawyer. He was a QAnon guy. Him and Sidney Powell would like. She was like, I have the proof about the what. Remember when like Mike Lindell was like, oh, we know the. Oh God, what's the name of the voting machines? It slipped my brain. I want to say Omega, but that's not right. What's the name of the voting machines? I forget. Anyway, we've got the proof that I'm trying to do a Mike Lindell. I can't really do one. We know. Now I'm doing Alice Jones. Okay, never mind. Crazy lady. Just leave it like that.
It was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation.
Honestly, yeah, Mr. E. I can't believe Boebert lasted longer than MTG. True. Very odd. MTG, I mean, she left when she wanted to leave, though. She didn't get forced out. She left because it was more. She's going to make a lot more money, I think. I don't know. Although I haven't seen much of her since she's gone. Whatever.
Her Secretary of State emails.
Crazy how it's got this kind of fisheye lens filter on it. So when she puts her hand up, her hand looks enormous. Check it.
Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails, because they were the BlackBerry backup emails that they were supposedly just looking for everywhere.
She is completely making all this up off the top of her head, by the way. She never produced any evidence for any of this.
Very diligently. Well, guess what they did when they found him on the Wiener laptop? They got a search warrant.
This woman has like multiple, what's it called, misdemeanors? I don't know. I would love to be more knowledgeable on this. Sidney Powell, American attorney and former federal prosecutor. 2023, she was indicted along with Donald Trump and 18 others in the Georgia election case. She pleaded guilty to 6 misdemeanor counts of conspiring to intentionally interfere with the performance of election duty. This is not just a conspiracy theorist. This is a conspiracist. This is like someone who is guilty of conspiracy. God damn, she was sentenced to 6 years of probation and agreed to testify against the other defendants. You can't be putting her at the front of your video, Mr. Chase. This is not a reliable person. This person, her whole thing is that she lied so hardcore, like right up until she got caught, and then immediately was like, yeah, I lied, and I will rat out all my friends.
Warrant for things that didn't include the BlackBerry backup emails.
Even without knowing that, she sounds like a fucking idiot. What she's saying doesn't make sense.
So when they
all the BlackBerry emails on Anthony Weiner's computer were from Hillary Clinton. That's how we know Frazzle Drip's a real thing.
Told us when he stood there and said that day, oh, you know, we've reviewed all the emails now. There's nothing there. That was a bald-faced lie. There's a
Now, I've heard people say a bold-faced lie. I've heard people say a bald-faced lie. The sort of lie that a man with no beard would tell. But I don't know that I've ever heard anyone say that it was a bald-faced lie. But I imagine it's the sort of lie that someone with balls for a face would say.
Emails now, there's nothing there. That was a bald-faced lie.
Yeah, she did say that. A bald-faced lie. Okay.
There's a lot that can be prosecuted. I have no doubt on that laptop. In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go.
He's showing a lot of this lady.
Throw up.
If you told me at any point over the last 10 years that Hillary Clinton would end up in front of the federal government being questioned about Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip, I would have called you crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, it's 2026 and that is
I feel like I would have been like, oh really? That sucks. I wouldn't be like, you're crazy. I'd be like, no, really? Oh, that
exactly
happens?
What's
Guy
happening.
from the future is telling me that? Okay. Yeah. Is it Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert? That probably would be my question. But I mean, if you told me that, if you weren't a guy from the future and you were like, here's my prediction, I would probably be like, nah, I don't think so. So fair enough.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome or welcome back. My name is Chase. If you clicked on this video, you already know what we're here to talk about, but I hope you stick around until the end because I have what I think are new connections, and I have not
Okay. That's cool. I'll stick around for the end.
Seen anyone else talk about them. We're going to talk about the conspiracy, where it started, the people involved in all of that.
Wait, what is this? Is this an actual fucking page of, is this like an obsidian board here? Or what am I looking at here? Is that a timeline? Conspiracy, triangle, a guy's head looking through the triangle. There's an eye over on the left, a dude, there's some guys. Oh, there's a spaceship. This is just like a rectangle that means conspiracy. Okay.
Else talk about them. We're going to talk about the conspiracy, where it started, the people involved in all of that, but then we're going to revisit the Clintons' involvement in Haiti. Not only did I
I'm guessing here, this guy's got a big channel, relatively compared to what I got. I feel like he's got an editor and he's talking off the top of his head, but the editor is like, conspiracy, where it started, the people involved in all of that. Because like, why would this be the text that you want on the thing?
That, but then we're going to revisit the Clintons' involvement in Haiti. Not only did I find connections to James Elefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong, who was at the center of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, But I also found an...
Okay. All right. So... Oh, God. All right. How do I even respond to this? So first of all, I will say that James Alefantis shit is, in my opinion, the dumbest part of an already very dumb theory. It doesn't make sense even on its face, even if you are a Pizzagate person. It doesn't make sense that Alefantis would be involved. And I think that people who really focus on that, like Flesh Simulator, I think that they just haven't really thought about it very much. But whatever. Okay, I'll let it aside. He's saying that he's uncovered new information that connects Alefantis to like Laura Silsby or like Haiti or something. I'm gonna guess. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna guess what he's talking about is he realized that somebody else who was connected to Haiti, because Hillary, like the Clinton Foundation and whatever, did shit in Haiti. Yeah. And they did some like fucking horrible shit there. They did some major corruption and like, very questionable where the money donated to help Haitians actually went to 100%. There's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shady shit in Haiti that I think deserves attention, but, I'm going to guess that the thing he's uncovered is that James Alefantis also knew some other people in the Democrat Party who were connected to the Clinton Foundation or connected with Haiti. Because I don't think that Alefantis himself was in Haiti. I never heard that. So I think it's going to be somebody went to his restaurant one time and they were also, it's like, it's a DC restaurant. So yeah, you're going to get that. It's a popular restaurant for politicians.
The owner of Comet Ping Pong, who was at the center of the Pizzagate conspiracy.
No, he's very not at the center of it. Very, very on the outside, barely connected. However, he was the easiest target. That's why you can get your Jack Posobiec could go to Comet Ping Pong and hang out. Edgar Welch, who also went to Haiti. Maybe that's the connection. Edgar Welch is time in Haiti, but Edgar Welch went to Comet Ping Pong. But Comet Ping Pong was not central to Pizzagate. It really wasn't.
Theory, but I also found an interesting connection.
You can easily lose everything to do with Comet Ping Pong and keep everything else with Pizzagate. You know what I mean? It doesn't even make sense really for it to be there, because the whole thing with Pizzagate was they're using pizza as a code word to mean children that they're molesting. Why are we then also talking about an actual pizza restaurant? That does are you saying that every pizza restaurant is actually secretly I don't need to break it down anymore. You guys get it. You guys get it. And I went over this enough in my other thing.
The Clinton Foundation to Jeffrey Epstein. And that's just the beginning. It gets even weirder than that. So as usual, thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And let's get into it. Anthony Weiner, or Weiner, is a former Democratic congressman from New York City who has been involved in multiple scandals throughout the course of his career. In 2011, he was exposed for sending explicit images to a 21-year-old woman over Twitter, which motivated him to resign from Congress.
Don't really care about that.
Later that same year. He was involved in another incident shortly following his return to politics in April of 2013 when he entered the race to become New York City's mayor. After more pictures of Weiner's wiener surfaced, he admitted to exchanging photographs with at least 3 women since his resignation from Congress. But now most infamously, on September 21st, 2016, the Daily Mail published a report alleging that Anthony Weiner had been exchanging explicit messages.
This one's a bad one. 15-year-old girl, come on now.
With a 15-year-old girl, and that he had been carrying on a relationship with her for months. The report included pictures and screenshots of communications that allegedly took place between the two over social media.
Jesus Christ, Daily Mail published the entire exchange. That's fucked up. But also, I'm not a Weiner defender on this one.
And messaging platforms. Following the publication of the report, federal investigators launched an inquiry into Weiner's communications, and as part of the investigation, the FBI seized several devices belonging to Weiner and his then...
Yo, really? Finland? There was a mini Pizzagate in Austin about a pizza place called East Side Pies, ESP, which uses some eye-themed images. Oh no! Did they exist before 2016? Oh, God. Minor occult-themed art? Oh, geez.
And wife, Huma Abedin. Now, it's important to understand that Huma Abedin was incredibly close to Hillary Clinton. She was literally her right-hand assistant for...
Yeah, true.
decades. While she was a student at George Washington University in 1996, Abedin began working as an intern in the White House assigned under the then First Lady Hillary Clinton. In an article by Politico published in 2015 during Hillary's run for president, they write, after decades of rope lines, she started working for Clinton as a 19-year-old intern in the First Lady's office. The role of body woman comes naturally to Abedin, and her hovering presence there, a few feet away from the candidate.
I'm a little confused as to why he's reading this over this ominous soundtrack. Like, this is pretty standard. Yeah. They got bag men. They got bag ladies. Is that what they call them? No. Body woman. Okay. Is that what they call it? Body woman? Okay. I guess it's bag man, body woman. Are those the two genders? But yeah, no, like, you ever watch Veep? It's like Tony Hale's character. What's his name again? Can't remember. But the guy who's like standing next to the politician, like somebody comes up to shake their hand and he leans in and he's like, this is that person and they donated this much and their kids are 12 and 9 and they're blah, 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 blah. And like, then the politician gets to be like, and how are your children? Oh, so good to see you, or whatever. And they know exactly how much. Oh, they call them body men too. Oh, okay. There you go. But it's like, okay, yeah, this is normal though. That's extremely common in politics that this happens. Oops. This is Doug Band. Same story with Bill Clinton. Doug Band.
It is what normal feels like for Clinton. So they were tight. They were extremely close for a very long time. In the same article,
what? Okay, just because she's an evil power elite person doesn't mean she's not allowed to have friends.
Even refer to Abedin as Hillary's shadow, which really emphasizes that. One of the devices the FBI seized from Weiner was
her job. What? Okay.
His laptop. And while investigators were looking into it, speculation online began circulating about what was apparently contained on the hard drive. In 2018, about 2 years after the investigation began, rumors online started circulating that investigators had found a folder on the laptop titled Life Insurance. Inside the—
Wait, sorry. I just want to see. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention for a sec. Where did he say they found? Where's the? What's his citation here?
About 2 years after the investigation began, rumors online started circulating that investigators had found a folder on the laptop titled Life Insurance. Inside that folder was alleged.
Now that's true. That's when the rumors started circulating. So if you'll recall, Pizzagate was 2016, right? November 2016. A year later, like to the day, QAnon makes their first post, November 2017. And then a year after that, 2018, we get Frazzle Drip. So people always say that Frazzle Drip is part of Pizzagate, and it fits in neatly with the Pizzagate stuff, but it is really more QAnon. It's much more part of QAnon than it is part of Pizzagate, in my view. But yeah.
A video file titled frazzled.rip, now more commonly known as Frazzle Drip. And apparently,
and this totally continues a lot of the Pizzagate theories that guys like Eric Prince talked about on Breitbart, where he's like, yes, the NYPD has found a bunch of things on Anthony Weiner's laptop. And then this added in the detail, he had a folder on there called Life Insurance that contained like snuff films of children being killed by Hillary and Huma and yada, yada, yada. He's about to explain, I'm sure.
Part of that video leaked and was making rounds on the dark web. Allegedly, the video shows...
Now, I gotta say, there's no way this is true. You know what? I'll let him explain. I'll explain before I jump in.
2 separate occurrences of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin performing a satanic ritual. I'll spare you from the grisly details here, but if you are curious, it's not hard to find a very detailed summary online about what the videos apparently show.
Okay, this is annoying because... Does he put a link at least? No, he doesn't. Really? Wow, he barely puts anything in. There's no sources at all? That's annoying. Yeah, I guess not. But it's annoying because he's like, I'll spare you the details, but if you look online, you can easily find a description of what's in the video. Yeah, you can easily find like many descriptions that are not all the same. Like this isn't something that exists. No, like, here's the thing, right? If this was a video, you would be able to find it. It would not be hard to find, okay? I mean, maybe it would be hard to find. It would be hard to find. It was not something that you'd be able to post on YouTube or something like that. But like, it's just, yeah, apparently like the basic consensus around this video is it's a video of Huma Abedin and Hillary Clinton. There's a kid. They cut off the skin of the kid's face. They wear it as a mask. I don't know. I guess they kill the kid and drink his blood. There's other things that may or may not happen in it. Frazzled drip. Frazzled.rip. And yeah, there's no evidence of it. Like, do you really think, like, you know, you saw how like Hunter Biden's laptop got away from him? Like, do you think that Hillary Clinton murdering a child would be able to stay on the dark web? Like, there are videos like this. Like, this one isn't real, but there are real videos of children being killed that are sold on the dark web and shit. They are well known. They're verified. The people who make the videos are arrested. There is like international manhunts for the people that make these horrible things. There is no way that something like this could be kept secret. If it's out on the internet, it's out forever. You cannot put the genie back in the bottle. And yet all these fucking frazzle drip arguments rely on the fact that, yes, some people have seen it. And a lot of people will be like, oh, I've seen it. Or they'll be like, I have a friend who saw it. And it's like, no, you didn't. No, you don't. It don't exist. We would know about it. Like, I don't know. I'm a little bit tired about it, of people who think frazzle drip is real.
Videos allegedly show a young girl that is used as a sacrifice. It was apparently a very long and drawn-out event, with both videos lasting.
Oh yeah, this is supposed to be a picture of Huma Abedin wearing a mask of a child's face. That is not a child. That is not skin. That is very clearly a fucking plastic, like Mardi Gras, like dollar store Mardi Gras mask. And then people are like, and then where the fuck is this picture even from? I don't know. It's so annoying how this guy puts so many filters on everything. That's so hard to read. Marsha Holland, guess what the video of Hillary and Huma is about to be dropped? This is gonna be, no idea what it says. Gonna be good, I think. And she posted this, and it's like, where did she get this photo? No idea. But then she's like, look, and if we fade it over a picture of Huma's face, it becomes Huma's face. Like, yeah, you could do that for literally anybody's face, but all right, sure.
Several minutes each. If you've ever heard of that Batman comic where the Joker removes his face to wear it as a mask, that's pretty much the main claim here. Both videos are said to end in a very similar way. This Facebook post from a now deleted user, Marsha Holland, was used as evidence in a fact-checking article by Snopes, in which they conclude that the claim is completely false. But the post was dated April 4th, 2018, and it's currently the first documented post in reference to the conspiracy theory. Before we move on, I think now's a good...
I don't think that's true. Wait. This post from Marsha Holland is the first documented post of Hillary? I don't think that's right. Wait.
That the claim is completely false. But the post was dated April 4th, 2018, and it's currently the first documented post in reference to the conspiracy theory. Before we move on, I think now's a good time for me to jump.
I'm sorry. I gotta check this out because I've looked this up before. Forplebs.org is it? Oh, I definitely shouldn't have this up on screen while I'm talking about this, because anything can come when you're looking for shit about 4chan. But it's a archive of a lot of the bigger boards on 4chan, including Poll. And let me type in Frazzle Drip and see what the earliest. The earliest post about Frazzle Drip was. Now I might be able to do this. Okay, and what did he say? April 4th? Well.
Is completely evidence in a way. This Facebook post from a now deleted user.
Yeah, April 4th. Okay. So I'm going to just go to this and say, let's say the end date will be April 2018. And let's say April 5th. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, I'm searching Frazzle Drip. Go. Oh, no results found? Oh, wow. Okay, so maybe that does predate it then. Frazzled.rip. Oh, wait, what's this? Sorry, I know you guys can't see this, but I'm just... Frazzle drip. Okay, and let's just take off the measurement here. Let's go... Let's find out when the first mention of frazzle drip period was. Search. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got a lot here. Oh, wow, okay. Okay, I guess, yeah, I can probably show you guys this. Just making sure. So, all right. Yeah, I guess so. The first mention of frazzle drip on April 15th, 2018. So that would be after this. Here, I'll show you. Blah. Frazzle drip. Is the rumor of an HRC and Huma video true? This is a picture of, what's her name? Marina Abramovich, covering the eyes of a child. You can imagine what people think about that. Is rumor of an HRC and Huma video true? And then the title of this thread is Frazzle drip. This is the earliest one. The Four Plebs archive. But the first person to actually use frazzle drip in the thread itself says, does anyone know what the supposed title of the video frazzle drip means? Searching it doesn't turn up anything. And here's a meme. The bad videos of Hillary, Huma, and a little girl. They're terrorizing the child. They filleted the child's face off while she was still alive and put it on their face to further terrorize the child. Well, it looks like Hillary has put a demon on her face in this photo. So that's not a child's face. They're deliberately causing the child's body to release adrenochrome into the bloodstream so they could drink the blood while they bled her out in satanic ritual sacrifice. This is what caused grown men to become extremely sick. And many needed to seek out psychological help after viewing it. And this is the thing about the NYPD cops who committed suicide after seeing the video, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So, I mean, okay, this is annoying to me because, all right, this is April 15th. We have the name frazzle drip being used. I swear I've searched this on here before and I found so much. I know I found other stuff. You know, okay, if I had more time, I would look up more. And here's another person claiming to have seen it. I saw frazzledrip.mp4. Dude, it's not frazzledrip.mp4, it's frazzled.rip. It's honestly not that much. It's actually not even that bad. Why is it called frazzle drip? From Googling frazzle drip. Bunch of stuff here already. Anyway, you know what? Not the time for me to look into this, but okay. I guess this was the very first post about that. That's nuts. But it does seem like she's talking about something people already know about. The video of Hillary and Huma is about to be. It seems like people already know about it, right? Anyway, I don't know. Okay, let's keep going.
Marsha Holland was used as evidence in a fact-checking article by Snopes, in which they conclude that the claim is completely false. But the post was dated April 4th, 2018, and it's currently the first documented post in reference to the conspiracy theory. Before we move on, I think now's a good time for me to jump in and just acknowledge how crazy this all sounds, and I think that's a big reason why the theory was largely forgotten about.
Oh, audio going in and out a little bit? Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye on that.
This all sounds, and I think that's a big reason why the theory was largely forgotten about. Crazy claims require crazy evidence, of course, and when that's not present, people kind of just tend to move on and forget about it. In comparison to something like Pizzagate had these long branching chains of emails and Instagram posts and symbolism, connections, all this stuff.
Bro, don't put so many filters on that shit. I can't read
emails
any of it. What does that say? I mean, I do know exactly what this says. This is Podesta's email about the handkerchief. But if you're not like insane like me, I mean, you might. Okay, when I zoom in, I can. I take it all back. Keep putting all these filters on.
Instagram posts and symbolism, connections, all this stuff, whereas Frazzle Drip just kind of reads like a creepypasta. I'm not saying it's real or not, but it does kind of give like Jeff the Killer vibe.
No, it definitely is not real. Okay, so he is less pilled than I thought, and that's good. He is sort of presenting this like, ooh, spooky, right? Yeah, it's a little too spooky. It sounds like a fucking creepypasta that children would scared by.
At least to me. Like, it does kind of read like a 13-year-old came home from 8th grade, and after a long day of being shown best core videos at the lunch table, he sat down and he said, I'm going to write the edgiest shit that I can possibly think of, and it's going to be so scary and so badass. And I think that's the main reason that something like Pizzagate formed
But that's what all of Pizzagate is, though. That's what I disagree. Like, he's like, Frazzle Drip's a little out there. Pizzagate is real. I'm like, no. It's the exact same thing, man. It's exactly the same thing. The same type of people making up shit about the same person. Frazzle Drip and Pizzagate are, I don't consider them part of the same, like they're not the same. Like Pizzagate is, like I said, Frazzle Drip is more part of QAnon, but they're the same type of thing. Exactly. They are both Jeff the Killer.
Whole following of people who very adamantly insist that there is truth to the allegations, whereas Frazzle Drip never really formed that. You can find people online.
No, that's not true. They're okay. I see what you're saying.
Who will tell you that they stumbled across it on the dark web, and they will insist that it's real, especially if you go around searching.
Doesn't that just contradict what he just said? He's like, Frazzle doesn't really have people saying it's real. There are people who say that it's real.
In forums and start asking about it, but it's a much smaller amount of people than Pizzagate. Anyways, an article by Your Newswire, which
true, but you have to think of the timing of it. Like this is the mistake. It's not part of Pizzagate. This is a QAnon thing.
Is now known as The People's Voice, titled
This is what he's citing here. Your Newswire. Oh my God. Hang on now. Your Newswire. Let's check out their website. Best offshore sports books. Okay, so this site doesn't exist anymore. It's been bought out by somebody. Yeah, that was it. Yournewswire.com. Let's see the archive. Let's check it out. Let's go 2018. Why not? Let's go April 18th. Why not? Let's see what's up here. Here's how we do it, guys. This is how we do it. This is how we look shit up. Nice. All right. Your news, truth, unfiltered. Hell yeah, dude. Roger Waters. No gas attack in Syria. Trump ends war between North and South Korea. No, he did not. No, he didn't. Those two countries are still at war. They just have the longest ceasefire in history. Texas church shooter was Antifa member. Really? I thought he hated black people. 2 people connected to Flint water investigation found dead. Trump lays groundwork to ban mandatory vaccinations across the U.S. No, he didn't. I was in the Illuminati. I'm going to tell you everything. What? I would love to know everything about the Illuminati. Infant twins die 2 days after receiving mandatory vaccines. Oh my God. Did you know this? The exact date of the biblical apocalypse is revealed in 2016? When was that? Sorry, I have to know this. When was it? What did the Illuminati guy say? He penned a letter outlining the plans. After spending 47 years? Anyway, okay, whatever. Okay, here's the preview of some of the things I will reveal. Barack Obama, not a member of the Illuminati. He is something much, much worse. He's worse. The new space flights, which are planes that can briefly enter orbit, are not as fun as they seem. Oh, God. They're an Illuminati too. Oh, I thought he just meant like those planes that go into space. They're actually like boring. You think it's fun? You think it would be fun to go to space? It's actually not fun. Denver, Colorado is an evil. What? That's it? Yeah, we all know that. Aliens are a little different than what the mainstream teaches us. Oh my God. And the other thing I will reveal is that the information I have is essential. Oh my God, I love this guy. Wow, it's so long. I'm not going to read all that. But when's the day? Come on. Disclosed.tv reports. Oh, when? Oh, the year 2017 will have Jerusalem meet its most difficult ordeal ever. And 3.5 years later, the prophesied end of days will happen. So that's 2020. Low key, kind of correct that 2020 is the end of the world, but I don't think that 2017 was Jerusalem's most difficult ordeal ever. I just don't think that's true. All right, so this is what he's citing here. Okay, yeah. They did an article about fucking Frazzle Drip on your Newswire. Wild to cite this. I hope he says this is probably fake, though.
An article by Your Newswire, which is now known as The People's Voice, titled Horrific Hillary Clinton Snuff Film Circulating on Dark Web, was published only a week after the Facebook post and greatly amplified the narrative. The article is written by a journalist named Baxter Dimitri, and in it he writes, "The video, codenamed Frazzle Trip, has been circulating on the dark web since Monday. According to reliable sources..."
Look at all this goop in the background.
"Who have viewed the material and confirmed the content is, quote, worse than any nightmare. The people who are coming back from viewing this tape are just not the same. Many people are unable to watch the video due to the horrific nature of its content, according to sources familiar with the tape." PolitiFact says that Your Newswire is a website associated with fake news and scores them as making an inaccurate statement and ridiculous claim 69% of the times.
Okay.
Nice. PolitiFact is regarded to be mostly reliable, but it has been criticized before for having a left-wing bias, especially when dealing with controversial claims. All right, post-game interview. I wanted to hop in real quick and just clarify a couple of things because I don't think I got what I was trying to communicate across very effectively.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So, first of all, fuck PolitiFact, right? I really don't care what their opinion is on anything, and that goes for all mainstream media outlets, really. I only mentioned their political bias because they're not as recognizable as like Fox News or CNN. But that said, do I think that the conclusion that they're going to draw as a left-wing bias source is going to be any different than the conclusion that a right-wing bias source would draw like Fox News? Absolutely not. I just wanted to say that because I don't want anyone to think that I'm saying Democrats are doing this and I think that the Republicans are innocent. Clearly, that's not the case. I only brought them up at all as an example of the mainstream narrative.
Wow, this guy's really trying to thread the needle, eh? He's like, guys, obviously I think PolitiFact is bad and stuff. Like, I'm not saying that. But like, I don't know. Like, did he go to the website? Did he see that it's got articles about the Illuminati and how the planes are not fun and the exact date of the biblical apocalypse revealed? Did he do that? Because I feel like then you wouldn't have to go to PolitiFact. Then you would just be able to say, oh yeah, this website's bullshit and I should probably not include it in this thing other than to say this is where a lot of the rumors spread from. But you don't need to be like, is it true? I don't know. There's no way of really judging this. No, there are ways of judging it, man.
Because my goal with these videos is to paint the full picture to you. So I look at the official story and then I go more into the fringe conspiracy boards. Like I said before, I actually don't think that this video is real. I'm not saying that these people are innocent by any stretch of the imagination because what is on Anthony Weiner's laptop is already extreme.
Yeah. Okay, totally agree with that.
Illegal and incriminating in itself. But I don't know anything. Always do your own research and come to your own conclusions. I'll also note that you can find alleged clips of this video online pretty easily, and the clips are very disturbing, especially the sounds. The audio sounds very gruesome. Some of the clips from the video and the images look pretty real, and this could just be me talking in hindsight, but to me they look almost like a really good fake, like a really good AI video now. Of course, we the public didn't even have access to AI at this time, but I don't know, maybe it's actors. It could just be like a hoax. It reminds me a lot of an early internet hoax, really. Doesn't convince me, but like I said, I don't know anything. I obviously don't have any insider information or anything, so your guess is as good as mine. Now,
oh man, he's so back and forth, eh? He's really fence sitting on this. A little annoying, but I get it. I guess he's like he said, he's like, my goal is to give you both sides of the argument.
Of course, it's up to you to decide how.
I kind of prefer Coop because he's like, he'll say batshit insane shit, but he'll at least, he's 10 toes down with it. Like he'll tell you that he believes some crazy shit. This guy's like, guys, I want to get as much engagement on this video as possible, so I'm actually not gonna make a stance in any direction. I believe whatever you believe. I'm cool like you. I think that it's maybe wrong, but it could be right. And if it's right, then I knew that. If it's wrong, obviously I would knew that too.
Credible you think any of these sources are, but in this case,
the source is not credible at all, man.
I actually do lean towards PolitiFact over believing Baxter Dimitri's reliable sources that he doesn't name. Even if this video
okay, so he just read the one article about it. Great.
Is real though, me and you are not going to live long enough
to... Wait, what is that? What am I looking at there?
That he doesn't name. Even if this video is real...
Oh, damn. Wait, is that an actual photo of Huma? Kind of looks like it. Well, why does it look so different in that other one? Because it's clearly the same image. I'm confused is what I'm looking at right now. I mean, it looks like Huma. Maybe they got this photo from like her Instagram or something and then put a filter on it to make it look scary. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Although, me and you are not going to live long enough to ever see the day that that is confirmed. But what we do already know about Weiner's laptop
True. This is the Tim Pool of conspiracy theorists. Just sit on the fence so as not to alienate your audience. Exactly right.
is strange enough in itself. Upon seizing Weiner's devices, the FBI inadvertently discovered over 650,000 emails on his laptop. These communications were between Abedin, Hillary, the Clinton Foundation, and other government officials, and included in those communications were emails about Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server during her tenure as Secretary of State under Obama's presidency. So instead of using her official government email account, she was using her private email to send classified documents, which is obviously against protocol and illegal. Finding all this was enough for
Don't really care about that, but, you know, whatever.
For the FBI to reopen its investigation into Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation. Rumor has it that there was between 9 and 12 NYPD officers who saw Weiner's laptop, which we know contained incriminating information on Hillary Clinton and other powerful people in government. In an interview with Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, the professor of organic chemistry at Cornell University, had this to say in regards to Weiner's laptop.
Anthony Weiner's laptop were ever released, the government would fall.
Stupid thing to say.
Weiner's laptop had kill switches in it. I mean, it was filled with crap that wasn't supposed to be there. We never get to see it. Supposedly, 9 cops watched the videos on Weiner's laptop. They had to keep leaving the room because they couldn't stand what they were seeing. And all 9 are now dead. And there's names and faces and deadness, right? They're real people. Now, you can say, well, maybe they died for other reasons. I go, but it's still 9 cops. And, you know, it's like the 5 cops who died after January 6th, right?
How the fuck is it like that? All right, so this guy's nuts. I basically, like, you know, you gotta use like Pizzagate as like a litmus test, you know? Like, there are real conspiracies, right? There's like Jeffrey Epstein, there is fucking real shit out there, okay? And sometimes I see guys who have really, I think, informed takes on Epstein. And then you'll hear them talk about Pizzagate and they're just as like certain about it. And then you know that you can't really trust them and you should double check everything they tell you about Epstein. Because like, it is such a obviously fake, like you have to be completely partisan to believe in Pizzagate or Frazzle Drip or QAnon. Like you really have to be that. Yeah. Tell me the names of the 9 cops. This is a whole fucking thing. I wonder if I can dig up any, like a convincing counter argument to the 9 NYPD suicides. He might get into it.
4 more suicides.
The 9 dead cops part is verifiably true. According to CNN, 9 NYPD officers died in 2019 from an apparent department-wide mental health crisis. This included 3 NYPD officers who all apparently took their lives in the span of less than 10 days. And like I said, officially this was written off as a mental health crisis at the station. The weirdest part to me is that the media doesn't really acknowledge how weird this is. Could you imagine this happening at your job? Maybe you work at Best Buy, maybe you work at Walmart.
Okay, that's not true. The weird thing is the media is not fucking acknowledged how weird. That is not true. There are so many articles about this. Hang on. 9 cops suicide NYPD. Let's just check it out. New York Post, NYPD officer under federal probe dies in apparent suicide. Oh wait, this is 2025. Hang on. 9 to 12 cops committed suicide. Those from Reddit r/conspiracy. New York Times, 2 more NY police officers die by suicide, bringing total to 9 this year. NYPD suicides. USA Today, 3 police officers killed themselves in 10 days. 3rd police suicide in 10 days. New York Times, 2 NYPD officers killed in Brooklyn ambush. Suspect commits suicide. Okay, that's a different one. NYPD reeling after 9th officer suicide. I don't know what. Somewhere on YouTube. Business Insider, NYPD officer died by suicide after he was placed on restricted, blah, blah, blah. Shocking suicide kills NYPD veteran. NYPD suicide, blah, blah, blah. I mean, okay, this might be getting mixed up with some like more modern news articles, but like, I know that there was a ton of coverage. Okay, hang on. 2015. And let's say 2017. Just doing this real quick. Hulking ex-NYPD officer kills himself. Fort Bragg B. cop had 9/11 related depression. Lots of articles about 2016, 2017. Although I guess this was 2018, right? Anyway, like this is something that the media is not like shying away from here. There are plenty of articles about it.
Walmart or the gym or something, and your coworkers just start disappearing. They're dropping like flies. 9 of them disappear, 3 in less than 10 days. And Walmart tells you there's a mental health crisis at the store. Would you?
I mean, that's not an infrequent type of occurrence, you know, like when suicide is like a big thing to deal with, and there can be like a bit of like a suicide kind of domino effect. That does happen, you know. There's no evidence that any of these officers saw what was on the laptop. In fact, as far as I've been able to find, there's no evidence at all that the NYPD even participated in getting the fucking laptop from Anthony Weiner. I believe the FBI did that themselves. There's a New York FBI branch that apparently, from everything that I can tell, including looking through the FBI documents that were eventually like released to the public about this investigation around Anthony Weiner's laptop, and it appears to me they just got it themselves. Why are they bringing the NYPD in on this? What are they afraid that they can't? The FBI doesn't have people who can handle Anthony Weiner? Are they worried about what's going to happen when they get Anthony Weiner backed into a corner? No. They're just going to go there and get his fucking laptop. What the fuck else are they going to do? So yeah, this whole thing with the NYPD, I think, is just a complete red herring.
Do you believe that? Obviously, cops work a much more stressful job than most of us do, but still, that's clearly not normal. That's absurd. Not impossible, but that's enough to make any reasonable person ask.
Even if, like there's not only no evidence that any of these guys saw Frazzle Drip or had anything to do with Anthony Weiner's laptop, there's no evidence that laptop was even involved in the NYPD at all. I know I just said that, but I just wanted to say it a second time.
Questions. And that's why you hear the theory repeated a lot of times that these 9 officers were whistleblowers, or at least some of them were going to blow the whistle on what was on Weiner's laptop, and they had to be taken out. Now, do I think that's necessarily what happened? Probably not. But it is weird enough to make
God, he keeps doing this. Now, the whole thing I've just been making a case for, do I think it happened? Maybe, no, I don't think so. If I had to guess, no. It's like, okay.
Suspicious and ask more questions. And if that did happen to even just one of these officers, I think people should know about it. And a lot of other people agree, clearly, because that's why the whole conspiracy theory exists. There's just a whole bunch of weird circumstances that naturally...
They're making out Weiner's laptops, the videotape from the ring? Yeah. Yeah. Kind of seems like that, actually, yeah.
Get people curious and wondering if there's something more going on here behind the scenes. On November 2nd, 2016, True Pundit published an article about
True Pundit? Sorry, I've been going a little hard on people mispronouncing stuff, and I do that all the time. But True Pundit, also another completely unreliable fucking source.
Scenes. On November 2nd, 2016, True Pundit published...
Oh, this is fucking... Okay, this is original Pizzagate shit.
An article about the newly discovered emails relating to Hillary the NYPD discovered on Weiner's laptop. Breaking bombshell. New York Police Department blows whistle on new Hillary emails. In the article, they have a quote that they credit to the New York Police Department chief. What's in the emails is staggering, and as a father...
100% not from the chief of the New York Police. 100%. This is a fake, made-up quote.
Turned my stomach. There's not going to be any Houdini-like escape from what we found. We have...
Oh my God. We will ship them to WikiLeaks, or I'll personally hold my own press. Come on. The New York police chief said this to TruePundit.com, and they didn't get his name? They just put NYPD chief of police. Come on, dude. Come on.
Press conference, if it comes to that. Now, this isn't coming from
completely fake
source that I would say seems particularly credible.
No, it's a complete... Oh my God.
Even the website seems kind of janky and low budget. The images too...
You're not familiar with True Pundit, dude? Like, you should know about this, man. If you're going to be talking... Didn't you... This guy made like 3 4-hour videos about Pizzagate. This guy has done more fucking content about Pizzagate than I have. That might not be true altogether. But like... Oh my God. Anyway.
Articles on the front page don't even load. There's just a bombardment of clickbait Facebook ads. And they also don't give a name of the New York Police Department chief that allegedly said this. In the NYPD, chief isn't a rank. It's a category that refers to a group of senior leadership positions near the top of the department's command structure. The highest
even include this in your video.
uniformed position is chief of department, who oversees the daily operations of the entire force. Below that, though, are other high-ranking roles like deputy chief.
Yeah, maybe NYPD chief is his name, you know, like Q Shaman. Yeah, maybe it's like Neil Young, Powell, Doherty, chief. You know, maybe it's like he's got 5 names.
And assistant chief. These other chiefs typically oversee major divisions or specialized units. Well, Steve Silks was NYPD deputy chief from...
He really made that guy pop up like a creepy boogeyman.
For specialized units. Well, Steve Silks was NYPD deputy chief
Eat your vegetables or Steve Silks is gonna show up in front of a shimmering wall.
December 2006 until his death in June 2019. Silks had worked on the force for 39 years and was just days away from retirement when he was found in an unmarked patrol car in civilian clothes with a gunshot wound to the head. This was obviously ruled to be self-inflicted, and it was the same injury that all 9 other officers who passed that year also sustained. The official story, which has been supported by Silks' family, friends, and colleagues, was that stress was likely the main factor here. Silks lived alone with no immediate family nearby, and his dedication to the police force was a central part of his identity. The NYPD does have a mandatory retirement age of 63 years old, and Silks was...
Really? That's interesting. 63, huh?
Approaching his 63rd birthday. So retirement was something that he was being forced into unwillingly, and I don't doubt the idea of a lonely man nearing the end of his life wanting to go out on his own terms.
Especially... Yeah, is he gonna go through all of the suicides like this? No, it doesn't look like it.
When there doesn't seem to be much left for him to do with his life.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm skipping ahead. I'm skipping ahead to when he talks about Hillary. Here we go.
No charges are ever actually going to materialize for Bill or Hillary Clinton. But the fact that these questions were asked at all has gotten a lot of people talking about these things again. And more specifically, a lot of people are talking about Hillary and her lawyers' reactions when they were being questioned.
Are you aware of any files that were on Anthony Weiner's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle?
She even said, I missed the a zip file named frazzled.rip.
Ruling. Is this within the scope? Is this within the scope, Mr. Chair?
What kind of extension is RIP, by the way? .rip extension. Is that a zip file? Or is that .zip? What's a .rip? Often referred to as 3ds Max 3D images. Oh, damn. So FrazzleDrip is like a 3D fucking like, you know, FrazzleDrip was made in like Blender. You get to really like look around the room and see where the child skin mask was. Cool. RIP files. Related to audio mixing and composing software. Oh, so FrazzleDrip is a song. Cool. RIP files. A graphic file. Free view in the role of a RIP image. Remote imaging protocol scripting language. Okay, it sounds like all of these things are different. Oh, extensions can be anything? Okay, fair. Like you could lie and say that's something, by the way. Hit and mix. Program used to create audio mashups from song files. Contains audio segments that have been ripped and split from an MP3, CDA, or WAV file. Can be exported to MP3 format. Huh. Okay. Anyway, cool. Frazzle Rock. Frazzle Rock by Jim Henson. All right. Anyway, don't matter. Let's keep going.
Chairman. The chairman rules that it's not within the scope.
Mr. Chairman, based on what you said in the public...
Robert's so dumb. Oh, my God.
Hearing, is this within the...
The chairman rules it's not within the scope to ask about FrazzleDrip?
Some people are saying that she grabbed her face out of panic. Others are even saying that it was out of muscle memory.
She heard FrazzleDrip and she grabbed her face from muscle memory. How would that make sense? FrazzleDrip's the name of the file. Why would it be muscle memory? Anyway.
And I think the latter is a little bit of a ridiculous insinuation. Like, I think she can control herself enough to not do that out of muscle memory. Like, oh, I remember when I wore that girl's face. So to play devil's advocate, quite literally, I don't think from Hillary's perspective that her reaction was very...
Not literally. She's not literally the devil, but I see where you're going.
Unreasonable at all. I can definitely see why people are interpreting it as guilt, but at the same time, if this is all just a conspiracy that's been circulating for the better part of a decade, I bet you
some say she grabbed her face because of the babies. Yeah, maybe she like grabbed her face because she suddenly was like, oh my god, did I just show up to the Epstein deposition wearing a child's skin mask? Oh my god, that's so me. I always forgetting to take that off.
She is pretty tired of hearing about it. But what particularly struck me, and I think many others as odd, is her lawyers' reactions, because they absolutely went ballistic when they heard this question. They lost their minds and just started screaming. And it's not like they even denied it either. They didn't say this is nonsense or it's not true. They didn't object to it. They just started yelling.
No, they said it's not true. I think the one lawyer is like, you're asking about Pizzagate, a very wrong theory, or I forget what exactly he says, but he's like, he does say the thing you're saying is crazy.
About, is this within the scope? Is this within the scope of questioning? Do we have to answer? And then they went off record to discuss that.
No, he's making it seem like he's. Oh, hello, am I still online? No, I'm fine. Sorry, some reason the chat suddenly died for me. But yeah, he's making it seem like the that talk between Mark Burry and Jesse Brown, where he's like, "Are you Spooky Monkey?" And he's like, "Why? Is that something you need to know right now?" It's like, shouldn't you just be able to say yes or no? And he's like, well, I don't want to reveal anything about Wikipedia. It's like, what? He's like, did you know about Frazzle Drip? Do we have to answer that? Because I would prefer not to. Like, yeah.
I think is completely ridiculous, and I think most people would.
Flesh Simulator's videos came back online. The dark days are over. The videos are back. Nature is healing.
Agree that should not be allowed. It doesn't really matter though, it doesn't change anything because she was obviously going to deny it the same way that she denied Pizzagate and any connections with Epstein during the same deposition when she was asked about that. And of course the Clintons are extremely trustworthy people, so I completely just take her word for it. Now at this point in the video, I was going to talk about the theory that this was a possible psyop in order to make Pizzagate and other future conspiracy theories of that nature more easily dismissible, because it really
Pizzagate was already very easily dismissible.
Is just all word of mouth, where in comparison Pizzagate is a much deeper, more fleshed out rabbit hole to go down. But I want to skip that now because while researching, I found new connections and information that I have not seen anyone talk about yet. This is Dr. Michael McCoby, an American anthropologist.
Yeah, the break wasn't because of the question, because it was so stupid that it stunned everyone. Yeah, I mean, I do have that video. Hang on, I can pull it up. One sec. Yep. Where did it go? Clinton depositions. We've got everything here. We've got Hillary and Bill. Oh yeah, and here's the the thing about Frazzle Drip. Hang on now. Frazzle Drip 35447. Let's see. 35447. All right, let's see Hillary try to avoid the answer.
Really are. Wiener's laptop in a folder that was titled insurance, life insurance, with a zip file titled Frazzle.
Chairman's ruling. This is way within the scope. Is this within the scope, Mr. Chairman?
If the chairman rules that it's not within the scope,
Mr. Chairman, based on what you said in the public hearing.
Bober's like backing off of that real quick too. Just, if it's not within the scope, then I have other questions.
Is this within the scope?
We can go off the record for a moment.
Mr. Chairman, is this within the scope?
We'll go off the record and consult.
Off the record? Oh, you know what? I was thinking about the other thing.
We'll be back on the record.
It's the Pizzagate one that they're like, that's obviously not true.
Madam Clinton, you have stated that you do not recall meeting Jeffrey Epstein and have no links to him.
Yeah, you know, I will say, I don't think that they really handled that well. You know? Like, did she even have a question? She was like, as you know, Anthony Weiner had a file called Frazzle Drip. That's not really quite, like, what was her question going to be? Do you know what's on that file? But what I was thinking of was when she brings up Pizzagate 350. 350, 47. Somewhere around here.
Hillary's 1999. In past public statements, as in 2017 speeches and interviews, you described Pizzagate as a baseless conspiracy theory, alleging you and others ran a child sex trafficking ring from a Washington pizzeria basement. Have you reviewed any 2025-2026 Epstein files that were released that you believe reference or relate to those specific 2016 claims regarding the Podesta emails, Comet Ping Pong Pizza used as code possibly?
I'm sorry, you're asking her about whether she's reviewed emails in the Epstein files which relate to the wacky Pizzagate.
You could characterize it how.
Like the guy's not even like worried. He's like, you're asking if she's read Epstein emails about the wacky, that zany theory called Pizzagate? That said she was a child sex trafficker, murderer in a basement of a pizza shop? Is that what you're asking? That's pretty quirky. Anyway, yeah, so the Frazzle Drip one, like, yeah, you know what? In retrospect, in the light of day, watching a video about Frazzle Drip, I will admit, oof, bad way to react to that, lawyers. I think Hillary reacted to it just fine. She's like pretty normal looking. She's just kind of like, oh, here we go again. Okay, we got this crazy lady asked me about fucking Frazzle Drip. But then her lawyers are like, is that within the scope? Is that within the scope? Ah, let's go off the record. Oh my, like, how is that going to look? Like, you got to think about these things, right? You got to consider the optics. I mean, who the fuck knows what Bobert's talking about? They're talking about the beef jerky and grape soda shit. Like, the only, like, there are emails with Epstein where he's talking about Pizzagate. Like, people are like, have you heard about this Pizzagate theory? Oh my God, it's crazy. It kind of involves you. But like, you know, that's not what he's there's nothing to confirm Pizzagate other than like, yeah, there's emails where Epstein is talking about eating pizza and grape soda and beef jerky. Anyway, who the fuck is this? Michael Maccabee?
And psychoanalyst globally recognized as an expert on leadership.
Oh, is this the thing about Haiti?
For his research in improving organizations and the nature of work. In a DC neighborhood meeting that was held in...
Sorry, I forgot to switch it back. Hang on now. There we go.
2016 regarding Comet Ping Pong operating past midnight, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner Frank Winstead accused the owner of the establishment, James Alefantis, of seeking to turn this quiet stretch of Connecticut Avenue in Forest Hills into a haven for essays and murder. Michael Maccabee reportedly stood up...
What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
...to this DC official by saying that he will seek to remove anyone who opposes Comet Ping Pong. This is Michael Maccabee with his son Max and his daughter...
What am I... Oh God, I'm sorry. I must have missed something. What was he... Who's this?
...more fleshed out rabbit hole to go down. But I want to skip that now because while researching, I found new connections and information that I have not seen anyone talk about yet. This is Dr. Michael Maccabee, an American...
Oh, okay, so nothing.
...anthropologist and psychoanalyst globally recognized as an expert on leadership for his research in improving organizations and the nature of work. In a DC neighborhood meeting that was held in 2016 regarding Comet Ping Pong operating past midnight, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner Frank Winstead accused the owner of the establishment, James Alefantis, of seeking to turn this quiet stretch of Connecticut Avenue...
Who accused him of that?
Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner Frank Winstead accused the owner of the establishment, James Alefantis, of seeking to turn this quiet stretch of Connecticut Avenue in Forest Hills into a haven for essays and murder. Michael Maccabee reportedly stood up to this DC official by saying that he will seek to remove anyone who opposes Comet Ping Pong. This is Michael Maccabee with his son Max and his...
I mean, that sounds crazy. Did that really happen? I must have missed that.
Daughter Izette Maccabee Folger. Izette Folger has also been pictured with James Alefantis, the owner of Comet Ping Pong. So Alefantis, who's at the center of the entire Pizzagate conspiracy theory, is obviously...
Again, I definitely don't think so. I consider Comet Ping Pong easily the weakest part of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory. And that's saying something, but like very, very, very tenuous evidence about Alefantis. I think a lot of it boils down to homophobia. I mean, maybe that's what this guy was accusing him. Maybe that's what was really going on there. He's like, there's a gay guy with a pizza shop, probably a rapist.
Very close with this family. You might remember from the Pizzagate video that...
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should look into this before I dismiss it.
James Alefantis was in a relationship with David Brock. The man who in 2016 founded
crazy hair.
The super PAC Correct the Record in order to support Hillary Clinton's campaign for president and defend her from online rumors. Well, in 2011, Brock was involved in a civil lawsuit with his...
And worth mentioning, in the 90s, he was the guy spreading rumors about the Clintons, including Hillary.
Former partner of over 10 years.
To be a conservative Republican kind of, shill, dirty trickster, liar.
William Gray. Gray accused Brock and his new partner, James Alefantis, of the wrongful retention of over $250,000 worth of his personal property. Brock countersued Gray for blackmail, alleging that Gray threatened to expose embarrassing information about Brock's personal life, donors, and organizations unless paid $850,000. Brock demanded the money's return plus $3 million in punitive damages. The case would be settled confidentially later that year without any public admissions of wrongdoing, but that's
okay. What's up with that then?
It's kind of besides the point. The lawyer who represented Brock and Alefantis in this case was Max McCoby. We'll come back to Max in a second, but his father Michael is credited on the...
Good point, Abish. Fleshed out rabbit hole is a terrible phrase. Yeah, that's a really disgusting mental image. A truly unfortunate mixed metaphor.
McCoby Group's website as being a coach to leaders of Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos, or NPH. The NPH is a prominent...
So big brother, or little... Okay, our little brothers. So like a Big Brother type organization.
International charitable organization dedicated to transforming the lives of vulnerable children in Latin America and the Caribbean, including in places like Mexico, Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Bolivia, Peru, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. The Clinton Foundation and its
Haiti, and this is where things are going to get stupid.
Affiliates have historically supported and worked with the NPH on high initiative projects, like the 2010 Haiti earthquake, where Bill Clinton, in his role as UN Special Envoy, facilitated resources that benefited NPH operations on the ground. This is Laura Silsby.
Okay, I knew we were going to get here. Yeah, what did I say at the beginning? I think I was right, because I was like, he found new information that connects Haiti to Alefantis. All right, it's somebody else who knew James Alefantis who also went to Haiti. Like, I mean, that's all that it could have been, I guess. But like, yeah, okay. So a guy that knew him and his wife hung out with him or something, like, and he defended him from a guy who was accusing him of sex crimes or something. He was involved in a Big Brother type program that included a long list of other countries, homes for orphaned and abandoned children across Mexico, Honduras, Haiti, Nicaragua, Guatemala, El Salvador, Dominican Republic, Bolivia, and Peru. And he's like, did you know it's Haiti's on that? And it's just like, okay. And watch him try to connect this to Jeffrey Epstein. This is my favorite.
Historically supported and worked with the NPH in his missions on the ground. This is Laura Silsby, another person that you might be familiar with. She worked for New Life Children's Refuge and was tried on child trafficking charges after she was arrested in Haiti while attempting to smuggle 33 non-orphaned kids across the Haitian border into the Dominican Republic without documentation after the 2010 earthquake. In a transcribed interview between a Fox News host and Jorge Puello, who was the lawyer for Laura Silsby and the other Americans detained in Haiti on these charges, when asked how they got these children, Puello is quoted as saying, there was an orphanage that collapsed in Haiti. It was called Friends of the Orphans of Haiti.
And the children that she had were not even orphans, like they had parents. Yeah, it's a pretty fucked up story.
There was somebody over there that told them that the orphans had no place, no room to place them. Friends of the Orphans is an orphanage branch of the NPH. I'm about to butcher this.
Oh, Friends of the Orphans is from Canada?
Room to place them. Friends of the Orphans is an...
Whoa. Nuestros Pequeños Hermanos.
Orphanage branch of the NPH. I'm about to butcher this pronunciation, so bear with me, but in Haiti, this branch is referred to as Nos Petites Frères et Sœurs.
I can help you out here, Chase. Nos petits frères et sœurs. Hôpital Saint-Damien de Château. Biongé. I don't know. But although Haitians have like their own kind of pronunciation. Honestly, I will say, I do think the Haitians have the best French. I think the Haitian Creole, whatever you call it, they fixed French, which is a pretty unwieldy language that's annoying to spell and say. Haitians, they fixed it. They made it a lot clearer and simpler, and it just sounds better, and I like it the best.
Absolutely horrible, but I'm not doing another take. It translates...
Damn, the Canada connection pretty much proves Chill Goblin's involved. Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, that's basically what it is. Haiti, okay, this has got to be Pizzagate shit. The real 3-point fucking 3-pointer shot. I don't know fucking sports, But the real like hat trick here is if he also loops in Epstein, which people try to do with Haiti, which is stupid. But I'll only address it if he does.
Relates to our little brothers and sisters. Now, it's very odd that this lawyer knew the orphanage by its English variant name, because it's not like he's just saying it in English. The names are completely different. They don't translate to each other. So it demonstrates foreknowledge of this orphanage by someone involved in this scandal.
I'm lost. What? Who did that? Which person said this?
About to butcher this pronunciation, so it's an orphanage that collapsed in Haiti. It was called
the Friends of the Orphans of Haiti. That's what Puello said. And so, Friends of the Orphans of Haiti, and then the French name is Nos Petits Frères et Sœurs, our little brothers and sisters. Okay. Why would that be pre-knowledge? Because this happened after it collapsed.
Be herself or the lawyer, but we'll come back to him in a second. Well, on Max McCoby's law firm profile, the same guy that represented Alefontis and Brock, he's listed as being on the board of directors of Friends of the Orphans. He is on the board of directors for the nonprofit charity Friends of the Orphans and is an advocate for their cause. According to the Irish Times, Gina Heretti is the director of the St. Helene Orphanage, which is ran by NPH. Gina Heretti would also become the first recipient of the William Jefferson Clinton Goodwill for Haiti Award, or the WJC Award, 2 years later in 2012, when she was presented it by Bill Clinton himself. One article writes, Haiti Week culminated with the Haiti Ball in the Four Seasons Hotel on January 27, 2012, where the recipient of the inaugural William Jefferson Clinton Goodwill for Haiti Award was Gina Heretti. Congratulations, Gina, on your 18 years of service with the NPFS Haiti and to all the lives you have touched throughout your years. The NPFS is technically a different organization from the NPH, but they're tied at the hip. The entire reason the NPFS exists is to raise funds for the NPH. Well, as we know, Bill Clinton would be the one to later intervene in Laura Silsby's case when she was facing the charges of conspiracy and child abduction in Haiti. He got the charge dropped down to arranging irregular travel, which allowed her to return to the United States after serving a 6-month sentence in Haiti, and later change her name to Laura Gaylor and gain an executive role at AlertSense, the mass notification.
I didn't know about this. Oof, this one's rough too. It's an Amber Alert. What is it? What does it do?
Company that provides the software for Amber Alert. Well, get this.
Wait, what is this website? What the hell? Oh, sorry. I thought this was just a screenshot from this website, but clearly somebody's added this text because it's like, AlertSense, meet our VP of Marketing, Laura Gaylor, arrested in Haiti for attempting to steal 30 children. I was like, they put that shit on her fucking About Me page? Jesus. But no, now I realize, no, somebody else has added this in. Okay, sorry. All right.
The mass notification company that provides the software for Amber Alert. Well, get this. On January 18th, 2010, only 6 days after the earthquake, Friends of the Orphans, or the St. Helene Orphanage, reported that all 350 children being housed in the orphanage are safe and sustained no injuries. Well, that's great, right? Well, only a month prior, in December of 2010, the official mph.org website, which, to remind you, owns this orphanage that Heretti was running and that Silsby tried to traffic children from, claims that the St. Helene Orphanage was home to 450 orphans. So this orphanage that was at the center of this scandal underreported the number of children that were there after the earthquake by 100. And it gets even weirder when you learn that one of New Life Children's Refuge's missions was to gather specifically 100 orphans from the streets and collapsed orphanages of Haiti and then take them to the Dominican Republic. Of course, this was said to be done with the intent of rescuing them by illegally taking them away from their families across the border. Because that's another strange twist to all this. All 33 children that Laura Silsby was caught with were not even orphans. They had parents in the country. But Silsby said that she got these orphans from that orphanage that underreported how many orphans were staying there. So either Silsby's lying about where she got these children from, or that orphanage was holding these children that were not orphaned for God knows what reason. Now we're left with the obvious question of why? Why would they be taking these Haitian children across the border into the...
Haitian. Yeah, so Laura Silsby definitely, that is a very big part of the Pizzagate theory. This is an old one. definitely seems like Laura Silsby probably sucks. I think it's a little much to say that she was like trying to traffic children for sex purposes. My read on the situation is she was much more just like responding to incentives. It's like the more orphans you bring over, the better. You know, like that's great. That's what we want. And so she ended up just like not really looking into whether these children were actually orphans or whatever. Because it just seems like what would the actual, I mean, I don't know. What would the actual motivation be for, not Lara Silsby, Laura Silsby. What would the actual motivation be from, New Life Children's Refuge case. Timeline of events, 10 missionaries flew to Dominican Republic, chartered a bus, arrived in Haiti. The NLCR's leader, that's the New Life Children's Refuge, explained she had a letter from Dominican officials authorizing the transfer of orphans from the hotel in Cabaret. Dareski warned Silsby she'd also required proper paperwork from Haitian authorities. On 26th of January, the group gathered 40 children, set off for the Dominican Republic. They were stopped by policemen who explained that their actions were illegal. Undeterred, the group set out to collect orphans from the devastated town of Calabas and from the slum of Le Citron in Port-au-Prince. 33 children, 20 from Calabas and 13 from Le Citron, were put under the mission's care. On the night of January 29th, the missionaries were arrested while trying to cross the Dominican border without proper authorization. They denied any wrongdoing, maintained they were doing God's will by helping orphaned victims of the earthquake. The children were sent to the SOS Children's Village Orphanage in Croix des Bouquets, a suburb of Port-au-Prince, and it became clear that most, if not all of them, were not orphans. NLCR missionaries maintained that they were told that the children were orphaned. In turn, people in Calabes and SOS Children's Villages accused the missionaries of lying about their intentions. Although the children's relatives were told they would be able to visit them and eventually take them back, the NLCR's mission statement clearly outlined plans for adoption. So yeah, this is like, she's sent there, she's got money from the Clinton Foundation. Not just her, like the NLCR, they're like, hey, our goal is to bring orphans from Haiti, devastated by the earthquake, bring them from Haiti to the Dominican Republic where they'll be adopted. All right. The more orphans we can get, the better. And while they're doing this, they're getting all this feedback like, guys, it's illegal what you're doing. You're bringing children across the country border or whatever. I'm not exactly sure what was illegal or what. Like you would think that they would have the proper fucking credentials for this. And no. It turns out they try to do all this shit. They bring him over the border. It's such a fucking Christian missionary thing too, right? They're like, oh, God has, like, what did it say? Like when the police were like, oh, that's illegal. And they're like, wrong. Nothing that God wants it could be illegal. The missionaries maintained they were told the children were, what was the thing? Did I just make that up? I thought there was something here. 33 children in his care. Yes, this is it. They denied any wrongdoing and maintained they're doing God's will by helping orphaned victims of the earthquake. It's like, yeah, but these aren't orphans. And what the hell are you doing? Like, you can't be doing this shit. The 10 Baptists were formally charged with criminal association and kidnapping, trying to smuggle 33 children out of Haiti. In an interview, United States ambassador, like this sucks. This is like a fucking, if it's not directly evil, it's negligent to the point of like fucking evil. I mean, former president of the U.S. Bill Clinton appealed for a swift end to the case to ease tensions between Haiti and the U.S. in the relief effort. Just one of many totally fucked things that the Clintons did in Haiti. Like fuck the Clintons, fuck them all, fuck them both.
The Dominican Republic. Well, Haiti and the Dominican Republic exist on a major Caribbean island called Hispaniola. Haiti occupies the west side of the island, and
here it goes. Here it comes.
The Dominican Republic occupies the east. And just off the east coast of Haiti is a smaller Caribbean island that is known as Little Saint.
I knew it. All right, cool. This is close to Epstein's Island. Let's look at a map of the Caribbean. Caribbean map. Image is, so we got, all right, so this is where I was last week, Jamaica. There's Hispaniola, there's Haiti, there's Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, British Virgin Islands. Now, Little St. James is close to St. Thomas, right? Where's St. Thomas? Oh, it's not on here? St. Martin. Is it on this one? Puerto Rico, St. Martin, Bartholomew, St. John's. Ah, crap. All right, hang on. Can I look this up on Google Maps? Does Google Maps have LSJ? There you go. St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Little St. James. There we go. So here's Little St. James. All right. Not too far away from Great St. James, also owned by Jeffrey Epstein, right over here. Let me zoom out. And what's this over here? Is this Haiti? No, this is St. Thomas. Yeah, there's Red Hook, where the pizza shop was. Okay. There's Virgin Islands. Okay. British Virgin Islands. There's, Culebra. All right, and what do we got over here? Puerto Rico. And then what do we got over here? There's the Dominican Republic. And then what do we got over here? There's Haiti. So, okay, so fucking, it's not that close. It's not that close. It's actually quite far. Like, that's a flight. That's a flight. And then once you're getting on a plane, or taking like a long-ass boat ride, once you're getting on a plane, you may as well be taking these kids anywhere on Earth. So I think it's a reach to be like, and you know, Little St. James is quite close to the Dominican Republic.
St. James, that was owned by Jeffrey Epstein. And according to a Fox News article written in 2016, Jeffrey Epstein once claimed in a letter he wrote in 2007 that he helped co-found the Clinton Foundation. What a coincidence. What a crazy coincidence.
It's not even a coincidence. Like, what are you getting at here? I will debunk this right now. Jeffrey Epstein was too racist to want a bunch of Haitian orphans. He did not like black people. It was not, there were very few black people who were, trafficked by Epstein. I really only know of one. And one thing that he would tell his recruiters, he'd be like, not interested in black people. Please do not bring anyone black unless they are exotically beautiful. And you're not going to be bringing 35 Haitian children to Jeffrey Epstein. That's just this just tells me you don't know anything about Epstein. Right, exactly, Finland. Epstein's not interested in that shit. Many different ways we could use to debunk this very stupid theory. But let's just go with this because I feel like it's just all we need to say. Not as interested in black girls. He just wasn't.
That's really strange. Epstein claimed that he co-founded the Clinton Foundation, and then the Clinton Foundation is taking them across an island towards another smaller island owned by Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah, they're taking them from... Oh, my God. Seriously? They're taking him, from Haiti to the Dominican Republic. Let's go from Punta Cana, the eastmost edge of the thing, and let's say to Little St. James. How long would that be? Little St. James. Oh, outside of current coverage area for transit. Flights? 3 hours? Oh, okay, you know what? That's not that far. But what about by boat? Because it's just 3 hours. That's pretty far for that little distance. But like I said, you're going to get on a plane. At that point, you could be going anywhere. You could be going to fucking Venezuela. You could be going to Florida. You could be going to Sweden. It's silly. It's just silly. And this guy's like, excuse me? Obviously they're going to Epstein's Island. Epstein, the only pedophile in the entire Caribbean. For sure, definitely. The Caribbean didn't even know about pedophiles until Epstein moved in.
Weird. On Hillary Clinton's private email server that she was illegally using to send classified information on while serving as the U.S. Secretary of State, Huma Abedin, who was Anthony Weiner's wife, was sending her.
Again, what the fuck? Why does he put these filters on it, man? Just put the fucking thing. It is so hard to read. Am I just old? Maybe I'm just old.
Consistent updates on Laura Silsby and the other U.S. missionaries' kidnapping charges that they were facing while in Haiti. Now, I think that's enough said. But if it's not, well, remember Jorge Puello, the lawyer who represented Laura Silsby and the other U.S. missionaries that were detained? Well, guess what? Jorge Puello wasn't even a lawyer at all. Jorge Torres Puello was arrested in Haiti in March of 2010, less than a month after he became involved in Silsby's case. And it was found out that he was a fugitive wanted in 4 countries posing as a lawyer. At the time of his arrest, he was wanted in the United States, Canada, El Salvador, and the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, these guys seem like pretty sketchy. This whole fucking, whatever they were called, the New Life Children's Rescue thing or whatever. Yeah, they suck. They seem like they suck.
For charges like human trafficking, exploitation of minors, and involvement in organized crime. Does this mean that the rumored video on Weiner's laptop that was being spread across the dark web is real? Of course not. At the end of the day, it is just a conspiracy.
Yeah, I was wondering why he was talking about this. Like, what did any of this have to do with fucking Frazzle Drip? Now, does all this shit I'm saying about Haiti and Laura Silsby mean that Frazzle Drip is real? No. In fact, don't really know why I told you guys all that. Kind of unrelated, isn't it? Maybe I should have made that a separate video. Anyway, like and subscribe.
Conspiracy theory with no solid proof really behind it. But what there is far too many coincidences and connections between all of these conspiracy theories, and the people involved in them just pretend like all of this is normal and nothing sketchy is going on. I think that what is here is more than enough for any reasonable person to look at and say, there's definitely some shady stuff going on here behind the scenes and we're not getting the full story. And if these are the types of connections that you can piece together through publicly available information, can you imagine all of the unconfirmed or buried things that we will just never hear about? Conspiracy theories like this have been around forever.
I mean, I'm so annoyed by this guy because, like, yeah, like, okay, so if these are the things that we can piece together from what we know, imagine what we do. But it's like, but no, there is actually real shit. Like, if you want to talk about the Clintons in Haiti, you can find fucking despicable shit that they did there. You can find some fucking brutal, like the whole, what the Clintons did to Haiti was like run their charity. I don't know everything off the top of my head, but basically my understanding is they use this charity as like a way to whatever, avoid taxes and shit. They go into Haiti, they help out the like Haitian elite, and they help out the foreign businesses in Haiti. They use this donation money to without any understanding of what life on the ground in Haiti is like and what the impoverished people of Haiti, like most of the people in Haiti, one of the poorest countries on earth, one of the like hardest places to survive in. They use they didn't know what they were doing. They're giving money to the fucking, Laura Silsby and shit, like not really thinking through like this perverse incentive, like the more children you bring over, the better, like, like whatever, cause these fucking Christian missionaries to just kidnap a bunch of kids, basically. Exactly. The Clintons are dirty. You don't need to make up crazy stuff about them. And like, they have been criticized by like a lot of people. I know I'm thinking of a article from Current Affairs about this, but I'm just like, the guy is saying Clintons, Haiti. What the Clintons did to Haiti. Their actions in the country were shameful and shouldn't be defended. And this is an excerpt from the book Super Predator, Bill Clinton's Use and Abuse of Black America. But Hillary Clinton says the two of them fell in love with Haiti. They developed a deep connection to the country. I know Alex Jones loves to read out a portion from Bill Clinton's biography where he talks about attending a voodoo ceremony in Haiti and how like interesting he found it. And he's like, here it is, folks. Absolute proof. Bill Clinton is a demonic possessed Satanist. And he attended a literal voodoo ceremony in Haiti. That means he's an evil demon. Anyway, but they do, I don't know, they went to Haiti on their honeymoon or something. That's not right. In his autobiography, Bill says his understanding of God and human nature were profoundly transformed when they witnessed a voodoo ceremony in which a woman bit the head off of a live chicken. Anyway, so you can imagine what Jones said about that. But they go, yes, so their Haiti policy was business-centered, involved in suppressing Haiti's minimum wage. Because you know who gets paid too much? Poor people in Haiti. They're making too much money. Those are the real fat cats. You know, they've had it too good for too long. We've got to cut them down to size, all right? We got to redistribute the wealth, okay? Listen, I'm all for abolishing billionaires, but can we abolish anyone in Haiti who's making more than 24 cents an hour? Literally, that's what it was. A 2009 Haitian law raised the minimum wage to 61 cents an hour from 24 cents an hour. Haitian garment manufacturers, including contractors for Hanes and Levi Strauss, so again, foreign businesses exploiting the people of Haiti, were furious, insisting they were only willing to agree to a 7-cent increase. Luckily, heroically, the Clintons showed up to aggressively block the 37-cent increase. The proposed wage increase would have been only the most trivial additional expense for the American garment manufacturers, and yet they still won. They easily could have afforded it. Are you kidding me? Fucking, what was it? 61 cents an hour was what these people are complaining about. Slave wages. This is slavery. These are people with a gun to their head, living in the fucking economic reality of like the poorest country on earth that's been absolutely fucked by its colonial history with France, having the gall to be the only successful slave rebellion. They have been fucked for fucking centuries by the imperial core and especially the U.S. Do you know that after fucking the slaves revolted and like successfully freed themselves, that reparations were instated on Haiti? Reparations not to the slaves, but the slaves had to pay their former masters in France. Haiti had to pay billions of dollars to France, which they only finished paying off in fucking I don't know exactly when, 1960s or something, like sometime in the 20th century, like a pretty recently time ago. Anyway, if you look into the history of Haiti, it is astounding how much they've been fucked over. They have been truly fucked over by everyone. And everyone, including the Clintons, seems to come to Haiti and be like, I can fucking use these people. I will use them for myself. And this is the shit these people do, right? This is how the Clintons work. They are elites. They worked their way up to the top, you know, became president, did this fucking Clinton Global Initiative tour, went around the world, and it's all fucking done to enrich themselves, connect themselves to fucking corporations and billionaires and the other ruling elite around the world, while at the same time propping up their own image and giving them fucking whatever excuses why they don't need to pay taxes. But all this shit, my God. Bill Clinton's program for Haitian development had garment exports at its center. Interesting. Sorry, I know I'm not going through this entire article. I'm just kind of skimming it, but well worth a read if you'd like to know more about what the Clintons actually did in Haiti and the despicable things that they actually did. President Obama's request, Clinton and George W. Bush created the Clinton-Bush Haiti Fund, began aggressively fundraising around the world to support Haiti in the earthquake's aftermath. Bill's appointment, while Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State overseeing the efforts of USAID, meant that at every stage of Haiti's reconstruction, fundraising, oversight, and allocation, a Clinton was now involved. Great. Oh, hooray for Haiti. Clinton announced that Haiti would be a laboratory where the United States could road test new approaches to development, taking advantage of the power of proximity. Oh my God. Despicable. These like neoliberal fucks. Haiti has suffered more than enough already. They don't need your help. While other organizations in Haiti are using their resources to deliver humanitarian aid, we are using our resources to focus on long-term development. All right. I mean, I guess having food is nice, but long-term development sounds good too. The fund advertised, this is the Clinton-Bush fund, 100% of donations go directly to relief efforts. And they adopted an expansive definition of relief efforts, treating luring foreign investment and jobs. Of course, this is the fucking like IMF shit. They're like, no, we're not going to give them food and shelter and stuff that they need right now to survive. That's baby shit. They don't need that. They can do that themselves. What we will do is help create jobs by allowing more foreign investments to come here. Long-term programs to develop Haiti's business class. Like I said, right? They're trying to help the fucking Haitian elite and foreign investment in the country. Despicable. This is evil. This is demonic shit. Okay? You don't need to be like, oh, they're fucking taking the kids to Jeffrey Epstein's island. No, they weren't doing that. They looked at Haiti and said, how can we use this to help our rich friends get richer and network us with all these fucking garment companies and shit? It's disgusting. For people who claim to love Haiti and I had a spiritual awakening when I went to see that voodoo ceremony. I'll never forget that lady bit off a chicken's head. What a crazy day that was. And then he goes and fucks over the country forever. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe they don't know they just really believe this stuff helps. Haitian IHRC members lamented the commission to produce a disparate bunch of approved projects that do not address as a whole either the emergency situation or the recovery, let alone the development of Haiti. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, they just are throwing all this money at all these things. They're like, this will help. And they don't know what the situation on the ground is like. The Washington Post reported that a 2011 housing expo cost more than $2 million, including $500,000 from the Clinton Foundation. It was supposed to be a model for thousands of new units, but instead has resulted in little more than a few dozen abandoned model homes occupied by squatters. Great. Thank you. Thanks, Clinton. This is, by the way, this is this is the book by Nathan Robinson, Super Predator, Bill Clinton's Use and Abuse of Black America. And the image on the cover here is from when Clinton announced his campaign in 2000, what would that be? 2003, I guess? No, sorry, 2003. 1993? Right? Anyway, when he did his campaign announcement speech, when, and a lot of presidents fucking do this shit. Like Reagan announced his running for president when he was like, where was it? Fucking slipping my mind. But he did his. They're always announcing their shit at like really important locations for civil rights from the like anti-civil rights perspective. And this was at like a prison. Anyway, sorry guys, I don't quite remember what I'm talking about here. But yeah, I mean, like there's a whole long article here about everything they've done. The widespread consensus is the Haiti recovery was a catastrophically mismanaged disappointment. It's hard to find anyone these days who looks back on the U.S.-led response to the January 12, 2010 Haiti earthquake as a success. While plenty of money was channeled into the country, it largely meant to what were little more than small pilot projects, a new set of basketball hoops, and a model elementary school here, a functioning factory there. End result, little has changed for Haiti. Haitians find themselves in a social and economic situation that is worse than before the earthquake. Brutal. When you look at the history of humanitarian relief, there's never been a situation when such a small country has been the target of such a massive influx of money and assistance in such a short span of time. On paper, with that much money in a territory the size of Haiti, we should have witnessed miracles. There should have been results. If anything, they appear worse off. Why is that? Haitians direct much of the blame toward the Clintons. As a former Haitian government official who worked on the recovery said, there's a lot of resentment about Clinton here. People have not seen results. They say that Clinton used Haiti. Yeah, and I think that's fair to say. Haitians increasingly complain that the Clinton-backed projects have often helped the country's elite and international business investors exactly more than they have helped poor Haitians. And they haven't helped poor Haitians at all. There's a suspicion that their motives are more to make a profit in Haiti than to help it. And that while striking a populist pose, right? Like they're all like, it's been great for their PR. In practice, they are attracted to power in Haiti, as they are everywhere. So when this fucking guy, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so rude. This guy's not that bad. All right. He's making the YouTube content. He's making conspiracy YouTube content. That's what I do. I got nothing against him. But I just think I take issue with the idea that like he's looked up all these very tenuous connections between James Alefantis and the Maccabee and blah 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 and Haiti, and he's like, if this is what I can find, imagine what's below the surface that they never will let us see. That's what I take issue with, because there is stuff that is above the surface that we can see. That's very bad. But maybe it's not flashy because it doesn't involve Jeffrey Epstein and, Pizzagate and Frazzle Drip. But, you know what I mean? Anyway, Chase, I'm sorry if I'm being a little intense right now. I appreciate what you do, brother.
Things that we will just never hear about. Conspiracy theories like this have been around forever, but only very recently has the public actually gotten legitimate confirmation that elitist rings like this actually exist.
That actually tripped me out. What was I looking at there? That seemed like a massive screen.
Can you imagine all of the unconfirmed or buried things that we...
Is this guy like doing his Google searches on an IMAX or something? Look at this.
We'll just never hear.
It's panning so far over. Okay, hang on.
Conspiracy theories like this have been around forever, but only very recently has the public actually gotten legitimate confirmation that elitist rings like this actually exist.
What the hell? What screen size does that guy have?
And so far, conspiracy theorists are batting 1,000, except for like flat Earth. That's like the only one that's not real. Really bad time to be a flat earther.
What? Hang on.
This actually exist.
What actually exists?
And legitimate confirmation that elitist rings like this actually exist. And so far, conspiracy theorists are batting 1,000, except for like...
No, they are not. They're batting like 1.
Flat Earth. That's like the only one that's not real.
No, they're all not real, almost. Some of them are real. Some of them are real, but they're not batting 1,000.
Really bad time to be a flat earther. Can you imagine every other conspiracy theory is getting its flowers, and then you're the only one that everyone still thinks is crazy? The allegations that conspiracy theorists have been making for decades against these elites and politicians really do exist. It's real. And looking back on things like this with that hindsight, it all does seem much less unbelievable. So remember that no matter...
Yeah. You can't believe in Pizzagate and mock flat earth. Absolutely true. Yeah. It's the same category.
No matter how paranoid or conspiracy-minded you are, what the government is actually doing is way worse than you could ever possibly imagine. That's a quote I heard once.
Wait, where did you hear it?
It's online, and it really did...
I just heard it online. Wait, was that quote... Okay, this is what I caught. He said, one time somebody said online, and it really stuck with me. However, whatever you can imagine the government is doing, they're actually doing something even more fucked up and bad. And it's like, no, I think I think my imagination could probably think of something worse than what they're actually doing.
Remember that no matter how paranoid or conspiracy-minded you are, what the government is actually doing is way worse than you could ever possibly imagine.
That's a crazy statement that there's absolutely in no way can be true.
That's a quote I heard once online, and it really did stick with me. It seems like it grows increasingly truer by the day now. Anyways...
I'm sorry. I know I'm nitpicking here because he's just like, trying to end it off with a fun little, thing he saw. But like, what? That's just a failure of imagination. That's a failure of imagination. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I imagine that the government is trying to turn everybody into evil pigs with a secret potion made by a witch. And what that'll do is everyone will become pigs, and then we'll all kill our own babies. And then we're all going to kill ourselves. And then no one will be alive except for Hillary Clinton, because she was the one that made the pig potion, because she's the witch that I mentioned at the beginning. That's what I think. But I know the real government's doing something even worse than that. No, it's not. No. Government's not doing things like the bad that I could think of.
So that's all I have for you today, but let me know what you think about all this and what your takeaway is from it. Again, thank you so much for watching, and if you made it all the way until the end, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help me out a lot and lets me keep making videos like this. Thanks again for watching. My name is Chase, and I'll see you again in the next video. Peace.
Peace. All right, that's Chase, everybody. I sort of feel like I was a little bit harsh with them. I don't mean to be. Listen, it takes all kinds to make a world, and I think it's fine what he's I don't know. I'm trying to be more chill. I guess I can really jump down people's throats about certain topics. One of those being Pizzagate, because I just been frustrated. I get into a lot of arguments about Pizzagate on the comments of my Pizzagate video. Not really arguments, honestly. It's usually people being like, "You didn't mention this," and then I'll be like, "Okay, well, I can address those right now." And then I might address them, and they're like, "Well, I still think it's real." Not really an argument, I guess, but I find it frustrating because, to me, it doesn't quite make sense why Pizzagate is so sticky. Like, I didn't expect Pizzagate to outlive QAnon, because QAnon was much bigger than Pizzagate. And it seemed like it was going to last forever. And Pizzagate seemed like it was like over almost right away. But nowadays it's like, no, QAnon's fake. Pizzagate's real. Frazzle Drip's real. That whole thing, oh, it's real. And yeah, I guess I just find it frustrating. And I don't blame people for looking into it and seeing all the stuff and concluding, oh, there's a lot of evidence for Pizzagate. And there is like a lot of things you can read about Pizzagate. But I really think the best way to Not So Chill Goblin will be the third YouTube channel. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's true, yeah. The one where I do angry rants. Yeah, everybody got Anyway, I don't know if I can keep that up, but what was I saying? Oh yeah. And I know I say this a lot, but really, if you just look at the 4chan posts where everything started, that is where you can find out it's all fake. It's all made up. Every aspect of Pizzagate, I mean, there are some parts of it are real. I get into it in detail in my video, but the pizza code, the Comet Ping Pong, the Marina Abramovich, that shit was just guys on 4chan trying to make something out of nothing. You can trace back every part of those theories to the first time that they showed up, and you'll be like, oh, it's all bullshit. It's all completely manufactured. And, I'm even surprised because I remember for years, the consensus among even like the Q-Pill people were like, oh, Comet Ping Pong, that's bullshit. Like, a lot of Pizzagate is real, but the Comet Ping Pong stuff doesn't even make sense to us. Like, that's stupid. And it was just a red herring and a waste of time. And I've seen it somehow come back around and become like the most believed part. Like, I remember Flesh Simulator talking about Comet Ping Pong and being like, interesting. So I can't do his voice. Trying to do the vocal fry. Yeah. So anyway, whatever. I give up. But he talked about how like, oh, definitely there's something with this Comet Ping Pong shit. Absolutely. Look at James Alefantis' connections to this and that and that. And maybe that's where it started. Maybe Flesh Simulator got that ball rolling again because I been seeing more people talk about it. And like this, he's like, oh, and there's a connection with Alefantis. And it's like, what? Oh my God, really? We're doing this again? Really? Okay. I seen Coop talk about it too. Anyway, gang, I appreciate y'all. Hanging out for this extra long, extra chill stream. Concurrent viewers 44. Oh, that's nice. Man, remember the end of last week's stream there was like 12 people watching because we conked out so many times. And we only conked out one time this week. So I'm going to count this one as a success. But gang. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I love you guys. Aw, me saying that? Aw. And I think that's all I got to say. I'll see you guys next week. But think about doing maybe 2 streams a week. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know if we can handle it, but I think that'd be fun. Let's go to the song.
I wanted to air this because I got sent this and I saw this and I watched most of it. I didn't see it all this morning. It's like 30 minutes long, but I watched part of it. And the guy's saying he's criticizing me because you do that, you don't get banned by the algorithm. And he's just one server coming on the waves we created. So he pretty much gets it. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra chill goblin. We always like goblin jokes. I don't know why. I mean, goblin jokes years ago, they became super viral, so whatever. Yeah. We'll air that. So here's extra chill goblin, then Harrison Smith takes over. Here it is. Extra chill goblin. He pretty much gets it. Dirty. He's also got a pretty ridiculous name. Extra chill goblin vomit, slop, and blood. I thought it was entertaining and informative. He's got a goblin guide charging into a goblin's nest. I don't want to see him kissing goblins. I just don't want to catch him in bed with a goblin. Literal vampire belly goblins are hobbling around coming after us. Extra chill goblin.